Chapter 6, Part 3 of Melmoth the Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kendra Lee Oberhauser, Berkeley, California. KendraLeeOberhauser.com. Melmoth the Wanderer by Charles Robert Maturin. Chapter 6, Part 3. I awoke one night and saw my cell in flames. I started up in horror, but shrank back on perceiving myself surrounded by demons, who, clothed in fire, were breathing forth clouds of it around me. Desperate with horror, I rushed against the wall and found what I touched was cold. My recollection returned, and I comprehended that these were hideous figures scrawled in phosphorus to terrify me. I then returned to my bed, and as the daylight approached, observed these figures gradually decline. In the morning, I took a desperate resolution of forcing my way to the superior and speaking to him. I felt my reason might be destroyed amid the horrors they were surrounding me with. It was noon before I could work myself up to execute this resolution. I knocked at his cell, and when his door was opened, he exhibited the same horror as my former intrusion, but I was not to be repelled. "My father, I require you to hear me, nor will I quit this spot till you do so." "Speak." "They famish me. I am not allowed food to support nature." "Do you deserve it?" "Whether I do or not, neither the laws of God or man have yet condemned me to die of hunger, and if you do, you commit murder." "Have you anything else to complain of?" "Everything. I am not allowed to enter the church. I am forbid to pray. They have stripped my cell of crucifix, rosary, and the vessel for holy water. It is impossible for me to perform my devotions, even alone." "Your devotions?" "My father, though I am not a monk, may I not still be a Christian?" "In renouncing your vows, you have abjured your claim to either character." "But I am still a human being, and as such. But I appeal not to your humanity. I call on your authority for protection. Last night, my cell was covered with representations of fiends. I awoke in the midst of flames and specters." "So you will at the last day." "My punishment will then be enough. It need not commence already." "These are the phantoms of your conscience." "My father, if you will deign to examine my cell, you will find the traces of phosphorus on the walls." "I examine your cell? I enter it?" "Am I then to expect no redress?" "Interpose your authority for the sake of the house over which you preside. Remember that, when my appeal becomes public, all these circumstances will become so too, and you are to judge what degree of credit they will attach to the community." "Retire." I did so, and found my application attended to, at least with regard to food, but my cell still remained in the same dismantled state, and I continued under the same desolating interdiction from all communion, religious or social. I assure you with truth that so horrible was this amputation from life to me that I have walked hours in the cloister and the passages to place myself in the way of the monks, who, I knew, as they passed, would bestow on me some malediction or reproachful epithet. Even this was better than the withering silence which surrounded me. I began almost to receive it as a customary salutation, and always returned it with a benediction. In a fortnight, my appeal was to be decided on. This was a circumstance I was kept in ignorance of, but the superior had received a notification of it, and this precipitated his resolution to deprive me of the benefit of its eventual success by one of the most horrible schemes that ever entered the human, I retract the expression, the monastic heart. I received an indistinct intimation of it the very night after my application to the superior. But had I been apprised, from the first, of the whole extent and bearings of their purpose, what resources could I have employed against it? That evening I had gone into the garden. My heart felt unusually oppressed. Its thick, troubled beatings seemed like the vibrations of a timepiece as it measures our approach to some hour of sorrow. It was twilight, the garden was empty, and kneeling on the ground in the open air, the only oratory they had left me, I attempted to pray. The attempt was in vain. I ceased to articulate sounds that had no meaning, and, overcome by a heaviness of mind and body inexpressible, I fell on the ground and remained extended on my face, torpid, but not senseless. 2 figures passed, without perceiving me. They were in earnest conversation. One of them said, "More vigorous measures must be adopted. You are to blame and delay them so long. You will be answerable for the disgrace of the whole community if you persist in this foolish lenity." "But his resolution remains unbroken," said the superior, for it was he. "It will not be proof against the measure I have proposed." "He is in your hands, then, but remember I will not be accountable for." They were by this time out of hearing. I was less terrified than you will believe by what I had heard. Those who have suffered much are always ready to exclaim, with the unfortunate agag, "Surely the bitterness of death is past." They know not that this is the very moment when the sword is unsheathed to hew them in pieces. That night I had not been long asleep when I was awoke by a singular noise in my cell. I started up and listened. I thought I heard someone hurry away barefooted. I knew I had no lock to my door and could not prevent the intrusion of anyone into my cell who pleased to visit it. But still, I believed the discipline of the convent too strict to allow of this. I composed myself again, but was hardly asleep when I was again awoke by something that touched me. I started up again. A soft voice near me said in whispers, "Compose yourself. I am your friend." My friend? Have I one? But why visit me at this hour? It is the only hour at which I am permitted to visit you. But who are you, then? One whom these walls can never exclude. One to whom, if you devote yourself, you may expect services beyond the power of man. There was something frightful in these words. I cried out, "Is it the enemy of the souls that is tempting me?" As I uttered these words, a monk rushed in from the passage, where he had been evidently waiting, for his dress was on. He exclaimed, "What is the matter? You have alarmed me by your cries. You pronounce the name of the infernal spirit. What have you seen? What is it you fear?" I recovered myself and said, "I have seen or heard nothing extraordinary. I have had frightful dreams, that is all." "Ah, Brother St. Joseph, no wonder, after passing such days, my nights should be disturbed." The monk retired, and the next day passed as usual, but at night the same whispering sounds awoke me again. The preceding night, these sounds had only startled me, they now alarmed me. In the darkness of night, and the solitude of my cell, this repeated visitation overcame my spirits. I became almost to admit the idea that I was exposed to the assaults of the enemy of man. I repeated a prayer, but the whisper, which seemed close to my ear, still continued. It said, "Listen, listen to me and be happy. Renounce your vows, place yourself under my protection, and you shall have no cause to complain of the exchange. Rise from your bed, trample on the crucifix which you will find at the foot of it, spit on the picture of the Virgin that lies beside it, and—" At these words I could not suppress a cry of horror. The voice ceased in a moment, and the same monk, who occupied the cell next to mine, rushed in with the same exclamations as on the preceding night. and as he entered my cell, the light in his hand shewed a crucifix and a picture of the Blessed Virgin, placed at the foot of my bed. I had sprung up when the monk entered my cell. I saw them, and recognized them to be the very crucifix and picture of the Virgin which had been taken from my cell. All the hypocritical outcries of the monk at the disturbance I had caused him could not efface the impression which this slight circumstance made on me. I believed, and not without reason, that they had been left there by the hands of some human tempter. I started, awake to this horrible imposition, and required the monk to leave my cell. He demanded, with a frightful paleness in his looks, why I had again disturbed him, said it was impossible to obtain repose while such noises were occurring in my cell, and finally, stumbling over the crucifix and picture, demanded how they came there. I answered, "You know best." "How then do you accuse me of compact with the infernal demon? By what means could these have been brought to your cell?" "By the very hands that removed them," I answered, and these words appeared to produce an effect on him for a moment. But he retired, declaring that if the nightly disturbance in my cell continued, he must present it to the superior. I answered, the disturbance did not proceed from me, but I trembled for the following night. I had reason to tremble. That night, before I lay down, I repeated prayer after prayer, the terrors of my excommunication pressing heavy on my soul. I also repeated the prayers against possession or temptation by the evil spirit. These I was compelled to utter from memory, for I have told you that they had not left a book in my cell. In repeating these prayers, which were very long and somewhat verbose, I at last fell asleep. That sleep was not to continue long. I was again addressed by the voice that whispered close to my bed. The moment I heard it, I rose without fear. I crept around my cell with my hands extended and my feet bare. I could feel nothing but the empty walls. Not a single object, tangible or visible, could I encounter. I lay down again, and had hardly begun the prayer with which I tried to fortify myself, when the same sounds were repeated close to my ear, without the possibility either of my discovering from whence they proceeded, or preventing their reaching me. Thus I was completely deprived of sleep, and if I dozed for a moment, the same terrible sounds were re-echoed in my dreams. I became feverish from want of rest. The night was passed in waiting for these sounds or listening to them, and the day in wild conjectures or fearful anticipations. I felt a mixture of terror and impatience inconceivable at the approach of night. I had a consciousness of imposture the whole time, but this gave me no consolation, for there is a point to which human malice and mischief may be carried that would baffle those of a demon. Every night the persecution was renewed, and every night it became more terrible. At times the voice would suggest to me the most unutterable impurities. At another, blasphemies that would make a demon shudder. Then it would applaud me in a tone of derision, and assure me of the final success of my appeal, then change to the most appalling menaces. The wretched sleep I obtained during the intervals of this visitation was anything but refreshing. I would awake in a cold perspiration, catching at the bed furniture, and repeating in an inarticulate voice the last sounds that had rung in my closing ears. I would start up and see the bed surrounded by monks, who assured me they had been disturbed by my cries, that they had hurried in terror to my cell. Then they would cast looks of fear and consternation on each other and on me, say, "Something extraordinary is the matter, something presses on your mind that you will not disburden it of." They implored me, in the most awful names, and for the interest of my salvation, to disclose the cause of these extraordinary visitations. At these words, however agitated before, I always became calm. I said, "Nothing is the matter. Why do you intrude into my cell?" They shook their heads, and affected to retire slowly and reluctantly, as if from pity of my dreadful situation, while I repeated, "Ah, Brother Justin! Ah, Brother Clement! I see you! I understand you! Remember, there is a God in heaven." One night I lay for a considerable time without hearing any sound. I fell asleep, but was soon awoke by an extraordinary light. I sat up in my bed, and beheld displayed before me the Mother of God in all the glorious and irradiated incarnation of beatitude. She hovered, rather than stood, in an atmosphere of light at the foot of my bed, and held a crucifix in her hand, while she appeared to invite me, with a benign action, to kiss the 5 mysterious wounds. For a moment, I almost believed in the actual presence of this glorious visitor. But then just the voice was heard, louder than ever. "Spurn them, spit on them, you are mine, and I claim this homage from my vassal." At these words, the figure disappeared instantly, and the voice was renewing its whispers, but they were repeated to an insensible ear, for I fell into a swoon. I could easily distinguish between this state and sleep by the deadly sickness, the cold sweats, and the horrid sense of evanition that preceded it, and by the gasping, sobbing, choking efforts that attended my recovery. In the meantime, the whole community carried on and even aggravated the terrible delusion, which, while it was my torment to detect, it was my greater to be the victim of. When art assumes the omnipotence of reality, when we feel we suffer as much from an illusion as from truth, our sufferings lose all dignity and all consolation. We turn demons against ourselves and laugh at what we are writhing under. All day long I was exposed to the stare of horror, the shudder of suspicion, and, worst of all, the hastily averted glance of hypocritical commiseration that dropped its pitying ray on me for a moment and was then instantly raised to heaven, as if to implore forgiveness for the involuntary crime of compassionating one whom God had renounced. When I encountered any of them in the garden, they would strike into another walk and cross themselves in my sight. If I met them in the passages of the convent, they drew their garments close, turned their faces to the wall, and told their beads as I went by. If I ventured to dip my hands in the holy water that stood at the door of the church, it was thrown out before my face. Certain extraordinary precautions were adopted by the whole community against the power of the evil one. Forms of exorcism were distributed, and additional prayers were used in the service of matins and vespers. A report was industriously diffused that Satan was permitted to visit a favored and devoted servant of his in the convent, and that all the brethren might expect the redoubled malice of his assaults. The effect of this on the young boarders was indescribable. They flew with the speed of lightning from me whenever they saw me. If accident forced us to be near each other for a moment, they were armed with holy water, which they flung at me in pailfuls, and when that failed, what cries, what convulsions of terror! They knelt, they screamed, they shut their eyes, they cried, "Satan, have mercy on me, do not fix your infernal talons on me, take your victim," and they mentioned my name. The terror that I inspired, I at last began to feel. I began to believe myself, I know not what, whatever they thought me. This is a dreadful state of mind, but one impossible to avoid. In some circumstances, where the whole world is against us, we begin to take part against ourselves to avoid the withering sensation of being alone on our own side. Such was my appearance, too, my flushed and haggard look, my torn dress, my unequal gait, my constant internal muttering, and my complete isolation from the habits of the house, that it was no wonder I should justify, by my exterior, all of horrible and awful that might be supposed passing in my mind. Such an impression I must have made on the minds of the younger members. They had been taught to hate me, but their hatred was now combined with fear, and such a union is the most terrible amid all the complications of human passion. Desolate as my cell was, I retired to it early, as I was excluded from the exercises of the community. The bell for vespers would ring. I would hear the steps of those who were hastening to join in the service of God, and tedious as that service had once appeared to me, I would now have given worlds to be permitted to join it, as a defense against that horrible midnight mass of Satan that I was awaiting to be summoned to. I knelt, however, in my cell, and repeated what prayers I could recollect, while every toll of the bell struck on my heart, and the chaunt of the choir from below sounded like a repulsive echo to an answer which my fears had already anticipated from heaven. One evening that I still continued to pray, and audibly, as the monks passed my cell, they said, "Do you presume to pray? Die, desperate wretch! Die and be damned! Precipitate yourself into the infernal gulf at once. No longer desecrate these walls by your presence." At these words, I only redoubled my prayers, but this gave greater offense, for the churchmen could not bear to hear prayers uttered in a form different from their own. The cry of a solitary individual to God sounds like profanation in their ears. They ask, why do they not employ our form? How dare they hope to be heard? Alas! Is it forms, then, that God regards? Or is it not rather the prayer of the heart which alone reaches him, and prospers in its petition? As they called out, passing my cell, "Perish, impious wretch, perish! God will not hear you," I answered them on my knees with blessings. Which of us had the spirit of prayer? That night was one of trial I could no longer support. My frame was exhausted, my mind excited, and, owing to our frail nature, this battle of the senses and soul is never long carried on without the worst side remaining conqueror. I was no sooner laid down than the voice began to whisper. I began to pray, but my head swam round, my eyes flashed fire, almost tangible. My cell appeared in flames. Recollect my frame worn out with famine, my mind worn out with persecution. I struggled with what I was conscious was delirium, but this consciousness aggravated its horror. It is better to be mad at once than to believe that all the world is sworn to think and make you be so, in spite of your own consciousness of your sanity. The whispers this night were so horrible, so full of ineffable abominations, I cannot think of them, that they maddened my very ear. My senses seemed deranged, along with my intellect. I will give you an instance. It is but a slight one, of the horrors which— Here the Spaniard whispered, "Melmoth." The hearer shuddered, and the Spaniard went on in an agitated tone. I could bear it no longer. I sprung from my bed. I ran through the gallery like a maniac, knocking at the doors of the cells and exclaiming, "Brother such a one, pray for me, I beseech you." I roused the whole convent. Then I flew down to the church. It was open, and I rushed in. I ran up the aisle. I precipitated myself before the altar. I embraced the images. I clung to the crucifix with loud and reiterated supplications. The monks, awakened by my outcries, or perhaps on the watch for them, descended in a body to the church, but, perceiving I was there, they would not enter. They remained at the doors, with lights in their hands, gazing on me. It was a singular contrast between me, hurrying around the church almost in the dark, for there were but few lamps burning dimly, and the group at the door, whose expression of horror was strongly marked by the light, which appeared to have deserted me to concentrate itself among them. The most impartial person on earth might have supposed me deranged, or possessed, or both from the state in which they saw me. Heaven knows, too, what construction might have been put on my wild actions, which the surrounding darkness exaggerated and distorted, or on the prayers which I uttered, as I included in them the horrors of the temptation against which I implored protection. Exhausted at length, I fell to the ground, and remained there, without the power of moving, but able to hear and observe everything that passed. I heard them debate whether they should leave me there or not till the superior commanded them to remove that abomination from the sanctuary. And such was the terror of me into which they had acted themselves, that he had had to repeat his orders before he could procure obedience to them. They approached me at last, with the same caution that they would an infected corse, and dragged me out by the habit, leaving me on the paved floor before the door of the church. They then retired, and in this state I actually fell asleep, and continued so till I was awoke by the bell for matins. I recollected myself, and attempted to rise, but my having slept on a damp floor, when in a fever from terror and excitement, had so cramped my limbs that I could not accomplish this without the most exquisite pain. As the community passed in to matins, I could not suppress a few cries of pain. They must have seen what was the matter, but not one of them offered me assistance, nor did I dare to implore it. By slow and painful efforts, I at last reached my cell, but, shuddering at the sight of the bed, I threw myself on the floor for repose. I was aware that some notice must be taken of a circumstance so extraordinary that such a subversion of the order and tranquillity of a convent would force an inquiry, even if the object was less remarkable. But I had a sad foreboding, for suffering makes us full of presages, that this inquiry, however conducted, would terminate unfavorably to me. I was the Jonah of the vessel. Let the storm blow from what point it would, I felt the lot was to fall on me. About noon, I was summoned to the apartment of the superior. I went, but not as at former times, with a mixture of supplication and remonstrance on my lips, with hope and fear in my heart, in a fever of excitement or of terror. I went sullen, squalid, listless, reckless, my physical strength borne down by fatigue and want of sleep, my mental by persecution, incessant and insupportable. I went no longer shrinking from and deprecating their worst, but defying, almost desiring it, in the terrible and indefinite curiosity of despair. The apartment was full of monks. The superior stood among them, while they formed a semicircle at a respectable distance from him. I must have presented a miserable contrast to these men, arrayed against me in their pride of power, their long and not ungraceful habits, giving their figures an air of solemnity, perhaps more imposing than splendor, while I stood opposed to them, ragged, meager, livid, and obdurate, the very personification of an evil spirit summoned before the angels of judgment. The superior addressed me in a long discourse, in which he but slightly touched on the scandal given by the attempt to repeal my vows. He also suppressed any allusion to the circumstance which was known to every one in the convent but myself, that my appeal would be decided on in a few days. But he adverted in terms that, in spite of my consciousness that they were hollow, made me shudder to the horror and consternation diffused through the convent by my late tremendous visitation, as he called it. "Satan hath desired to have you," he said, "because you have put yourself within his power by your impious reclamation of your vows. You are the Judas among the brethren, a branded Cain amid a primitive family, a scapegoat that struggles to burst from the hands of the congregation into the wilderness. The horrors that your presence is hourly heaping on us here are not only intolerable to the discipline of a religious house, but to the peace of a civilized society. There is not a monk who can sleep within 3 cells of you. You disturb them by the most horrible cries. You exclaim that the infernal spirit is perpetually beside your bed, that he is whispering in your ears. You fly from cell to cell, supplicating the prayers of the brethren. Your shrieks disturb the holy sleep of the community, that sleep which they snap only in the intervals of devotion. All order is broken, all discipline subverted, while you remain among us. The imaginations of the younger members are at once polluted and inflamed by the idea of the infernal and impure orgies which the demon celebrates in your cell, and of which we know not whether your cries, which all can hear, announce triumph in or remorse for. You rush at midnight into the church, deface the images, revile the crucifix, spurn at the altar. And when the whole community is forced, by this unparalleled atrocity of blasphemy, to drag you from the spot you are desecrating, you disturb, by your cries, those who are passing to the service of God. In a word, your howls, your distortions, your demoniac language, habits, and gestures have but too well justified the suspicion entertained when you first entered the convent. You were abominable from your very birth. You were the offspring of sin. You are conscious of it. Amid the livid paleness, that horrible, unnatural white that discolors your very lips, I see a tinge like crimson burning on your cheek at the mention of it. The demon who is presiding at your natal hour, the demon of impurity and anti-monasticism, pursues you in the very walls of a convent. The Almighty, in my voice, bids you begone, depart, and trouble us no more. Stop, he added, as he saw I was obeying his directions literally. Hold, the interests of religion and of the community have required that I should take particular notice of the extraordinary circumstances that have haunted your unhallowed presence within these walls. In a short time, you may expect a visit from the bishop. Prepare yourself for it as you may. I considered these as the final words addressed to me, and was about to retire when I was recalled. I was desired to utter some words, which everyone was eager to put into my mouth, of expostulation, of remonstrance, of supplication. I resisted them all as steadily as if I had known, which I did not, that the bishop had himself instituted the examination into the deranged state of the convent, and that instead of the superior inviting the bishop to examine into the cause of the disturbance in his convent, the very last step he would have taken, the bishop, a man whose character will shortly be developed, had been apprised of the scandal of the convent, and had determined to take the matter into his own hands. Sunk in solitude and persecution, I knew not that all Madrid was on fire, that the bishop had determined to be no longer a passive hearer of the extraordinary scenes reported to pass in the convent. That, in a word, my exorcism and my appeal were quivering in alternate scales, and that the superior himself doubted which way the scale might incline. All this I was ignorant of, for no one dared to tell it to me. I therefore was about to retire without uttering a word in answer to the many whispered speeches to humble myself to the superior, to implore his intercession with the bishop to suspend this disgraceful examination that threatened us all. I broke from them as they surrounded me. And standing calm and sullen at the door, I threw a retorting look at them and said, God forgive you all, and grant you such an acquittal at his judgment seat, as I hesitate not to claim at that of the bishop visitant. These words, though uttered by a ragged demoniac, as they thought me, made them tremble. Truth is rarely heard in convents, and therefore its language is equally emphatical and portentous. End of Chapter 6, Part 3. Recording by Kendra Lee Oberhauser, Berkeley, California. Chapter 6, Part 4 of Melmoth the Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kendra Lee Oberhauser, Berkeley, California. KendraLeeOberhauser.com. Melmoth the Wanderer by Charles Robert Maturin. Chapter 6, Part 4. The monks crossed themselves, and as I left the apartment, repeated, "But how, then? What if we prevented this mischief?" "By what means? By any that the interests of religion may suggest. The character of the convent is at stake. The bishop is a man of strict and scrutinizing character. He will keep his eyes open to the truth. He will inquire into the facts. What will become of us? Were it not better that—" "What?" "You comprehend us." "And if I dared to comprehend you, the time is too short. We have heard of the death of maniacs being very sudden, of—" "What do you dare to hint at?" Nothing, only we spoke of what everyone knows, that a profound sleep is often a restorative to lunatics. He is a lunatic, as all the convent are ready to swear. A wretch possessed by the infernal spirit, whom he invocates every night in his cell. He disturbs the whole convent by his outcries. The superior all this time walked impatiently up and down his apartment. He entangled his fingers in his rosary. He threw on the monks angry looks from time to time. At last he said, "I am myself disturbed by his cries, his wanderings, his undoubted commerce with the enemy of souls. I need rest. I require a profound sleep to repair my exhausted spirits. What would you prescribe?" Several pressed forward, not understanding the hint, and eagerly recommended the common opiates. Mithridate, etc., etc. An old monk whispered in his ear, "Laudanum. It will procure a deep and sound sleep. Try it, my father, if you want rest. But to make the experiment sure, were it not best to try it first on another?" The superior nodded, and the party were about to disperse, when the superior caught the old monk by his habit and whispered, "But no murder." "Oh, no, only profound sleep." "What matter when he wakes? It must be to suffering in this life or the next. We are not guilty in the business. What signifies a few moments sooner or later?" The superior was of a timid and passionate character. He still kept hold of the monk's habit. He whispered, "But it must not be known." "But who can know it?" At this moment, the clock struck, and an old ascetic monk, who occupied a cell adjacent to the superior's, and who had accustomed himself to the exclamation, "God knoweth all things," whenever the clock struck, repeated it aloud. The superior quitted his hold of the monk's habit. The monk crawled to his cell, God-struck, if I may use the expression. The laudanum was not administered that night. The voice did not return. I slept the entire night, and the whole convent was delivered from the harassings of the infernal spirit. Alas, none haunted it, but that spirit which the natural malignity of solitude raises within the circle of every heart, and forces us, from the terrible economy of misery to feed on the vitals of others, that we may spare our own. This conversation was repeated to me afterwards by a monk who was on his dying bed. He had witnessed it, and I have no reason to doubt his sincerity. In fact, I always considered it as rather a palliation than an aggravation of their cruelty to me. They had made me suffer worse than many deaths. The single suffering would have been instantaneous. The single act would have been mercy. The next day, the visit of the bishop was expected. There was an indescribable kind of terrified preparation among the community. This house was the first in Madrid, and the singular circumstance of the son of one of the highest families in Spain having entered it in early youth, having protested against his vows in a few months, having been accused of being in a compact with the infernal spirit a few weeks after, the hope of a scene of exorcism, the doubt of the success of my appeal, the probable interference of the Inquisition, the possible festival of an auto da fe, had set the imagination of all Madrid on fire, and never did an audience long more for the drawing up of the curtain at a popular opera than the religious and irreligious of Madrid did for the development of the scene which was acting at the convent of the ex-Jesuits. In Catholic countries, sir, religion is the national drama. The priests are the principal performers, the populace the audience, and whether the piece concludes with a Don Giovanni plunging in flames or the beatification of a saint, the applause and the enjoyment is the same. I feared my destiny was to be the former. I knew nothing of the bishop, and hoped nothing from his visit, but my hopes began to rise in proportion to the visible fears of the society. I argued, with the natural malignity of wretchedness, if they tremble, I may exult. When suffering is thus weighed against suffering, the hand is never steady. We are always disposed to make the balance incline a little on our own side. The bishop came early, and passed some hours with a superior in his own apartment. During this interval, there was a stillness in the house that was strongly contrasted with its previous agitation. I stood alone in my cell. Stood, for I had no seat left me. I said to myself, this event bodes neither good or evil to me. I'm not guilty of what they accuse me of. They can never prove it. An accomplice with Satan? The victim of diabolical delusion? Alas, my only crime is my involuntary subjugation to the delusions they have practiced on me. This man, this bishop, cannot give me freedom, but he may at least do me justice. All this time the community were in a fever. The character of the house was at stake. My situation was notorious. They had labored to represent me as a possessed being beyond their walls, and to make me appear as one within them. The hour of trial approached. For the honor of human nature, from the dread of violating decency, from the dread of apparently violating truth, I will not attempt to relate the means they had recourse to the morning of the bishop's visitation, to qualify me to perform the part of a possessed, insane, and blasphemous wretch. The 4 monks I have before mentioned were the principal executioners, I must call them so, under pretense that there was no part of my person which was not under the influence of the demon. This was not enough. I was deluged almost to suffocation with aspersions of holy water. Then followed, etc. The result was that I remained half naked, half drowned, gasping, choking, and delirious with rage, shame, and fear, when I was summoned to attend the bishop, who, surrounded by the superior and the community, awaited me in the church. This was the moment they had fixed on. I yielded myself to them. I said, stretching out my arms, Yes, drag me naked, mad, religion and nature alike violated in my abused figure before your bishop. If he speaks truth, if he feels conscience, woe be to you, hypocritical, tyrannical wretches. You have half driven me mad, half murdered me by the unnatural cruelties you have exercised on me. And in this state you drag me before the bishop? Be it so. I must follow you. As I uttered these words, they bound my arms and legs with ropes, carried me down, and placed me at the door of the church, standing close to me. The bishop was at the altar, the superior near him. The community filled the choir. They flung me down like a heap of carrion, and retreated as if they fled from the pollution of my touch. This sight struck the bishop. He said in a loud voice, "Rise, unhappy, and come forward." I answered in a voice whose tones appeared to thrill him, "Bid them unbind me, and I will obey you." The bishop turned a cold and yet indignant look on the superior, who immediately approached and whispered him. This whispering consultation was carried on for some time, but, though lying on the ground, I could perceive the bishop shook his head at every whisper of the superior. And the end of the business was an order to unbind me. I did not fare much the better for this order, for the 4 monks were still close to me. They held my arms as they led me up the steps to the altar. I was then, for the first time, placed opposite to the bishop. He was a man, the effect of whose physiognomy was as indelible as that of his character. The one left its impress on the senses as strongly as the other did on the soul. He was tall, majestic, and hoary. Not a feeling agitated his frame. Not a passion had left its trace on his features. He was a marble statue of episcopacy, chiseled out by the hand of Catholicism, a figure magnificent and motionless. His cold black eyes did not seem to see you when they were turned on you. His voice, when it reached you, did not address you, but your soul. Such was his exterior. For the rest, his character was unimpeachable, his discipline exemplary, his life that of an anchorite hewed out in stone. But he was partially suspected of what is called liberality in opinions, that is, an inclination to Protestantism, and the sanctity of his character went bail in vain for this imputed heterodoxy, which the bishop could hardly redeem by his rigid cognizance of every conventual abuse in his district, among which my convent happened to be. Such was the man before whom I stood. At the command to unloose me, the superior shewed much agitation, but the command was positive, and I was released. I was then between the 4 monks, who held me, and I felt that my appearance must have justified the impression he had received. I was ragged, famished, livid, and on fire, with the horrible treatment I had just received. I hoped, however, that my submission to whatever was to be performed might, in some degree, redeem the opinion of the bishop. He went with evident reluctance through the forms of exorcism, which were delivered in Latin, while all the time the monks crossed themselves, and the acolytes were not sparing of holy water and incense. Whenever the terms diabole te adjuro occurred, the monks who held me twisted my arms so that I appeared to make contortions and uttered cries of pain. This at first seemed to disturb the bishop, but when the form of exorcism was over, he commanded me to approach the altar alone. I attempted to do so, but the 4 monks surrounding me made it appear an act of great difficulty. He said, "Stand apart, let him alone." They were compelled to obey. I advanced alone, trembling. I knelt. The bishop, placing his stole on my head, demanded, "Did I believe in God and the Holy Catholic Church?" Instead of answering, I shrieked, flung off the stole, and trampled in agony on the steps of the altar. The bishop retreated, while the superior and the rest advanced. I collected courage as I saw them approach, and, without uttering a word, pointed to the pieces of broken glass which had been thrown on the steps where I stood, and which had pierced me through my torn sandals. The bishop instantly ordered a monk to sweep them away with the sleeve of his tunic. The order was obeyed in a moment, and the next I stood before him without fear or pain. He continued to ask, "Why do you not pray in the church?" "Because its doors are shut against me." "How? What is this?" "A memorial is in my hands urging many complaints against you, and this among the first, that you do not pray in the church." "I have told you the doors of the church are shut against me." "Alas, I could do no more, open them, than I could open the hearts of the community. Everything is shut against me here." He turned to the superior, who answered, "The doors of the church are always shut to the enemies of God." The bishop said, with his usual stern calmness, "I am asking a plain question. Evasive and circuitous answers will not do. Have the doors of the church been shut against this wretched being? Have you denied him the privilege of addressing God?" "I did so, because I thought and believed." "I ask not what you thought or believed. I ask a plain answer to a matter-of-fact question. Did you, or did you not, deny him access to the house of God?" "I had reason to believe that." "I warn you, these answers may compel me to make you exchange situations in one moment with the object you accuse. Did you, or did you not, shut the doors of the church against him? Answer yes or no." The superior, trembling with fear and rage, said, "I did, and I was justified in doing so." "That is for another tribunal to judge, but it seems you plead guilty to the fact of which you accuse him." The superior was dumb. The bishop then, examining his paper, addressed me again. "How is it that the monks cannot sleep in their cells from the disturbance you cause?" "I know not. You must ask them." "Does not the evil spirit visit you nightly? Are not your blasphemies, your execrable impurities, disgorged even in the ears of those who have the misfortune to be placed near you? Are you not the terror and the torment of the whole community?" I answered, "I am what they have made me." I do not deny there are extraordinary noises in my cell, but they can best account for them. I am assailed by whispers close to my bedside. It seems these whispers reach the ears of the brethren, for they burst into my cell and take advantage of the terror with which I am overwhelmed, to put the most incredible constructions on it. "Are there no cries, then, heard in your cell at night?" "Yes, cries of terror. Cries uttered not by one who is celebrating infernal orgies, but dreading them." "But the blasphemies, the imprecations, the impurities, which proceed from your lips?" "Sometimes, in irrepressible terror. I have repeated the sounds that were suggested to my ears, but it was always with an exclamation of horror and aversion that proved these sounds were not uttered, but echoed by me, as a man may take up a reptile in his hand and gaze on its hideousness a moment before he flings it from him. I take the whole community to witness the truth of this. The cries I uttered, the expressions I used, were evidently those of hostility to the infernal suggestions which had been breathed into my ears. Ask the whole community. They must testify that when they broke into my cell, they found me alone, trembling, convulsed. That I was the victim of those disturbances, they affected to complain of. And though I never was able to guess the means by which this persecution was effected, I am not rash in ascribing it to the hands that covered the walls of my cell with representations of demons, the traces of which still remain. You were also accused of having burst into the church at midnight, defaced the images, trampled on the crucifix, and performed all the acts of demon violating the sanctuary. At this accusation, so unjust and cruel, I was agitated beyond control. I exclaimed, I flew to the church for protection in a paroxysm of terror which their machinations had filled me with. I flew there at night, because it was shut against me during the day, as you have discovered. I prostrated myself before the cross instead of trampling on it. I embraced the images of the blessed saints instead of violating them. And I doubt whether prayers more sincere were ever offered within these walls than those I uttered that night amid helplessness, terror, and persecutions. Did you not obstruct and deter the community next morning by your cries, as they attempted to enter the church? I was paralyzed from the effects of lying all night on the stone pavement where they had flung me. I attempted to rise and crawl away at their approach, and a few cries of pain were extorted from me by the efforts to do so, efforts rendered more painful by their refusing to offer me the slightest assistance. In a word, the whole is a fabrication. I flew to the church to implore for mercy, and they represent it as the outrages of an apostate spirit. Might not the same arbitrary and absurd construction be put on the daily visits of multitudes of afflicted souls who weep and groan audibly as I did? If I attempted to overturn the crucifix, to deface the images, would not the marks of this violence remain? Would they not have been preserved with care to substantiate the accusations against me? Is there a trace of them? There is not. There cannot be, because they never existed. The bishop paused. An appeal to his feelings would have been vain, but this appeal to facts had its full effect. After some time he said, You can have no objection, then, to render before the whole community the same homage to the representations of the Redeemer and the holy saints that you say it was your purpose to render them that night. None. A crucifix was brought me, which I kissed with reverence and unction, and prayed, while the tears streamed from my eyes, an interest in the infinite merits of the sacrifice it represented. The bishop said, Make a deed of faith, of love, of hope. I did so, and though they were extempore, my expressions, I could perceive, made the dignified ecclesiastics who attended on the bishop cast on each other looks in which were mingled compassion, interest, and admiration. The bishop said, Where did you learn those prayers? My heart is my only teacher, I have no other. I am allowed no book. How? Recollect what you say. I repeat, I have none. They have taken away my breviary, my crucifix. They have stripped my cell of all its furniture. I kneel on the floor. I pray from the heart. If you deign to visit my cell, you will find I have told you the truth. At these words, the bishop cast a terrible look on the superior. He recovered himself, however, immediately, for he was a man unaccustomed to any emotion, and felt it at once a suspension of his habits and an infringement of his rank. In a cold voice, he bid me retire. Then, as I was obeying him, he recalled me. My appearance, for the first time, seemed to strike him. He was a man so absorbed in the contemplation of that waveless and frozen tide of duty in which his mind was anchored, without fluctuation, progress, or improvement, that physical objects must be presented before him a long time before they made the least impression on him. His senses were almost ossified. Thus he had come to examine a supposed demoniac. But he had made up his mind that there must be injustice and imposture in the case, and he acted in the matter with a spirit, decision, and integrity that did him honor. But all the time, the horror and misery of my appearance, which would have made the first impression on a man whose feelings were all external, made the last. They struck him, as I slowly and painfully crawled from the steps of the altar, and the impression was forcible in proportion to its slowness. He called me back and inquired, as if he saw me for the first time, "How is it your habit is so scandalously ragged?" At these words I thought I could disclose a scene that would have added to the superior's humiliation, but I only said, "It is the consequence of the ill treatment I have experienced." Several other questions of the same kind, relating to my appearance, which was deplorable enough, followed, and at last I was forced to make a full discovery. The bishop was incensed at the detail more than was credible. Rigid minds, when they yield themselves to emotion, do it with a vehemence inconceivable, for to them everything is a duty, and passion, when it occurs, among the rest. Perhaps the novelty of emotion, too, may be a delightful surprise to them. More than all this was the case now with the good bishop, who was as pure as he was rigid, and shrunk with horror, disgust, and indignation at the detail I was compelled to give, which the superior trembled at my uttering, and which the community dared not to contradict. He resumed his cold manner, for to him feeling was an effort, and rigor a habit, and he ordered me again to retire. I obeyed and went to my cell. The walls were as bare as I had described them, but, even contrasted with all the splendor and array of the scene in the church, they seemed emblazoned with my triumph. A dazzling vision passed before me for a moment, then all subsided, and in the solitude of my cell, I knelt and implored the Almighty to touch the bishop's heart and impress on him the moderation and simplicity with which I had spoken. As I was thus employed, I heard steps in the passage. They ceased for a moment, and I was silent. It appeared the persons overheard me and paused, and these few words, uttered in solitude, made, I found, a deep impression on them. A few moments after, the bishop, with some dignified attendants, followed by the superior, entered my cell. The former all stopped, horror-struck at its appearance. I have told you, sir, that my cell now consisted of 4 bare walls and a bed. It was a scandalous, degrading sight. I was kneeling in the middle of the floor, God knows, without the least idea of producing an effect. The bishop gazed around him for some time, while the ecclesiastics who attended him testified their horror by looks and attitudes that needed no interpretation. The bishop, after a pause, turned to the superior. "Well, what do you say to this?" The superior hesitated, and at last said, "I was ignorant of this." "That is false," said the bishop, "and even if it was true, it would be your crimination, not your apology. Your duty binds you to visit the cells every day. How could you be ignorant of the shameful state of this cell without neglecting your own duties?" He took several turns about the cell, followed by the ecclesiastics, shrugging their shoulders, and throwing on each other looks of disgust. The superior stood dismayed. They went out, and I could hear the bishop say in the passage, "All this disorder must be rectified before I quit the house." And the superior, "You are unworthy of the situation you hold. You ought to be deposed." And he added, in severer tones, "Catholics, monks, Christians, this is shocking, horrible. Tremble for the consequences of my next visit, if the same disorders exist. I promise you it shall be repeated soon." He then returned, and standing at the door of my cell, said to the superior, "Take care that all the abuses committed in this cell are rectified before tomorrow morning." The superior signified his submission to this order in silence. That evening I went to sleep on a bare mattress between 4 dry walls. I slept profoundly, from exhaustion and fatigue. I awoke in the morning, far beyond the time for matins, and found myself surrounded by all the comforts that can be bestowed on a cell. As if magic had been employed during my sleep, crucifix, breviary, desk, table, everything was replaced. I sprung from bed and actually gazed in ecstasy around my cell. As the day advanced and the hour for refection approached, my ecstasy abated and my terrors increased. It is not easy to pass from extreme humiliation and utter abhorrence to your former state in the society of which you are a member. When the bell rung, I went down. I stood at the door for a moment. Then, with an impulse like despair, I entered and took my usual place. No opposition was made. Not a word was said. The community separated after dinner. I watched for the toll of the bell for vespers. I imagined that would be decisive. The bell tolled at last. The monks assembled. I joined them without opposition. I took my place in the choir. My triumph was complete, and I trembled at it. Alas! In what moment of success do we not feel sensation of terror? Our destiny always acts the part of the ancient slave to us, who is required every morning to remind the monarch that he was a man, and it seldom neglects to fulfill his own predictions before the evening. 2 days passed away. The storm that had so long agitated us seemed to have sunk into a sudden calm. I resumed my former place. I performed the customary duties. No one congratulated or reviled me. They all seemed to consider me as one beginning monastic life de novo. I passed 2 days of perfect tranquility, and I take God to witness I enjoyed this triumph with moderation. I never reverted to my former situation. I never reproached those who had been agents in it. I never uttered a syllable on the subject of the visitation, which had made me and the whole convent change places in the space of a few hours, and the whole oppressed take the part, if he pleased, of the oppressor. I bore my success with temperance, for I was supported by the hope of liberation. The superior's triumph was soon to come. On the 3rd morning, I was summoned to the parlor, where a messenger put into my hands a packet containing, as I well understood, the result of my appeal. This, according to the rules of the convent, I was compelled to put first into the hands of the superior to read, before I was permitted to read it myself. I took the packet and slowly walked to the superior's apartment. As I held it in my hand, I considered it, felt every corner, weighed it over and over again in my hand, trying to catch an omen from its very shape. Then a withering thought crossed me, that, if its intelligence was auspicious, the messenger would have put it into my hands with an air of triumph, that, in spite of convent etiquette, I might break open the seals which enclosed the sentence of my liberation. We are very apt to take our presages from our destination, and mine being that of a monk, no wonder its auguries were black, and were verified. I approached the superior's cell with the packet. I knocked, was desired to enter, and, my eyes cast down, could only distinguish the hems of many habits, whose wearers were all assembled in the superior's apartment. I offered the packet with reverence. The superior cast a careless eye over it, and then flung it on the floor. One of the monks approached to take it up. The superior exclaimed, "Hold! Let him take it up." I did so, and retired to my cell, making first a profound reverence to the superior. I then went to my cell, where I sat down with the fatal packet in my hands. I was about to open it, when a voice from within me seemed to say, "It is useless. You must know the contents already. It was some hours before I perused it. It contained the account of the failure of my appeal. It seemed, from the detail, that the advocate had exerted his abilities, zeal, and eloquence to the utmost, and that, at one time, the court had been near deciding in favor of my claims, but the precedent was reckoned too dangerous. The advocate on the other side had remarked, "If this succeeds, we shall have all the monks in Spain appealing against their vows." Could a stronger argument have been used in favor of my cause? An impulse so universal must surely originate in nature, justice, and truth. On reverting to the disastrous issue of his appeal, the unfortunate Spaniard was so much overcome that it was some days before he could resume his narrative. End of Chapter 6, Part 4. Recording by Kendra Lee Oberhauser, Berkeley, California.
Chapter 7 of Melmoth the Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Melmoth the Wanderer by Charles Robert Maturin. Chapter 7. Recording by Andrew Huguelet. Chapter 7. Pendere res alta terra et caligine mersas. I'll show your grace the strangest sight. Body o' me, what is it? Butts? Henry VIII. Of the desolation of mind into which the rejection of my appeal plunged me, I can give no account, for I retain no distinguishing image. All colors disappear in the night, and despair has no diary. Monotony is her essence and her curse. Hours have I walked in the garden without retaining a single impression but that of the sounds of my footsteps. Thought, feeling, passion, and all that employs them, life and futurity, extinct and swallowed up. I was already like an inhabitant of the land where all things are forgotten. I hovered on the regions of mental twilight, where the light is as darkness. The clouds were gathering that portends the approach of utter night. They were scattered by a sudden and extraordinary light. The garden was my constant resort. A kind of instinct supplying the place of that choice I had no longer energy enough to make, directed me there to avoid the presence of the monks. One evening I saw a change in its appearance. The fountain was out of repair. The spring that supplied it was beyond the walls of the convent, and the workmen, in prosecuting the repairs, had found it necessary to excavate a passage under the garden wall, that communicated with an open space in the city. This passage, however, was closely watched during the day while the workmen were employed, and well secured at night by a door erected for the purpose, which was chained, barred, and bolted the moment the workmen quitted the passage. It was, however, left open during the day, and this tantalizing image of escape and freedom, amid the withering certainty of eternal imprisonment, gave a kind of awakened sting to the pains that were becoming obtuse. I entered the passage, and drew as close as possible to the door that shut me out from life. My seat was one of the stones that were scattered about. My head rested on my hand, and my eyes were sadly fixed on the tree and the well, the scene of that false miracle. I knew not how long I sat thus. I was aroused by a slight noise near me, and perceived a paper, which someone was thrusting under the door, where a slight inequality in the ground rendered the attempt just practicable. I stooped and attempted to seize it. It was withdrawn, but a moment after a voice, whose tones my agitation did not permit me to distinguish, whispered, "Alonso." "Yes, yes," I answered eagerly. The paper was instantly thrust into my hands, and I heard a sound of steps retreating rapidly. I lost not a moment in reading the few words it contained. "Be here tomorrow evening at the same hour. I have suffered much on your account. Destroy this." It was the hand of my brother Juan, that hand so well remembered from our late eventful correspondence, that hand whose traces I never beheld without feeling corresponding characters of hope and confidence retraced in my soul, as lines before invisible appear on exposure to the heat that seems to vivify them. I am surprised that between this and the following evening my agitation did not betray me to the community. But perhaps it is only agitation arising from frivolous causes that vents itself in external indications. I was absorbed in mine. It is certain, at least, that my mind was all that day vacillating, like a clock that struck every minute the alternate sounds. There is hope! There is no hope! The day, the eternal day, was at last over. Evening came on. How I watched the advancing shades! At vespers with what delight did I trace the gradual mellowing of the golden purple tinges that gleamed through the great eastern window, and calculated that their western decline, though slower, must come at last. It came. Never was a more propitious evening. It was calm and dark, the garden deserted, not a form to be seen, not a step to be heard in the walks. I hurried on. Suddenly I thought I heard the sound of something pursuing me. I paused. It was but the beating of my own heart, audible in the deep stillness of that eventful moment. I pressed my hand on my breast, as a mother would on an infant whom she tried to pacify. It did not cease to throb, however. I entered the passage. I approached the door, of which hope and despair seemed to stand the alternate portresses. The words still rung in my ears, "Be here tomorrow evening at the same hour." I stooped, and saw, with eyes that devoured the sight, a piece of paper appear under the door. I seized and buried it in my habit. I trembled with such ecstasy that I thought I never should be able to carry it undiscovered to my cell. I succeeded, however, and the contents, when I read them, justified my emotion. To my unspeakable uneasiness, great part of it was illegible. From being crushed amid the stones and damp clay contiguous to the door, and from the first page I could hardly extract that he had kept in the country almost a prisoner, through the influence of the director, that one day, while shooting with one attendant, the hope of liberation suddenly filled him with the idea of terrifying this man into submission. Presenting his loaded fowling piece at the terrified wretch, he threatened him with instant death if he made the least opposition. The man suffered himself to be bound to a tree, and the next page, though much defaced, gave me to understood that he had reached Madrid in safety, and heard for the first time the event of my ill-fated appeal. The effect of this intelligence on the impetuous, sanguine, and affectionate Juan could be easily traced in the broken and irregular lines which he vainly attempted to describe it. The letter then proceeded: "I am now in Madrid, pledged body and soul never to quit it till you are liberated. If you possess resolution, this is not impossible. The doors even of convents are not inaccessible to a silver key. My first object, that of obtaining communication with you, appeared as impracticable as your escape, yet it has been accomplished. I understood that repairs were going on in the garden, and stationed myself at the door, evening after evening, whispering your name. But it was not till the 6th that you were there." In another part he detailed his plans more fully. "Money and secrecy are the primary objects. The latter I can ensure by the disguises I wear, but the former I scarce know how to obtain. My escape was so sudden that I was wholly unprovided, and have been obliged to dispose of my watch and rings since I reached Madrid, to purchase disguises and procure subsistence. I could command what sums I pleased by disclosing my name, but this would be fatal. The report of my being in Madrid would immediately reach my father's ears. My resource must be a Jew, and when I have obtained money, I have little doubt of effecting your liberation. I have already heard of a person in the convent, under very extraordinary circumstances, who would probably not be disinclined to—" Here a long interval occurred in the letter, which appeared to be written at different times. The next lines I could trace expressed all the lightheartedness of this most fiery, volatile, and generous of created beings. "Be not under the least uneasiness about me. It is impossible that I should be discovered. At school I was remarkable for a dramatic talent, a power of personation almost incredible, and which I now find of infinite service. Sometimes I strut as a majo with enormous whiskers. Sometimes I assume the accent of a Biscayan, and, like the husband of Donna Rodriguez, am as good a gentleman as the king because I came from the mountains. But my favorite disguise is that of a mendicant or a fortune teller. The former procures me access to the convent, the other money and intelligence. Thus I am paid, while I appear to be the buyer. When the wanderings and stratagems of the day are over, you would smile to see the loft and pallet to which the heir of Monteseda retires. This masquerade amuses me more than the spectators. A consciousness of our superiority is often more delightful when confined to our own breasts than when expressed by others. Besides, I feel as if the squalid bed, the tottering seat, the cobwebbed rafters, the rancid oil, and all the other agremens of my new abode were a kind of atonement for the wrongs I have done you, Alonzo. My spirits sometimes sink under privations so new to me, but still a kind of playful and wild energy, peculiar to my character, supports me. I shudder at my situation when I retire at night, and place for the first time with my own hands the lamp on their miserable hearth. But I laugh when, in the morning, I attire myself in fantastic rags, discolour my face, and modulate my accent, so that the people in the house, where I tenant a garret, when they meet me on the stairs, do not know the being they saw the preceding evening. I change my abode and costume every day. Feel no fears about me, but come every evening to the door in the passage, for every evening I shall have fresh intelligence for you. My industry is indefatigable, my zeal unquenchable, my heart and soul are on fire in the cause. Again I pledge myself, soul and body, never to quit this spot till you are free. Depend on me, Alonzo. I will spare you, sir, the detail of the feelings. Feelings! Oh, my God, pardon me the prostration of heart with which I kissed those lines, with which I could have consecrated the hand that traced them, and which are worthy only to be devoted to the image of the great sacrifice. Yet a being so young, so generous, so devoted, with a heart at once so wild and warm, sacrificing all that rank and youth and pleasure could offer, submitting to the vilest disguises, undergoing the most deplorable privations, struggling with what must have been most intolerable to a proud voluptuous boy, and I knew he was all this, hiding his revoltings under a gaiety that was assumed, and a magnanimity that was real, and all this for me. Oh, what I felt! The next evening I was at the door. No paper appeared, though I sat watching for it till the declining light made it impossible for me to discover it had it been there. The next I was more fortunate. It appeared. The same disguised voice whispered, "Alonzo," in tones that were the sweetest music that ever reached my ears. This billet contained but a very few lines, so I found no difficulty in swallowing it immediately after perusal. It said, "I have found a Jew, at last, who will advance me a large sum. He pretends not to know me, though I am satisfied he does. But his usurious interest and illegal practices are my full security. I shall be master of the means of liberating you in a few days, and I have been fortunate enough to discover how those means may be applied. There is a wretch—" Here the billet ended, and for 4 following evenings the state of repairs excited so much curiosity in the convent, where it was so easy to excite curiosity, that I dared not to remain in the passage without fear of exciting suspicion. All this time I suffered only the agony of suspended hope, but the dread of this accidental communication being finally closed, for I knew the workmen could not have more than a few days to employ on their task. This I conveyed the intelligence of to my brother in the same way in which I received his billets. Then I reproached myself for hurrying him. I reflected on the difficulties of his concealment, of his dealing with Jews, of his bribing the servants of the convent. I thought of all he had undertaken, and all he had undergone. Then I dreaded that all might be in vain. I would not live over those 4 days again to be sovereign of the earth. I will give you one slight proof of what I must have felt when I heard the workmen say, "It will be finished soon." I used to rise at an hour before matins, displace the stones, trample on the mortar, which I mingled with the clay, so as to render it totally useless, and finally re-enact Penelope's web with such success that the workmen believed the devil himself was obstructing their operations, and latterly never came to their task unless armed with a vessel of holy water, which they dashed about with infinite sanctimony and profusion. On the 5th evening I caught the following lines beneath the door: "All is settled. I have fixed the Jew on Jewish terms. He affects to be ignorant to my real rank and certain future wealth. But he knows it all, and dare not, for his own sake, betray me. The Inquisition, to which I could expose him in a moment, is my best security. I must add my only. There is a wretch in your convent who took sanctuary from parricide, and consented to become a monk, to escape the vengeance of heaven in this life at least. I have heard that this monster cut his own father's throat as he sat at supper to obtain a small sum which he had lost at gambling. His partner, who was a loser also, had, it seems, made a vow to an image of the Virgin that was in the neighbourhood of the wretched house where they gamed, to present 2 wax tapers before it in the event of his success. He lost, and in the fury of a gamester, as he repassed the image, he struck and spit at it. This was very shocking, but what was it to the crime of him who is now an inmate of your convent? The one defaced an image, the other murdered his father. Yet the former expired under tortures the most horrible, and the other, after some vain efforts to elude justice, took sanctuary, and is now a lay brother in your convent. On the crimes of this wretch I build all my hopes. His soul must be saturated with avarice, sensuality, and desperation. There is nothing he will hesitate at if he be bribed. For money he will undertake your liberation. For money he will undertake to strangle you in your cell. He envies Judas the 30 pieces of silver for which the Redeemer of mankind was sold. His soul might be purchased at half price. Such is the instrument with which I must work. It is horrible, but necessary. I have read that from the most venomous reptiles and plants have been extracted the most sanative medicines. I will squeeze the juice and trample on the weed. Alonzo, tremble not at these words. Let not your habits prevail over your character. Entrust your liberation to me and the instruments I am compelled to work with, and doubt not that the hand which traces these lines will soon be clasping that of a brother in freedom. I read these lines over and over again in the solitude of my cell when the excitement of watching for, secreting, and perusing it for the first time were over, and many doubts and fears began to gather round me like twilight clouds. In proportion as Juan's confidence increased, mine appeared to diminish. There was a terrifying contrast between the fearlessness, independence, and enterprise of his situation, and the loneliness, timidity, and danger of mine. While the hope of escape through his courage and address still burnt like an inextinguishable light in the depths of my heart, I still dreaded entrusting my destiny to a youth so impetuous, though so affectionate. One who had fled from his parents' mansion, was living by subterfuge and imposture in Madrid, and had engaged, as his coadjutor, a wretch whom nature must revolt from. Upon whom and what did my hopes of liberation rest? On the affectionate energies of a wild, enterprising, and unaided being, and the cooperation of a demon who might snatch at a bribe and then shake it in triumph in his ears as the seal of our mutual and eternal despair, while he flung the key of liberation into an abyss where no light could penetrate and from which no arm could redeem it. Under these impressions I deliberated, I prayed, I wept in the agony of doubt. At last I wrote a few lines to Juan, in which I honestly stated my doubts and apprehensions. I stated first my doubts of the possibility of my escape. I said, can it be imagined that a being whom all Madrid, whom all Spain is on the watch for, can elude their detection? Reflect, dear Juan, that I am staked against a community, a priesthood, a nation. The escape of a monk is almost impossible, but his concealment afterwards is downright impossible. Every bell in every convent in Spain would ring out untouched in pursuit of the fugitive. The military, civil, and ecclesiastical powers would all be on the qui vive. Hunted, panting, and despairing, I might fly from place to place, no place affording me shelter. The incensed powers of the church, the fierce and vigorous gripe of the law, the execration and hatred of society, the suspicions of the lowest order among whom I must lurk, to shun and curse their penetration. Think of encountering all this, while the fiery cross of the Inquisition blazes in the van followed by the whole pack, shouting, cheering, hallooing on to the prey. Oh, Juan, if you knew the terrors under which I live, under which I would rather die than encounter them again, even on the condition of liberation. Liberation! Great God! What chance of liberation for a monk in Spain? There is not a cottage where I could rest one night in security. There is not a cavern whose echoes would not resound to the cry of my apostasy. If I was hid in the bowels of the earth, they would discover me, and tear me from its entrails. My beloved Juan, when I consider the omnipotence of the ecclesiastical power in Spain, I may not address it in the language applied to omnipotence itself. If I climb up to heaven, thou art there. If I go down to hell, thou art there also. If I take the wings of morning, and flee unto the uttermost parts of the sea, even there. And suppose my liberation was accomplished. Suppose the convent plunged in a profound torpor, and the unsleeping eye of the Inquisition winked at my apostasy. Where am I to reside? How am I to procure subsistence? The luxurious indolence of my early years unfit me for active employment. The horrible conflict of apathy, the deepest with hostility, the most deadly in monastic life, disqualifies me for society. Throw the doors of every convent in Spain open, and for what will their inmates be fit? For nothing that will either embellish or improve it. What could I do to serve myself? What could I do that would not betray me? I should be a persecuted, breathless fugitive, a branded Cain. Alas! Perhaps expiring in flames, I might see Abel not my victim, but that of the Inquisition. When I had written these lines, with an impulse for which I can account but the writer, I tore them to atoms, burnt them deliberately by the assistance of the lamp in my cell, and went to watch again at the door in the passage, the door of hope. In passing through the gallery I encountered, for a moment, a person of a most forbidding aspect. I drew on one side, for I had made it a point not to mix in the slightest degree with the community, beyond what the discipline of the house compelled me to. As he passed, however, he touched my habit, and gave a most significant look. I immediately comprehended this was the person Juan alluded to in his letter. In a few moments after, on descending to the garden, I found a note that confirmed my conjectures. It contained these words: I have procured the money. I have secured our agent. He is an incarnate devil, but his resolution and intrepidity are unquestionable. Walk in the cloister tomorrow evening. Someone will touch your habit, grasp his left wrist, and that will be the signal. If he hesitates, whisper to him, 'Juan.' He will answer, 'Alonso.' That is your man. Consult with him. Every step that I have taken will be communicated to you by him." After reading these lines, I appeared to myself like a piece of mechanism wound up to perform certain functions in which its cooperation was irresistible. The precipitate vigor of Juan's movements seemed to impel mine without my own concurrence, and as shortness of the time left me no opportunity for deliberation, it left me also none for choice. I was like a clock whose hands are pushed forward, and I struck the hours I was impelled to strike. When a powerful agency is thus exercised on us, when another undertakes to think, feel, and act for us, we are delighted to transfer to him not only our physical, but our moral responsibility. We say with selfish cowardice and self-flattering passiveness, "Be it so, you have decided for me," without reflecting that at the bar of God there is no bail. So I walked the next evening in the cloister. I composed my habit, my looks. Any one would have imagined me plunged in profound meditation, and so I was, but not on the subjects with which they conceived I was occupied. As I walked, someone touched my habit. I started, and, to my consternation, one of the monks asked my pardon, for the sleeve of his tunic had touched mine. 2 minutes after, another touched my habit. I felt the difference. There was an intelligential and communicative force in his grasp. He seized it as one who did not fear to be known, and who had no need to apologize. How is it that any crime thus seizes us in life with a fearless grasp, while the touch of conscience trembles on the verge of our garment? One would almost parody the words of the well-known Italian proverb, and say that guilt is masculine and innocence feminine. I grasped his wrist with a trembling hand, and whispered, "Juan," in the same breath. He answered, "Alonso," and passed me onward in a moment. I had then a few moments' leisure to reflect on a destiny thus singularly entrusted to a being whose affections honored humanity, and a being whose crimes disgraced it. I was suspended like Mahomet's tomb between heaven and earth. I felt an antipathy indescribable to hold any communication with a monster who had tried to hide the stains of parricide, by casting over their bloody and ineffaceable traces the shroud of monasticism. I felt also an inexpressible terror of Juan's passions and precipitancy, and I felt ultimately that I was the power of all I dreaded most, and I must submit to the operation of that power for my liberation. I was in the cloisters the following evening. I cannot say I walked with a step so equal, but I am sure I did with a step much more artificially regular. For the second time the same person touched my habit, and whispered the name of Juan. After this I could no longer hesitate. I said in passing, "I am in your power." A hoarse, repulsive voice answered, "No, I am in yours." I murmured, "Well, then, I understand you. We belong to each other." "Yes, we must not speak here, but a fortunate opportunity presents itself for our communication. Tomorrow will be the eve of the feast of Pentecost. The vigil is kept by the whole community, who go two and two every hour to the altar, pass their hour in prayer, and then are succeeded by 2 more, and this continues all night. Such is the aversion with which you have inspired the community, that they have one and all refused to accompany you during your hour, which is to be from 2 till 3. You will therefore be alone, and during your hour I will come and visit you. We shall be undisturbed and unsuspected." At these words he quitted me. The next night was the eve of Pentecost. The monks went 2 and 2 all night to the altar. At 2 o'clock my turn arrived. They rapped at my cell, and I descended to the church alone. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Melmoth the Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Melmoth the Wanderer by Charles Robert Maturin. Chapter 8. Read by Andrew Huguelet. Chapter 8. Ye monks and nuns throughout the land, who go to church at night in pairs, never take the bell ropes in your hands to raise you up again from prayers. Coleman. I am not superstitious, but as I entered the church, I felt a chill of body and soul inexpressible. I approached the altar and attempted to kneel. An invisible hand repelled me. A voice seemed to address me from the recesses of the altar and demand what brought me here. I reflected that those who had just quitted that spot had been absorbed in prayer, and that those who were to succeed me would be engaged in the same profound homage. while I sought the church with a purpose of imposture and deception, and abused the hour allotted to divine worship in contriving the means to escape from it. I felt I was a deceiver, shrouding my fraud in the very veils of the temple. I trembled at my purpose and at myself. I knelt, however, though I did not dare to pray. The steps of the altar felt unusually cold. I shuddered at the silence I was compelled to observe. Alas! how can we expect that object to succeed which we dare not entrust to God? Prayer, sir, when we are deeply engaged in it, not only makes us eloquent, but communicates a kind of answering eloquence to the objects around us. At former times, while I poured out my heart before God, I felt as if the lamps burnt brighter, and the images smiled. The silent midnight air was filled with forms and voices, and every breeze that sighed by the casement bore to my ear the harpings of 1,000 angels. Now all was stilled. The lamps, the images, the altar, the roof, seemed to behold me in silence. They surrounded me like witnesses, whose presence alone is enough to condemn you, without their uttering a word. I dared not look up. I dared not speak. I dared not pray, lest it would unfold a thought I could not supplicate a blessing on. And this kind of keeping a secret, which God must know, is at once so vain and impious. I had not remained long in this state of agitation when I heard a step approach. It was that of him I expected. "Rise," said he, for I was on my knees. "Rise, we have no time to lose. You have but an hour to remain in the church, and I have much to tell you in that hour." I rose. "Tomorrow night is fixed for your escape." "Tomorrow night! Merciful God!" "Yes, in desperate steps there is always more danger from delay than from precipitation. 1,000 eyes and ears are on the watch already. A single sinister or ambiguous movement would render it impossible to escape their vigilance. There may be some danger in hastening matters thus, but it is unavoidable. Tomorrow night, after midnight, descend to the church. It is probable no one will be here. If anyone should, engaged in recollection or in penance, retire to avoid suspicion. Return as soon as the church is empty. I will be here. Do you observe that door?" And he pointed to a low door which I had often observed before, but never remembered to have seen opened. "I have obtained the key of that door, no matter by what means. It formerly led to the vaults of the convent, but for some extraordinary reasons which I have no time to relate, another passage has been opened, and the former has not been employed or frequented for many years. From thence branches another passage, which, I have heard, opens by a trap door into the garden." "Heard," I repeated. "Good God, it is on report, then, you depend in a manner so momentous? If you are not certain that such a passage exists, and that you will be able to trace its windings, may we not be wandering amid them all night? Or perhaps—" "Interrupt me no more with those faint objections. I have no time to listen to fears which I can neither sympathize with nor obviate. When we get through the trap door into the garden, if we ever do, another danger awaits us." He paused, I thought, like a man who is watching the effect of the terrors he excites, not from malignity, but vanity, merely to magnify his own courage in encountering them. I was silent, and, as he heard neither flattery nor fear, he went on. "2 fierce dogs are let loose in the garden every night, but they must be taken care of. The wall is 16 feet high, but your brother has provided a ladder of ropes which you will fling over, and by which you may descend on the other side in safety." "Safety? But then Juan will be in danger." "Interrupt me no more. The danger within the walls is the least you have to dread. Beyond them, where can you seek for refuge or secrecy? Your brother's money will enable you possibly to escape from Madrid. He will bribe high, and every inch of your way must be paved with his gold. But, after that, so many dangers present themselves that the enterprise and the danger seem but just begun. How will you cross the Pyrenees? How—" And he pressed his hand over his forehead with the air of a man engaged in an effort beyond his powers, and sorely perplexed about the means to effect it. His expression, so full of sincerity, struck me forcibly. It operated as a balance against all my former prepossessions. But still, the more confidence I felt in him, the more I was impressed by his fears. I repeated after him, "How is it possible for me to escape ultimately?" "I may, by your assistance, traverse those intricate passages, whose cold dews I feel already distilling on me. I may emerge into light, ascend and descend the wall, but after that, how am I to escape? How am I even to live? All Spain is but one great monastery. I must be a prisoner every step that I take." "Your brother must look to that," he said abruptly. "I have done what I have undertaken." I then pressed him with several questions relating the details of my escape. His answer was monotonous, unsatisfactory, and evasive, to a degree that again filled me first with suspicion and then with terror. I asked, "But how have you obtained possession of the keys?" "It is not your business to inquire." It was singular that he returned the same answer to every question I put to him relative to his becoming possessed of the means to facilitate my escape, so that I was compelled to desist unsatisfied, and revert to what he had told me. But then, that terrible passage near the vaults, the chance, the fear that we may never emerge to the light. Think of wandering amid sepulchral ruins, of stumbling over the bones of the dead, of encountering what I cannot describe. The horror of being among those who are neither the living nor the dead, those dark and shadowless things that sport themselves with the relics of the dead, and feast and love amid corruption, ghastly, mocking, and terrific. Must we pass near the vaults? What matter? Perhaps I have more reason to dread them than you. Do you expect the spirit of your father to start from the earth to blast you? At these words, which he uttered in a tone intended to inspire me with confidence, I shuddered with horror. They were uttered by a parricide, boasting of his crime in a church at midnight, amid saints whose images were silent, but seemed to tremble. For relief, I reverted to the unscalable wall and the difficulty of managing the ladder of ropes without detection. The same answer was on his lips. "Leave that to me. All that is settled." While he answered thus, he always turned to face away, and broke his words into monosyllables. At last I felt that the case was desperate, that I must trust everything to him. To him! Oh my God, what I felt when I said this to myself! The conviction thrilled on my soul. I am in his power. And yet, even under the impression, I could not help recurring to the impracticable difficulties that appeared to obstruct my escape. He then lost patience, reproached me with timidity and ingratitude, and, while resuming his naturally ferocious and menacing tone, I actually felt more confidence in him than when he had attempted to disguise it. Half remonstrance, half invective as it was, what he said displayed so much ability, intrepidity, and art, that I began to feel a kind of doubtful security. I conceived, at least, that if any being on earth could effect my liberation, this was the man. He had no conception of fear, no idea of conscience. When he hinted at his having murdered his father, it was done to impress me with the idea of his hardihood. I saw this from his expression, for I had involuntarily looked up at him. His eye had neither the hollowness of remorse nor the wandering of fear. It glared on me, bold, challenging, and prominent. He had but one idea annexed to the word danger, that of the strong excitement. He undertook a perilous attempt as a gamester would sit down to encounter an antagonist worthy of him, and, if life and death were the stake, he only felt as if he were playing at the higher rate, and the increased demands on his courage and talent actually supplied him with the means of meeting them. Our conference was now nearly at an end, when it occurred to me that this man was exposing himself to a degree of danger which it was almost incredible he should brave on my account, and this mystery, at least, I was resolved to penetrate. I said, "But how will you provide for your own safety? What will become of you when my escape is discovered? Would not the most dreadful punishments attend even the suspicion of your having been an agent in it? And what must be the result when the suspicion is exchanged for the most undeniable certainty?" It is impossible for me to describe the change his expression underwent when I uttered these words. He looked at me for some time without speaking, with an indefinable mixture of sarcasm, contempt, doubt, and curiosity in his countenance, and then attempted to laugh, but the muscles of his face were too stubborn and harsh to admit of this modulation. To features like his, frowns were a habit, and smiles a convulsion. He could produce nothing but a rictus sardonicus, the terrors of which there is no describing. It is very frightful to behold a crime in its merriment. Its smile must be purchased by many groans. My blood ran cold as I looked at him. I waited for the sound of his voice as a kind of relief. At length he said, "Do you imagine me such an idiot as to promote your escape at the risk of imprisonment for life? Perhaps of immurement? Perhaps of the Inquisition?" And again he laughed. "No, we must escape together. Could you suppose I would have so much anxiety about an event in which I had no part but that of an assistant? It was of my own danger I was thinking. It was my own safety I was doubtful. Our situation has happened to unite very opposite characters in the same adventure, but it is a union inevitable and inseparable. Your destiny is now bound to mine by a tie which no human force can break. We part no more forever. The secret that each is in the possession of must be watched by the other. Our lives are in each other's hands, and a moment of absence might be that of treachery. We must pass life in each watching every breath the other draws, every glance the other gives, in dreading sleep as an involuntary betrayer, and watching the broken murmurs of each other's restless dreams. We may hate each other, torment each other. Worst of all, we may be weary of each other, for hatred itself would be a relief compared to the tedium of our inseparability. But separate we must never." At this picture of the liberty for which I had risked so much, my very soul recoiled. I gazed on the formidable being with whom my existence was thus incorporated. He was now retiring, when he paused at some distance to repeat his words, or perhaps to observe their effect. I was sitting on the altar. It was late. The lamps in the church burned very dimly, and, as he stood in the aisle, He was placed in such a position with regard to that which hung from the roof that the light fell only on his face and one hand, which he extended towards me. The rest of his figure, enveloped in darkness, gave to this bodiless inspector head an effect truly appalling. The ferocity of his features, too, was softened into a heavy and death-like gloom as he repeated, "We part never. I must be near you forever." And the deep tones of his voice rolled like subterranean thunder round the church. A long pause followed. He continued to stand in the same posture, nor had I power to change mine. The clock struck 3. Its sound reminded me that my hour had expired. We separated, each taking different directions, and the 2 monks who succeeded me luckily came a few minutes late, both of them yawning most fearfully, so our departure was unobserved. The day that followed I have no more power of describing than of analyzing a dream to its component parts of sanity, delirium, defeated memory, and triumphant imagination. The sultan in the eastern tale who plunged his head in a basin of water and, before he raised it again, passed through adventures the most vicissitudinous and incredible, was a monarch, a slave, a husband, a widower, a father, childless, in 5 minutes, never underwent the change of mind that I did during that memorable day. I was a prisoner, free, a happy being, surrounded by smiling infants, a victim of the Inquisition, writhing amid flames and execrations. I was a maniac, oscillating between hope and despair. I seemed to myself all that day to be pulling the rope of a bell, whose alternate knell was heaven, hell, and this rung in my ears with all the dreary and ceaseless monotony of the bell of the convent. Night came at last. I might almost say day came, for that day had been my night. Everything was propitious to me. The convent was all hushed. I put my head several times out of my cell, to be assured of this. All was hushed. There was not a step in the corridor, not a voice, not a whisper to be heard under a roof containing so many souls. I stole from my cell. I descended to the church. This was not unusual for those whose consciences or nerves were disturbed during the sleepless gloom of a conventual night. As I advanced to the door of the church, where the lamps were always kept burning, I heard a human voice. I retreated in terror. Then I ventured to give a glance. An old monk was at prayers before one of the images of the saints, and the object of his prayers was to be relieved, not from the anguish of conscience or the annihilation of monasticism, but from the pains of a toothache, for which he had been desired to apply his gums to the image of a saint quite notorious for her efficacy in such cases. The poor old tortured wretch prayed with all the fervency of agony, and then rubbed his gums over and over again on the cold marble, which increased his complaint, his suffering, and his devotion. I watched, listened. There was something at once ludicrous and frightful in my situation. I felt inclined to laugh at my own distress, while it was rising almost to agony every moment. I dreaded, too, the approach of another intruder, and, feeling my fear about to be realized by the approach of someone, I turned round, and, to my inexpressible relief, saw my companion. I made him comprehend by a sign how I was prevented from entering the church. He answered me in the same way, and retreated a few steps, but not without shewing me a bunch of huge keys under his habit. This revived my spirits, and I waited for another half-hour in a state of mental excruciation, which, were it inflicted to the bitterest enemy I might have on earth, I think I would have cried, "Hold, hold, spare him!" The clock struck 2. I writhed and stamped my feet as loud as I dared on the floor of the passage. I was not at all tranquilized by the visible impatience of my companion, who started, from time to time, from his hiding-place behind a pillar of the cloister, flung on me a glance, no, a glare, of wild and restless inquiry, which I answered with one of despondency, and retired, grinding curses between his teeth, whose horrible grating I could hear distinctly in the intervals of my long-withheld breath. At last I took a desperate step. I walked into the church, and, going straight up to the altar, prostrated myself on the steps. The old monk observed me. He believed that I had come there with the same purpose, if not the same feelings, as himself, and he approached me to announce his intention of joining in my aspirations, and entreating an interest in them, as the pain had now reached from the lower jaw to the upper. There is something that one can hardly describe in this union of lowest with the highest interests of life. I was a prisoner, panting for emancipation and staking my existence on the step I was compelled to take. My whole interest for time, and perhaps for eternity, hung on a moment, and beside me knelt a being whose destiny was decided already, who could be nothing but a monk for the few years of his worthless existence, and who was supplicating a short remission from a temporary pain, that I would have endured my whole life for an hour's liberty. As he drew near me and supplicated an interest in my prayers, I shrunk away. I felt a difference in the object of our addresses to God that I dared not search my heart for the motive of. I knew not, at the moment, which of us was right, he whose prayer did no dishonor to the place, Or I, who was to struggle against a disorganized and unnatural state of life, whose vows I was about to violate? I knelt with him, however, and prayed for the removal of his pain with a sincerity that cannot be questioned, as the success of my petitions might be the means of procuring his absence. As I knelt, I trembled at my own hypocrisy. I was profaning the altar of God. I was mocking the sufferings of the being I supplicated for. I was the worst of all hypocrites, a hypocrite on my knees and at the altar. Yet was I not compelled to be so? If I was a hypocrite, who had made me one? If I profaned the altar, who had dragged me there, to insult it by vows my soul belied and reversed faster than my lips could utter them? But this was no time for self-examination. I knelt, prayed, and trembled till the poor sufferer, weary of his ineffectual and unanswered supplications, rose and began to crawl away. For a few minutes I shivered in horrible anxiety lest some other intruder might approach, but the quick decisive step that trod the aisle restored my confidence in a moment. It was my companion. He stood beside me. He uttered a few curses, which sounded very shocking in my ears, more from the force of habit and the influence of the place than from the meaning attached to them, and then hurried on to the door. A large bunch of keys was in his hand, and I followed instinctively this pledge of my liberation. The door was very low. We descended to it by 4 steps. He applied his key, muffling it in the sleeve of his habit to suppress the sound. At every application he recoiled, gnashed his teeth, stamped, then applied both hands. The lock did not give way. I clasped my hands in agony, tossed them over my head. "Fetch a light," he said in a whisper. "Take a lamp from before one of those figures." The levity with which he spoke of the holy images appalled me, and the act appeared to me nothing short of sacrilege. Yet I went and took a lamp, which, with a shuddering hand, I held to him as he again tried the key. During the second attempt, we communicated in whispers those fears that left us scarce breath even for whispers. "Was not that a noise?" "No, it was the echo of this jarring, stubborn lock." "Is there no one coming?" "Not one." "Look out into the passage." "Then I cannot hold the light to you." "No matter. Anything but detection." "Anything for escape," I retorted with a courage that made him start, as I set down the lamp and joined my strength to his to turn the key. It grated, resisted. The lock seemed invincible. Again we tried. With cranched teeth, indrawn breath, and fingers stripped almost to the bone. In vain. Again in vain. Whether the natural ferocity of his temper bore disappointment worse than mine, or that, like many men of undoubted courage, he was impatient of a slight degree of physical pain, in a struggle where he would have risked and lost life without a murmur, or how it was, I know not, but he sunk down on the steps leading to the door, wiped away the big drops of toil and terror from his forehead with the sleeve of his habit, and cast on me a look that was at once a pledge of sincerity and of despair. The clock struck 3. The sound rung in my ears like the trumpet of the day of doom, the trumpet that will sound. He clasped his hands in fierce and convulsive agony that might have pictured the last struggles of the impenitent malefactor, that agony without remorse, that suffering without requital or consolation, that, if I may say so, arrays crime in the dazzling robe of magnanimity, and makes us admire the fallen spirit with whom we dare not sympathize. "We are undone," he cried. "You are undone. At the hour of 3 another monk is to enter on his hour of recollection." And he added in a lower tone of horror inexpressible, "I hear his footsteps in the passage." At the moment he uttered these words, the key, that I had never ceased to struggle with, turned in the lock. The door opened, the passage lay free to us. My companion recovered himself at this sight, and in the next moment we were both in the passage. Our first care was to remove the key and lock the door on the inside, and during this we had the satisfaction to discover that there was no one in the church, no one approaching it. Our fears had deceived us. We retired from the door, looked at each other with a kind of breathless, half-revived confidence, and began our progress through the vault in silence and in safety. In safety! My God! I yet tremble at the thought of that subterranean journey, amid the vaults of a convent, with a parricide for my companion. But what is there that danger will not familiarize us with? Had I been told such a story of another, I would have denounced him as the most reckless and desperate being on earth. Yet I was the man. I had secured the lamp, whose light appeared to reproach me with sacrilege at every gleam it shed on our progress, and followed my companion in silence. Romances have made your country, sir, familiar with the tales of subterranean passages and supernatural horrors. All these painted by the most eloquent pen must fall short of the breathless horror felt by a being engaged in an enterprise beyond his powers, experience, or calculation, driven to trust his life in liberation to hands that reeked with a father's blood. It was in vain that I tried to make up my mind, that I said to myself, "This is to last but for a short time. that I struggled to force on myself the conviction that was necessary to have such associates in desperate enterprises. It was all in vain. I trembled at my situation, at myself, and that is a terror we can never overcome. I stumbled over the stones. I was chilled with horror at every step. A blue mist gathered before my eyes. It furred the edges of the lamp with a dim and hazy light. My imagination began to operate, and when I heard the curses with which my companion reproached my involuntary delay, I began almost to fear that I was following in the steps of a demon, who had lured me here for purposes beyond the reach of imagination to picture. Tales of superstition crowded on me like images of terror on those who were in the dark. I had heard of infernal beings who deluded monks with the hopes of liberation, seduced them into the vaults of the convent, and then proposed conditions which it is almost as horrible to relate as to undergo the performance of. I thought of being forced to witness the unnatural revels of a diabolical feast, of seeing the rotting flesh distributed, of drinking the dead corrupted blood, of hearing the anthems of fiends howled in insult on that awful verge where life and eternity mingle, of hearing the hallelujahs of the choir echoed even through the vaults where demons were yelling the black mass of their infernal Sabbath. I thought of all that the interminable passage, the livid light, and the diabolical companion might suggest. Our wanderings in the passage seemed to be endless. My companion turned to right, to left, advanced, retreated, paused. The pause was dreadful. Then advanced again, tried another direction, where the passage was so low that I was obliged to crawl on my hands and knees to follow him, and even in this posture my head struck against the ragged roof. When we had proceeded for a considerable time, at least so it appeared to me, for minutes or hours in the noctuary of terror has no diary, this passage became so narrow and so low that I could proceed no farther, and wondered how my companion could have advanced beyond me. I called to him, but received no answer, and, in the darkness of the passage, or rather hole, it was impossible to see 10 inches before me. I had the lamp, too, to watch, which I had held with a careful trembling hand, but which began to burn dim in the condensed and narrow atmosphere. A gush of terror rose in my throat. Surrounded as I was by damps and dews, my whole body felt in a fever. I called again, but no voice answered. In situations of peril the imagination is unhappily fertile, and I could not help recollecting and applying a story I had once read of some travelers who attempted to explore the vaults of the Egyptian pyramids. One of them, who was advancing, as I was, on his hands and knees, stuck in the passage, and, whether from terror or from natural consequences of his situation, swelled so that it was impossible for him to retreat, advance, or allow a passage for his companions. The party were on their return, and finding their passage stopped by this irremovable obstruction, their lights trembling on the verge of extinction, and their guide, terrified beyond the power of direction or advice, proposed, in the selfishness to which the feeling of vital danger reduces all, to cut off the limbs of the wretched being who obstructed their passage. He heard this proposal, and, contracting himself with agony at the sound, was reduced, by that strong muscular spasm, to his usual dimensions, dragged out, and afforded room for the party to advance. He was suffocated, however, in the effort, and left behind a corpse. All this detail, that takes many words to tell, rushed on my soul in a moment. On my soul. No, on my body. I was all physical feeling, all intense corporeal agony, and God only knows, and man only can feel, how that agony can absorb and annihilate all other feeling within us. How we could, in such a moment, feed on a parent, to gnaw out our passage into life and liberty, as sufferers in a wreck have been known to gnaw their own flesh for the support of that existence which the unnatural morsel was diminishing at every agonizing bite. I tried to crawl backwards. I succeeded. I believe the story I recollected had an effect on me. I felt a contraction of muscles corresponding to what I had read of. I felt myself almost liberated by the sensation, and the next moment I was actually so. I had got out of the passage, I knew not how. I must have made one of those extraordinary exertions whose energy is perhaps not only increased by, but dependent on, our unconsciousness of them. However it was, I was extricated, and stood breathless and exhausted with the dying lamp in my hand, staring around me and seeing nothing but the black and dripping walls, and the low arches of the vault, that seemed to lower over me like a frown of an eternal hostility, a frown that forbids hope or escape. The lamp was rapidly extinguishing in my hand. I gazed on it with a fixed eye. I knew that my life, and, what was dearer than my life, my liberation, depended on my watching its last glimpse. Yet I gazed on it, with the eye of an idiot, a stupefied stare. The lamp glimmered more faintly. Its dying gleams awoke me to recollection. I roused myself. I looked around. A strong flash discovered an object near me. I shuddered. I uttered cries, though I was unconscious of doing so, for a voice said to me, "Hush! Be silent! I left you only to reconnoitre the passages. I have made out the way to the trap door. Be silent and all is well." I advanced, trembling. My companion appeared trembling too. He whispered, "Is the lamp so nearly extinguished?" "You see. Try to keep it in for a few moments." "I will. But if I cannot, what then?" "Then we must perish," he added, with an execration that I thought would have brought down the vaults over our heads. It is certain, sir, however, that desperate sentiments are best suited to desperate emergencies, and this wretch's blasphemies gave me a kind of horrible confidence in his courage. On he went, muttering curses before me, and I followed, watching the last light of the lamp with agony increased by my fear of further provoking my horrible guide. I have before mentioned how our feelings, even in the most fearful exigencies, dwindle into petty and wretched details. With all my care, however, the lamp declined, quivered, flashed a pale light, like the smile of despair on me, and was extinguished. I shall never forget the look my guide threw on me by its sinking light. I had watched it like the last beatings of an expiring heart, like the shiverings of a spirit about to part for eternity. I saw it extinguished, and believed myself already among those for whom the blackness of darkness is reserved for ever. It was at this moment that a faint sound reached our frozen ears. It was the chaunt of matins, performed by candlelight at this season of the year, which was begun in the chapel now far above us. This voice of heaven thrilled us. We seemed the pioneers of darkness on those very frontiers of hell. This superb insult of celestial triumph, that amid the strains of hope spoke despair to us, announced a God to those who were stopping their ears against the sound of his name, had an effect indescribably awful. I fell to the ground, whether from my stumbling from the darkness, or shrinking from emotion, I know not. I was roused by the rough arm and rougher voice of my companion. Amid execrations that froze my blood, he told me this was no time for failing or fear. I asked him, trembling, what I was to do. He answered, "Follow me, and feel your way in the darkness." Dreadful sounds. Those who tell us the whole of our calamity always appear malignant, for our hearts, or our imaginations, always flatter us that it is not so great as reality proves it to be. Truth is told us by any mouth sooner than our own. In darkness, total darkness, and on my hands and knees, for I could no longer stand, I followed him. This motion soon affected my head. I grew giddy at first, then stupefied. I paused. He growled a curse, and I instinctively quickened my movements, like a dog who hears the voice of a chiding master. My habit was now in rags from my struggles, my knees and hands stripped of skin. I had received several severe bruises on my head from striking against the jagged and unhewn stones which form the irregular sides and roof of this eternal passage. And, above all, the unnatural atmosphere, combined with the intensity of my emotion, had produced a thirst, the agony of which I can compare to nothing but that of a burning coal dropped into my throat, which I seemed to suck for moisture, but which left only drops of fire on my tongue. Such was my state when I called out to my companion that I could proceed no farther. "Stay here and rot, then," was the answer, and perhaps the most soothing words of encouragement could not have produced so strong an effect on me. This confidence of despair, this bravado against danger that menaced the power in his very citadel, gave me a temporary courage. But what is courage amidst darkness and doubt? From the faltering steps, the suffocated breath, and muttered curses, I guessed what was going on. I was right. The final, hopeless stop followed instantly, announced by the last wild sob, the cranching of despairing teeth, the clasping, or rather clap, of the locked hands, in the terrible ecstasy of utter agony. I was kneeling behind him at that moment, and I echoed every cry and gesture with a violence that started my guide. He silenced me with curses. Then he attempted to pray, but his prayers sounded so like curses, and his curses were so like prayers to the evil one, that, choking with horror, I implored him to cease. He did cease, and for nearly half an hour neither of us uttered a word. We lay beside each other like two panting dogs that I have read of, who lay down to die close to the animal they pursued, whose fur they fanned with their dying breath while unable to mouth her. Such appeared emancipation to us, so near and yet so hopeless. We lay thus, not daring to speak to each other, for who could speak but of despair, and which of us dared to aggravate the despair of the other? This kind of fear which we know already felt by others, and which we dread to aggravate by uttering, even to those who know it, is perhaps the most horrible sensation ever experienced. The very thirst of my body seemed to vanish in this fiery thirst of soul for communication, where all communication was unutterable, impossible, hopeless. Perhaps the condemned spirits will feel thus at their final sentence, when they know all that is to be suffered, and dare not disclose to each other that horrible truth which is no longer a secret, but which the profound silence of their despair would seem to make one. The secret of silence is the only secret. Words are a blasphemy against that taciturn and invisible God, whose presence enshrouds us in our last extremity. These moments that appeared to me endless were soon to cease. My companion sprung up. He uttered a cry of joy. I imagined him deranged. He was not. He exclaimed, "Light! Light! The light of heaven! We are near the trap door! I see the light through it!" Amid all the horrors of our situation, he had kept his eye constantly turned upwards, for he knew that, if we were near it, the smallest glimmering of light would be visible in the intense darkness that enveloped us. He was right. I started up. I saw it too. With locked hands, with dropped and wordless lips, with dilated and thirsting eyes, we gazed upwards. A thin line of gray appeared above our heads. It broadened. It grew brighter. It was the light of heaven, and its breezes too came fluttering to us through the chinks of that trap door that opened into the garden. End of Chapter 8 of Melmoth the Wanderer.
Chapter 9 of Melmoth the Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Melmoth the Wanderer by Charles Robert Maturin. Chapter 9. Though life and liberty seemed so near, our situation was still very critical. The morning light that aided our escape might open many an eye to mark it. There was not a moment to be lost. My companion proposed to ascend first, and I did not venture to oppose him. I was too much in his power to resist, and in early youth superiority of depravity always seems like a superiority of power. We reverence with a prostituted idolatry those who have passed through the degrees of vice before us. This man was criminal, and crime gave him a kind of heroic immunity in my eyes. Premature knowledge in life is always to be purchased by guilt. He knew more than I did. He was my all in this desperate attempt. I dreaded him as a demon, yet I invoked him as a god. In the end, I submitted to his proposal. I was very tall, but he was much stronger than I. He rose on my shoulders. I trembled under his weight, but he succeeded in raising the trap door. The full light of day broke on us both. In a moment he dropped his hold of the door. He fell to the ground with a force that struck me down. He exclaimed, "The workmen are there. They have come about the repairs. We are lost if we are discovered. They are there. The garden is full of them already. They will be there the whole day. That cursed lamp, it has undone us. Had it but kept in for a few moments, we might have been in the garden, might have crossed the wall, might have been at liberty. And now—" He fell to the ground, convulsed with rage and disappointment as he spoke. To me there was nothing so terrible in this intelligence. That we were disappointed for a time was evident, but we had been relieved from the most horrible of all fears, that of wandering in famine and darkness till we perished. We had found the way to the trap door. I had unfailing confidence in Juan's patience and zeal. I was sure that if he was watching for us on that night, he would watch for many a successive night. Finally, I felt we had but 24 hours or less to wait, and what was that to the eternity of hours that must otherwise be wasted in a convent? I suggested all this to my companion as I closed the trap door, but I found in his complaints, imprecations, and tossing restlessness of impatience and despair the difference between man and man in the hour of trial. He possessed active and I passive fortitude. Give him something to do, and he would do it at the risk of limb and life and soul. He never murmured. Give me something to suffer, to undergo, to submit, and I became at once the hero of submission. While this man, with all his physical strength and all his mental hardihood, was tossing on the earth with the imbecility of an infant in a paroxysm of unappeasable passion, I was his consoler, adviser, and supporter. At last he suffered himself to hear reason. He agreed that we must remain 24 hours more in the passage, on which he bestowed a whole litany of curses. So we determined to stand in stillness and darkness till night. But such is the restlessness of the human heart, that this arrangement, which a few hours before we would have embraced as the offer of a benignant angel for our emancipation, began to display, as we were compelled to examine its aspect more closely, certain features that were repulsive almost to hideousness. We were exhausted nearly to death. Our physical exertions had been, for the last few hours, almost incredible. In fact, I am convinced that nothing but the consciousness that we were engaged in a struggle for life or death could have enabled us to support it. and now that the struggle was over, we began to feel our weakness. Our mental sufferings had not been less. We had been excruciated, body and soul alike. Could our mental struggles have operated like our bodily ones, we would have been seen to weep drops of blood, as we felt we were doing at every step of our progress. Recollect too, sir, the unnatural atmosphere we had breathed so long amid darkness and danger, and which now began to show its anti-vital and pestilent effect in producing alternately on our bodies deluges of perspiration, succeeded by a chill that seemed to freeze the very marrow. In this state of mental fever and bodily exhaustion, we had now to wait many hours in darkness without food, till heaven pleased to send us night. But how were those hours to be passed? The preceding day had been one of strict abstinence. We began already to feel the gnawings of hunger, a hunger not to be appeased. We must fast till the moment of liberation, and we must fast amid stone walls and damp seats on floors of stone, which diminished every moment the strength necessary to contend with their impenetrable hardness, their withering chillness. The last thought that occurred to me was, with what a companion those hours must be passed. With a being whom I abhorred from my very soul, while I felt that his presence was at once an irrepealable curse and an invincible necessity. So we stood, shivering under the trap door, not daring to whisper our thoughts to each other, but feeling that despair of incommunication which is perhaps the severest curse that can be inflicted on those who are compelled to be together, and compelled by the same necessity that imposes their ungenial union, not even to communicate their fears to each other. We hear the throb of each other's hearts, and yet dare not say, "My heart beats in unison with yours." As we stood thus, the light became suddenly eclipsed. I knew not from what this arose, till I felt a shower, the most violent perhaps that ever was precipitated on the earth, make its way even through the trap door, and drench me in 5 minutes to the skin. I retreated from the spot, but not before I had received it in every pore of my body. You, sir, who live in happy Ireland, blessed by God with an exemption from those vicissitudes of the atmosphere, can have no idea of their violence in continental countries. This rain was followed by peals of thunder that made me fear God was pursuing me into the abysses where I had shrunk to escape from his vengeance, and drew from my companion blasphemies more loud than thunder, as he felt himself drenched by the shower that now, flooding the vault, rose almost to our ankles. At last he proposed our retiring to a place which he said he was acquainted with, and which would shelter us. He added that it was but a few steps from where we stood, and that we could easily find our way back. I did not dare to oppose him, and followed to a dark recess, only distinguished from the rest of the vault by the remains of what had once been a door. It was now light, and I could distinguish objects plainly by the deep hollows framed for the shooting of the bolt, and the size of the iron hinges that still remained, though covered with rust. I saw it must have been of no common strength, and probably intended to secure the entrance to a dungeon. There was no longer a door, yet I shuddered to enter it. As we did so, both of us, exhausted in body and mind, sunk on the hard floor. We did not say a word to each other. An inclination to sleep irresistibly overcame us, and whether that sleep was to be my last or not, I felt a profound indifference. Yet I was now on the verge of liberty, and though drenched, famishing, and comfortless, was, in any rational estimate, an object much more enviable than in the heart-withering safety of my cell. Alas, it is too true that our souls always contract themselves on the approach of a blessing, and seem as if their powers, exhausted in the effort to obtain it, had no longer energy to embrace the object. Thus we are always compelled to substitute the pleasure of the pursuit for that of the attainment, to reverse the means for the end, or confound them in order to extract any enjoyment from either, and at last fruition becomes only another name for lassitude. These reflections certainly did not occur to me when, worn out with toil, terror, and famine, I fell on the stone floor in a sleep that was not sleep. It seemed the suspension both of my mortal and immortal nature. I ceased from animal and intellectual life at once. There are cases, sir, where the thinking power appears to accompany us to the very verge of slumber, where we sleep full of delightful thoughts, and sleep only to review them in our dreams. But there are also cases when we feel that our sleep is a sleep forever, when we resign the hope of immortality for the hope of a profound repose, when we demand from the harassings of fate, rest, rest, and no more, when the soul and body faint together, and all we ask of God or man is to let us sleep. In such a state I fell to the ground, and at that moment would have bartered all my hopes of liberation for 12 hours' profound repose, as Esau sold his birthright for a small but indispensable refreshment. I was not to enjoy even this repose long. My companion was sleeping too. Sleeping, great God! What was his sleep? That in whose neighborhood no one could close an eye or worse an ear. He talked as loudly and incessantly as if he had been employed in all the active offices of life. I heard involuntarily the secret of his dreams. I knew he had murdered his father, but I did not know that the vision of parricide haunted him in his broken visions. My sleep was first broken by sounds as horrible as any I ever had heard at my bedside in the convent. I heard sounds that disturbed me, but I was not yet fully awake. They increased, they redoubled. The terrors of my habitual associations awoke me. I imagined the superior and the whole community pursuing us with lighted torches. I felt the blaze of the lights in contact with my very eyeballs. I shrieked. I said, "Spare my sight, do not blind me, do not drive me mad, and I will confess all." A deep voice near me muttered, "Confess." I started up fully awake. It was only the voice of my sleeping companion. I stood on my feet. I viewed him as he lay. He heaved and wallowed on his bed of stone as if it had been down. He seemed to have a frame of adamant. The jagged points of stone, the hardness of the floor, the ruts and rudenesses of his inhospitable bed produced no effect on him. He could have slept, but his dreams were from within. I have heard, I have read of the horrors attending the dying beds of the guilty. They often told us of such in the convent. One monk in particular, who was a priest, was fond of dwelling on a deathbed scene he had witnessed, and of describing its horrors. He related that he had urged a person who was sitting calmly in his chair, though evidently dying, to entrust him with his confession. The dying person answered, "I will, when those leave the room." The monk, conceiving that this referred to the relatives and friends, motioned them to retire. They did so, and again the monk renewed his demands on the conscience of the penitent. The room was now empty. The monk renewed his adjuration to the dying man to disclose the secrets of his conscience. The answer was the same: "I will when those are gone." "Those?" "Yes, those whom you cannot see and cannot banish. Send them away, and I will tell you the truth." "Tell it now, then." "There are none here but you and me." "There are," answered the dying man. "There are none that I can see," said the monk, gazing round the room. "But there are those that I do see," replied the dying wretch, "and that see me, that are watching, waiting for me, the moment the breath is out of my body. I see them, I feel them, stand on my right side." The monk changed his position. "Now they are on the left." The monk shifted again. "Now they are on my right." The monk commanded the children and relatives of the dying wretch to enter the room and surround the bed. They obeyed the command. "Now they are everywhere," exclaimed the sufferer, and expired. This terrible story came freshly to my recollection, accompanied by many others. I had heard much of the terrors that surrounded the dying bed of the guilty, but from what I was compelled to hear, I almost believe them to be less than the terrors of a guilty sleep. I have said my companion began at first with low mutterings, but among them I could distinguish sounds that reminded me too soon of all I wished to forget, at least while we were together. He murmured, "An old man? Yes, well, the less blood in him. Gray hairs? No matter, my crimes have helped to turn them gray. He ought to have rent them from the roots long ago. They are white, you say? Well, tonight they shall be dyed in blood, then they will be white no longer. Aye, he will hold them up at the day of judgment like a banner of condemnation against me. He will stand at the head of an army stronger than the army of martyrs, the host of those whose murderers have been their own children. What matter whether they cut their parents' hearts or their throats? I have cut one through and through to the very core. Now for the other, I will give him less pain, I feel that. And he laughed, shuddered, and writhed on his stony bed. Trembling with horror ineffable, I tried to awake him. I shook his muscular arms, I rolled him on his back, on his face. Nothing could awake him. It seemed as if I was only rocking him on his cradle of stone. He went on, secure the purse. I know the drawer of the cabinet where it lies, but secure him first. Well then, you cannot. You shudder at his white hairs, at his calm sleep. Ha ha! That villains should be fools. Well then, I must be the man. It is but a short struggle with him or me. He may be damned, and I must. Hush, how the stairs creak. They will not tell him it is his son's foot that is ascending. They dare not. The stones of the wall would give them the lie. Why did you not oil the hinges of the door? Now for it. He sleeps intensely. Aye, how calm he looks. The calmer the fitter for heaven. Now, my knee is on his breast. Where's the knife? Where's the knife? If he looks at me, I am lost. The knife, I am a coward. The knife, if he opens his eyes, I am gone. The knife, ye cursed cravens. Who dare shrink when I have gripped my father's throat? There, blood to the hilt, the old man's blood. Look for the money while I wipe the blade. I cannot wipe it. The gray hairs are mingled with the blood. Those hairs brushed my lips the last time he kissed me. I was a child then. I would not have taken a world to murder him then. Now, what am I? Ha! Let Judas shake his bag of silver against mine. He betrayed his Savior, and I've murdered my father. Silver against silver, and soul against soul. I've got more for mine. He was a fool to sell his for 30. But for which of us will the last fire burn hotter? No matter, I'm going to try. At these horrible expressions, repeated over and over, I called, I shrieked to my companion to awake. He did so, with a laugh almost as wild as the chattering of his dreams. Well, what have you heard? I murdered him. You knew that long before. You trusted me in this cursed adventure, which will risk the life of both. And can you not bear to hear me speak to myself, though I am only telling what you knew before? No, I cannot bear it, I answered, in an agony of horror. Not even to effect my escape could I undertake to sustain another hour like the past. The prospect of seclusion here for a whole day amid famine, damps, and darkness, listening to the ravings of a— Look not at me with that glare of mockery. I know it all. I shudder at your sight. Nothing but the iron link of necessity could have bound me to you even for a moment. I am bound to you. I must bear it while it continues, but do not make those moments insupportable. My life and liberty are in your hands. I must add my reason, too, in the circumstances in which we are plunged. I cannot sustain your horrible eloquence of sleep. If I am forced to listen to it again, you may bear me alive from these walls, but you will bear me away an idiot, stupefied by terrors which my brain is unable to support. Do not sleep, I adjure you. Let me watch beside you during this wretched day, this day which is to be measured by darkness and suffering, instead of light and enjoyment. I am willing to famish with hunger, to shudder with cold, to couch on these hard stones, but I cannot bear your dreams. If you sleep, I must rouse you in defense of my reason. All physical strength is failing me fast, and I am become more jealous of the preservation of my intellect. Do not cast at me those looks of defiance. I am your inferior at strength, but despair makes us equal. As I spoke, my voice sounded like thunder in my own ears. My eyes flashed visibly to myself. I felt the power that passion gives us, and I saw that my companion felt it too. I went on in a tone that made myself start. If you dare to sleep, I will wake you. If you doze even, you shall not have a moment undisturbed. You shall wake with me. For this long day we must starve and shiver together. I have wound myself up to it. I can bear everything, everything but the dreams of him whose sleep reveals to him the vision of a murdered parent. Wake, rave, blaspheme, but sleep you shall not. The man stared at me for some time, almost incredulous of my being capable of such energy of passion and command. But when he had, by the help of his dilated eyes and gaping mouth, appeared to satisfy himself fully of the fact, his expression suddenly changed. He appeared to feel a community of nature with me for the first time. Anything of ferocity appeared congenial and balsamic to him, and with oaths that froze my blood swore he liked me the better for my resolution. I will keep awake, he added, with a yawn that distended like the jaws of an ogre preparing for his cannibal feast. Then suddenly relaxing, but how shall we keep awake? We have nothing to eat, nothing to drink. What shall we do to keep awake? And incontinently he uttered a volley of curses. Then he began to sing. But what songs, full of such ribaldry and looseness that, bred as I was first in domestic privacy and then in the strictness of a convent, made me believe it was an incarnate demon that was howling beside me. I implored him to cease, but this man could pass so instantaneously from the extremes of atrocity to those of levity, from the ravings of guilt and horror ineffable to the songs that would insult a brothel, that I knew not what to make of him. This union of antipodes, this unnatural alliance of the extremes of guilt and light-mindedness, I had never met or imagined before. He started from the visions of a parricide, and sung songs that would have made a harlot blush. How ignorant of life I must have been not to know that guilt and insensibility often join to tenant and deface the same mansion, and that there is not a more strong and indissoluble alliance on earth than that between the hand that dare do anything and the heart that can feel nothing. It was in the midst of one of his most licentious songs that my companion suddenly paused. He gazed about him for some time, and faint and dismal as the light was by which we beheld each other, I thought I could observe an extraordinary expression overshadow his countenance. I did not venture to notice it. "Do you know where we are?" he whispered. "Too well, in the vault of a convent, beyond the help or reach of man, without food, without light, and almost without hope." "Ay, so its last inhabitants might well say." "Its last inhabitants? Who were they?" "I can tell you if you can bear it." "I cannot bear it," I cried, stopping my ears. "I will not listen to it. I feel by the narrator it must be something horrid." "It was indeed a horrid night," said he, unconsciously adverting to some circumstance in the narrative, and his voice sunk into mutterings, and he forbore to mention the subject further. I retired as far from him as the limits of the vault admitted, and, burying my head between my knees, tried to forbear to think. What a state of mind must that be in which we are driven to wish we no longer had one, when we would willingly become as the beasts that perished, to forget that privilege of humanity which only seems an undisputed title to superlative misery. To sleep was impossible, though sleep seems to be only a necessity of nature. It always requires an act of the mind to concur in it. As if I had been willing to rest, the gnawings of hunger which now began to be exchanged for the most deadly sickness would have rendered it impossible. Amid this complication of physical and mental suffering, it is hardly credible, sir, but it is not the less true, that my principal one arose from the inanity, the want of occupation, inevitably attached to my dreary situation. To inflict a suspension of the action on a being conscious of possessing the powers of action, and burning for their employment, to forbid all interchange of mutual ideas or acquirement of new ones to an intellectual being, to do this is to invent a torture that might make Phalaris blush for his impotence of cruelty. I had felt other sufferings almost intolerable, but I felt this impossible to sustain, and will you believe it, sir, after wrestling with it during an hour, as I counted hours, of unimaginable misery, I rose and supplicated my companion to relate the circumstance he had alluded to as connected with our dreadful abode. His ferocious good nature took part with this request in a moment, and though I could see that his strong frame had suffered more than my comparatively feeble one from the struggles of the night and the privations of the day, he prepared himself with a kind of grim alacrity for the effort. He was now in his element. He was enabled to daunt a feeble mind by the narration of horrors, and to amaze an ignorant one with a display of crimes, and he needed no more to make him commence. "I remember," said he, "an extraordinary circumstance connected with this vault. I wondered how I felt so familiar with this door, this arch, at first. I did not recollect immediately. So many strange thoughts have crossed my mind every day, that events which would make a life-lasting impression on others pass like shadows before me, while thoughts appear like substances. Emotions are my events. You know what brought me to this cursed convent. Well, don't shiver or look paler. You were pale before. However it was, I found myself in the convent, and I was obliged to subscribe to its discipline. A part of it was that extraordinary criminals should undergo what they called extraordinary penance, that is, not only submit to every ignominy and rigor of conventual life, which fortunately for its penitents is never wanting in such amusing resources, but act the part of executioner whenever any distinguished punishment was to be inflicted or witnessed. They did me the honor to believe me particularly qualified for this species of recreation, and perhaps they did not flatter me. I had all the humility of a saint on trial, but still I had a kind of confidence in my talents of this description, provided they were put to a proper test, and the monks had the goodness to assure me that I never could long be without one in a convent. This was a very tempting picture of my situation, but I found these worthy people had not in the least exaggerated. An instance occurred a few days after I had the happiness to become a member of this amiable community, of whose merits you are doubtless sensible. I was desired to attach myself to a young monk of distinguished family, who had lately taken the vows, and who performed his duties with that heartless punctuality that intimated to the community that his heart was elsewhere. I was soon put in possession of the business. From their ordering me to attach myself to him, I instantly conceived I was bound to the most deadly hostility against him. The friendship of convents is always a treacherous league. We watch, suspect, and torment each other for the love of God. This young monk's only crime was that he was suspected of cherishing an earthly passion. He was, in fact, as I have stated, the son of a distinguished family who, from the fear of his contracting what is called a degrading marriage, that is, of marrying a woman of inferior rank, whom he loved, and who would have made him happy, as fools, that is, half mankind, estimate happiness, forced him to take the vows. He appeared at times broken-hearted, but at times there was a light of hope in his eye that looked somewhat ominous in the eyes of the community. It is certain that hope, not being an indigenous plant in the parterre of a convent, must excite suspicion with regard both to its origin and its growth. Some time after, a young novice entered the convent. From the moment he did so, a change, the most striking, took place in the young monk. He and the novice became inseparable companions. There was something suspicious in that. My eyes were on the watch in a moment. Eyes are particularly sharpened in discovering misery when they can hope to aggravate it. The attachment between the young monk and the novice went on. They were forever in the garden together. They inhaled the odors of the flowers. They cultivated the same cluster of carnations. They entwined themselves as they walked together. When they were in the choir, their voices were like mixed incense. Friendship is often carried to excess in conventual life, but this friendship was too like love. For instance, the psalms sung in the choir sometimes breathe a certain language. At these words, the young monk and the novice would direct their voices to each other in sounds that could not be misunderstood. If the least correction was inflicted, one would entreat to undergo it for the other. If a day of relaxation was allowed, whatever presents were sent to the cell of one were sure to be found in the cell of the other. This was enough for me. I saw that secret of mysterious happiness which is the greatest misery to those who never can share it. My vigilance was redoubled, and it was rewarded by the discovery of a secret that I had to communicate and raise my consequence by. You cannot guess the importance attached to the discovery of a secret in a convent, particularly when the remission of our own offenses depends on the discovery of those of others. One evening, as the young monk and his darling novice were in the garden, the former plucked a peach, which he immediately offered to his favorite. The latter accepted it with a movement I thought rather awkward. It seemed like what I imagined would be the reverence of a female. The young monk divided the peach with a knife. In doing so, the knife grazed the finger of the novice, and the monk, in agitation inexpressible, tore his habit to bind up the wound. I saw it all, My mind was made up on the business. I went to the superior that very night. The result may be conceived. They were watched, but cautiously at first. They were probably on their guard, for some time it defied even my vigilance to make the slightest discovery. It is a situation incomparably tantalizing when suspicion is satisfied of her own suggestions as of the truth of the gospel, but still wants the little fact to make them credible to others. One night that I had, by direction of the superior, taken my station in the gallery, where I was contented to remain hour after hour and night after night, amid solitude, darkness, and cold, for the chance of the power of retaliating on others the misery inflicted on myself. One night I thought I heard a step in the gallery. I have told you that I was in the dark. A light step passed me. I could hear the broken and palpitating respiration of the person. A few moments after, I heard a door open, and knew it to be the door of the young monk. I knew it, for by long watching in the dark, and accustoming myself to number the cells, by the groan from one, the prayer from another, the faint shriek of restless dreams from a third, my ear had become so finely graduated that I could instantly distinguish the opening of that door, from which, to my sorrow, no sound had ever before issued. I was provided with a small chain by which I fastened the handle of the door to a contiguous one in such a manner that it was impossible to open either of them from the inside. I then hastened to the superior with a pride of which none but the successful tracer of a guilty secret in convents can have any conception. I believe the superior was himself agitated by the luxury of the same feelings, for he was awake and up in his apartment, attended by 4 monks, whom you may remember. I shuddered at the remembrance. I communicated my intelligence with a voluble eagerness, not only unsuited to the respect I owed these persons, but which must have rendered me almost unintelligible. Yet they were good enough not only to overlook this violation of decorum, which would in any other case have been severely punished, but even to supply certain pauses in my narrative with a condescension and facility truly miraculous. I felt what it was to acquire importance in the eyes of a superior, and gloried in all the dignified depravity of an informer. We set out without losing a moment. We arrived at the door of the cell, and I pointed out with triumph the chain unremoved, though a slight vibration, perceptible at our approach, showed the wretches within were already apprised of their danger. I unfastened the door. How they must have shuddered! The superior and his satellites burst into the cell, and I held the light. You tremble. Why? I was guilty, and I wished to witness guilt that palliated mine, at least in the opinion of the convent. I had only violated the laws of nature, but they had outraged the decorum of a convent, and of course in the creed of a convent there was no proportion between our offences. Besides, I was anxious to witness misery that might perhaps equal or exceed my own, and this is a curiosity not easily satisfied. It is actually possible to become amateurs in suffering. I have heard of men who have traveled into countries where horrible executions were to be daily witnessed for the sake of that excitement which the sight of suffering never fails to give, from the spectacle of a tragedy or an auto da fe down to the writhings of the meanest reptile on whom you can inflict torture, and feel that torture is the result of your own power. It is a species of feeling of which we never can divest ourselves, a triumph over those whose sufferings have placed them below us. And no wonder, suffering is always an indication of weakness. We glory in our impenetrability. I did, as we burst into the cell. The wretched husband and wife were locked in each other's arms. You may imagine the scene that followed. Here I must do the superior reluctant justice. He was a man of course from his conventional feelings, who had no more idea of the intercourse between the sexes than between two beings of a different species, the scene that he beheld could not have revolted him more than if he had seen the horrible loves of the baboons and the Hottentot women at the Cape of Good Hope, or those still more loathsome unions between the serpents of South America and their human victims, when they can catch them and twine round them in folds of unnatural and ineffable union. He really stood as much astonished and appalled to see two human beings of different sexes who dared to love each other in spite of monastic ties, as if he had witnessed the horrible conjunctions I have alluded to, had he seen vipers engendering in that frightful knot, which seems the pledge of mortal hostility instead of love, he could not have testified more horror, and I do him the justice to believe he felt all he testified. Whatever affectation he might employ on points of conventual austerity, there was none here. Love was a thing he always believed connected with sin, even though consecrated by the name of a sacrament and called marriage, as it is in our church. But love in a convent? Oh, there is no conceiving his rage. Still less is it possible to conceive the majestic and overwhelming extent of that rage when strengthened by principle and sanctified by religion. I enjoyed the scene beyond all power of description. I saw those wretches who had triumphed over me reduced to my level in a moment, their passions all displayed, and the display placing me, a hero, triumphant above all. I had crawled to the shelter of their walls, a wretched, degraded outcast, and what was my crime? Well, you shudder. I have done with that. I can only say, want drove me to it. And here were beings whom a few months before I would have knelt to as to the images round the shrine, to whom in the moments of my desperate penitence I would have clung as to the horns of the altar, all brought as low and lower than myself. Sons of the morning, as I deemed them in the agonies of my humiliation, how were they fallen? I feasted on the degradation of the apostate monk and novice. I enjoyed to the core of my ulcerated heart the passion of the superior. I felt that they were all men like myself. Angels as I had thought them, they had all proved themselves mortal. And by watching their motions and flattering their passions and promoting their interest or setting up my own in opposition to them all, while I made them believe it was only theirs I was intent on, I might make shift to contrive as much misery to others and to carve out as much occupation to myself as if I were actually living in the world. Cutting my father's throat was a noble feat, certainly. I ask your pardon. I did not mean to extort that groan from you. But here were hearts to be cut, and to the core every day and all day long, so I never could want employment. Here he wiped his hard brow, drew his breath for a moment, and then said, I do not quite like to go through the details by which this wretched pair were deluded into the hope of effecting their escape from the convent. It is enough that I was the principal agent, that the superior connived at it, that I led them through the very passages you have traversed tonight, they trembling and blessing me at every step. That stop, I cried, wretch, you are tracing my course this night step by step. What? He retorted with a ferocious laugh. You think I am betraying you then? And if it were true, what good would your suspicions do you? You are in my power. My voice might summon half the convent to seize you this moment. My arm might fasten you to that wall, till those dogs of death, that wait but my whistle, plunge their fangs into your very vitals. I fancy you would not find their bite less keen from their tusks being so long sharpened by an immersion in holy water. Another laugh that seemed to issue from the lungs of a demon concluded this sentence. I know I am in your power, I answered, and were I to trust to that or to your heart, I had better dash out my brains at once against these walls of rock, which I believe are not harder than the latter. But I know your interest to be some way or other connected with my escape, and therefore I trust you because I must. though my blood, chilled as it is by famine and fatigue, seems frozen in every drop while I listen to you, yet listen I must, and trust my life and liberation to you. I speak to you with the horrid confidence our situation has taught me. I hate, I dread you. If we were to meet in life, I would shrink from you with loathings of unspeakable abhorrence. But here mutual misery has mixed the most repugnant substances in unnatural coalition. The force of that alchemy must cease at the moment of my escape from the convent and from you. Yet for these miserable hours my life is as much dependent on your exertions and presence as my power of supporting them is on the continuance of your horrible tale. Go on, then. Let us struggle through this dreadful day, a name unknown, here, where noon and night shake hands that never unlock. Let us struggle through it, hateful and hating one another, and when it has passed, let us curse and part. As I uttered these words, sir, I felt that terrible confidence of hostility which the worst beings are driven to in the worst of circumstances, and I question whether there is a more horrible situation than that in which we cling to each other's hate instead of each other's love, in which at every step of our progress we hold a dagger to our companion's breast and say, if you falter for a moment, this is in your heart. I hate, I fear, but I must bear with you. It was singular to me, though it would not be so to those who investigate human nature, that in proportion as my situation inspired me with a ferocity quite unsuited to our comparative situations, and which must have been the result of the madness of despair and famine, my companion's respect for me appeared to increase. After a long pause, he asked, might he continue his story? I could not speak, for after the slightest exertion the sickness of deadly hunger returned on me, and I could only signify by a feeble motion of my hand that he might go on. They were conducted here, he continued. I had suggested the plan, and the superior consented to it. He would not be present, but his dumb nod was enough. I was the conductor of their intended escape. They believed they were departing with the connivance of the superior. I led them through those very passages that you and I have trod. I had a map of this subterranean region, but my blood ran cold as I traversed it, and it was not at all inclined to resume its usual temperament as I felt what was to be the destination of my attendance. Once I turned the lamp, on pretense of trimming it, to catch a glimpse of the devoted wretches. They were embracing each other. The light of joy trembled in their eyes. They were whispering to each other hopes of liberation and happiness, and blending my name in the interval they could spare from their prayers for each other. That sight extinguished the last remains of compunction with which my horrible task had inspired me. They dared to be happy in the sight of one who must be forever miserable. Could there be a greater insult? I resolved to punish it on the spot. This very apartment was near, I knew it, and the map of their wanderings no longer trembled in my hand. I urged them to enter this recess. The door was then entire, while I went to examine the passage. They entered it, thanking me for my precaution. They knew not they were never to quit it alive. But what were their lives for the agony their happiness cost me? The moment they were enclosed and clasping each other, a sight that made me grind my teeth, I closed and locked the door. This movement gave them no immediate uneasiness. They thought it a friendly precaution. The moment they were secured, I hastened to the superior, who was on fire at the insult offered to the sanctity of his convent, and still more to the purity of his penetration, on which the worthy superior piqued himself as much as if it had ever been possible for him to acquire the smallest share of it. He descended with me to the passage. The monks followed with eyes on fire. In the agitation of their rage, it was with difficulty they could discover the door after I had repeatedly pointed it out to them. The superior with his own hands drove several nails, which the monks eagerly supplied, into the door, that effectually joined it to the staple, never to be disjoined. And every blow he gave, doubtless he felt as if it was a reminiscence to the accusing angel to strike out a sin from the catalogue of his accusations. The work was soon done, the work never to be undone. At the first sound of steps in the passage and blows on the door, The victims uttered a shriek of terror. They imagined they were detected and that an incensed party of monks were breaking open the door. These terrors were soon exchanged for others and worse, as they heard the door nailed up and listened to our departing steps. They uttered another shriek, but oh, how different was the accent of its despair. They knew their doom. It was my penance, no, my delight, to watch at the door under the pretense of precluding the possibility of their escape, of which they knew there was no possibility, but in reality not only to inflict on me the indignity of being the convent jailer, but of teaching me that callosity of heart and induration of nerve and stubbornness of eye and apathy of ear that were best suited to my office. But they might have saved themselves the trouble. I had them all before ever I entered the convent. Had I been the superior of the community, I should have undertaken the office of watching the door. You will call this cruelty, I call it curiosity. That curiosity that brings thousands to witness a tragedy and makes the most delicate female feast on groans and agonies. I had an advantage over them. The groan, the agony I feasted on were real. I took my station at the door, that door which, like that of Dante's hell, might have borne the inscription, "Here is no hope," with a face of mock penitence and genuine cordial delectation. I could hear every word that transpired. For the first hours they tried to comfort each other. They suggested to each other hopes of liberation, and as my shadow crossing the threshold darkened or restored the light, they said, "That is he." Then when this occurred repeatedly without any effect, they said, No, it is not he," and swallowed down the sick sob of despair to hide it from each other. Towards night a monk came to take my place and to offer me food. I would not have quitted my place for worlds. But I talked to the monk in his own language and told him I would make a merit with God of my sacrifices and was resolved to remain there all night with the permission of the superior. The monk was glad of having a substitute on such easy terms, and I was glad of the food he left me, for I was hungry now, but I reserved the appetite of my soul for richer luxuries. I heard them talking within. While I was eating, I actually lived on the famine that was devouring them, but of which they did not dare to say a word to each other. They debated, deliberated, and as misery grows ingenious in its own defense, they at last assured each other that it was impossible the superior had locked them in there to perish by hunger. At these words I could not help laughing. This laugh reached their ears, and they became silent in a moment. All that night, however, I heard their groans, those groans of physical suffering, that laugh to scorn all the sentimental sighs that are exhaled from the hearts of the most intoxicated lovers that ever breathed. I heard them all that night. I had read French romances and all their unimaginable nonsense. Madame Sévigné herself says she would have been tired of her daughter in a long tête-à-tête journey. But clap me two lovers into a dungeon without food, light, or hope, and I will be damned, that I am already, by the by, if they do not grow sick of each other within the first 12 hours. The second day, hunger and darkness had their usual influence. They shrieked for liberation and knocked loud and long at their dungeon door. They exclaimed they were ready to submit to any punishment, and the approach of the monks, which they would have dreaded so much the preceding night, they now solicited on their knees. What a jest, after all, are the most awful vicissitudes of human life. They supplicated now for what they would have sacrificed their souls to avert 24 hours before. Then the agony of hunger increased. They shrunk from the door and groveled apart from each other. Apart, how I watched that! They were rapidly becoming objects of hostility to each other. Oh, what a feast to me! They could not disguise from each other the revolting circumstances of their mutual sufferings. It is one thing for lovers to sit down to a feast magnificently spread, and another for lovers to couch in darkness and famine, to exchange that appetite which cannot be supported without dainties and flattery, for that which would barter a descended Venus for a morsel of food. The second night they raved and groaned as occurred, and amid their agonies I must do justice to women whom I hate as well as men. The man often accused the female as the cause of all his sufferings, but the woman never reproached him. Her groans might indeed have reproached him bitterly, but she never uttered a word that could have caused him pain. There was a change which I well could mark, however, in their physical feelings. The first day they clung together, and every movement I felt was like that of one person. The next, the man alone struggled, and the woman moaned in helplessness. The third night, how shall I tell it? But you have bid me go on. All the horrible and loathsome excruciations of famine had been undergone. The disunion of every tie of the heart, of passion, of nature had commenced. In the agonies of their famished sickness, they loathed each other. They could have cursed each other if they had had breath to curse. It was on the fourth night that I heard the shriek of the wretched female. Her lover, in the agony of hunger, had fastened his teeth in her shoulder. That bosom on which he had so often luxuriated became a meal to him now. Monster! And you laugh. Yes, I laugh at all mankind, and the imposition they dare to practice when they talk of hearts. I laugh at human passions and human cares, vice and virtue, religion and impiety. They are all the result of petty localities and artificial situation. One physical want, one severe and abrupt lesson from the tintless and shriveled lip of necessity is worth all the logic of the empty wretches who have presumed to prate it from Zeno down to Burgersdicius. Oh, it silences in a second all the feeble sophistry of conventional life and ascetitious passion. Here were a pair who would not have believed all the world on their knees, even though angels had descended to join in the attestation that it was possible for them to exist without each other. They had risked everything, trampled on everything human and divine, to be in each other's sight and arms. 1 hour of hunger undeceived them, a trivial and ordinary want, whose claims at another time they would have regarded as a vulgar interruption of their spiritualized intercourse, not only by its natural operation sundered it forever, but before it ceased converted that intercourse into a source of torment and hostility inconceivable except among cannibals. The bitterest enemies on earth could not have regarded each other with more abhorrence than these lovers, deluded wretches. You boasted of having hearts. I boast I have none, and which of us gained most by the vaunt? Let life decide. My story is nearly finished, and so I hope is the day. When I was last here, I had something to excite me. Talking of those things is poor employment to one who has been a witness to them. On the 6th day all was still. The door was unnailed. We entered. They were no more. They lay far from each other, farther than on that voluptuous couch into which their passion had converted the mat of a convent bed. She lay contracted in a heap, a lock of her long hair in her mouth. There was a slight scar on her shoulder. The rabid despair of famine had produced no farther outrage. He lay extended at his length. His hand was between his lips. It seemed as if he had not strength to execute the purpose for which he had brought it there. The bodies were brought out for interment. As we removed them into the light, the long hair of the female falling over a face no longer disguised by the novice's dress recalled a likeness I thought I could remember. I looked closer. She was my own sister, my only one, and I had heard her voice grow fainter and fainter. I had heard, and his own voice grew fainter. It ceased. Trembling for a life with which my own was linked, I staggered towards him. I raised him half up in my arms, and recollecting there must be a current of air through the trap door, I attempted to trail him along thither. I succeeded, and as the breeze played over him, I saw with delight unutterable the diminution of the light that streamed through it. It was evening. There was no longer any necessity, no longer any time for delay. He recovered, for his swoon arose not from exhausted sensibility, but from mere inanition. However it was, I found my interest in watching his recovery, and had I been adequate to the task of observing extraordinary vicissitudes of the human mind, I would have been indeed amazed at the change that he manifested on his recovery. Without the least reference to his late story or late feelings, he started from my arms at the discovery that the light had diminished and prepared for our escape through the trap door, with a restored energy of strength and sanity of intellect that might have been deemed miraculous if it had occurred in a convent. Happening to occur full 30 feet below the proper surface for a miracle, it must be put to the account of strong excitement merely. I could not indeed dare to believe a miracle was wrought in favor of my profane attempt, and so I was glad to put up with second causes. With incredible dexterity he climbed up the wall with the help of the rugged stones and my shoulders, threw open the trap door, pronounced that all was safe, assisted me to ascend after him, and with gasping delight I once more breathed the breath of heaven. The night was perfectly dark. I could not distinguish the buildings from the trees, except when a faint breeze gave motion to the latter. To this darkness, I am convinced, I owe the preservation of my reason under such vicissitudes. The glory of a resplendent night would have driven me mad. Emerging from darkness, famine, and cold, I would have wept and laughed and knelt. I would have worshipped the host of heaven and the moon walking in her brightness. Darkness was my best security in every sense of the word. We traversed the garden without feeling the ground under our feet. As we approached the wall, I became again deadly sick. My senses grew giddy. I reeled. I whispered to my companion, "Are there not lights gleaming from the convent windows?" "No, the lights are flashing from your own eyes. It is only the effect of darkness, famine, and fear. Come on." "But I hear a sound of bells. The bells are ringing only in your ears. An empty stomach is your sexton, and you fancy you hear bells. Is this a time to falter? Come on, come on. Don't hang such a dead weight on my arm. Don't fall if you can help it. Oh God, he has swooned." These were the last words I heard. I had fallen, I believe, into his arms. With that instinct that acts most auspiciously in the absence of both thought and feeling, he dragged me in his brawny arms to the wall and twisted my cold fingers in the ropes of the ladder. The touch restored me in a moment, and almost before my hand had touched the ropes, my feet began to ascend them. My companion followed extempore. We reached the summit. I tottered from weakness and terror. I felt a sickly dread that though the ladder was there, Juan was not. A moment after a lanthorn flashed in my eyes, I saw a figure below. I sprung down, careless in that wild moment whether I met the dagger of an assassin or the embrace of a brother. "Alonzo, dear Alonzo," murmured a voice. "Juan, dear Juan," was all I could utter, as I felt my shivering breast held close to that of the most generous and affectionate of brothers. "How much you must have suffered, how much I have suffered," he whispered. "During the last horrible 24 hours I almost gave you up. Make haste, the carriage is not 20 paces off." And as he spoke, the shifting of a lanthorn showed me those imperious and beautiful features which I had once dreaded as the pledge of eternal emulation, but which I now regarded as the smile of the proud but benignant God of my liberation. I pointed to my companion. I could not speak. Hunger was consuming my vitals. Juan supported me, consoled me, encouraged me, did all and more than man ever did for man, than man ever did perhaps for the most shrinking and delicate of the other sex under his protection. Oh, with what agony of heart I retrace his manly tenderness. We waited for my companion. He descended the wall. Make haste, Juan whispered. "I am famishing too. I have not tasted food for 24 hours, watching for you." We hurried on. It was a waste place. I could only distinguish a carriage by the light of a dim lanthorn, but that was enough for me. I sprung lightly into it. "He is safe," cried Juan, following me. "But are you?" answered a voice of thunder. Juan staggered back from the step of the carriage. He fell. I sprung out. I fell too, on his body. I was bathed in his blood. He was no more. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Melmoth the Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Molly Craig. Melmoth the Wanderer by Charles Robert Maturin. Chapter 10. Men who were with mankind were foes, or who in desperate doubt of grace. Scott's Marmion. One wild moment of yelling agony, one flash of a fierce and fiery light that seemed to envelop and wither me soul and body. One sound that swept through my ears and brain like the last trumpet, as it will trill on the senses of those who slept in guilt and awake in despair. One such moment that condenses and crowds all imaginable sufferings in one brief and intense pang, and appears exhausted itself by the blow it has struck. One such moment I remember, and no more. Many a month of gloomy unconsciousness rolled over me without date or notice. 1,000 waves may welter over a sunk wreck and be felt as one. I have a dim recollection of refusing food, of resisting change of place, but they were like the faint and successless attempts we make under the burden of the nightmare. And those with whom I had to do probably regarded any opposition I could make no more than the tossings of a restless sleeper. From dates that I have since been enabled to collect, I must have been 4 months at least in this state, and ordinary persecutors would have given me up as a hopeless subject for any further sufferings. But religious malignity is too industrious, and too ingenious, to resign the hope of a victim but with life. If the fire is extinguished, it sits and watches the embers. If the strings of the heart crack in its hearing, it listens if it be the last that has broken. It is a spirit that delights to ride on the 10th wave, and view it whelm and bury the sufferer forever. Many changes had taken place, without any consciousness on my part of them. Perhaps the profound tranquillity of my last abode contributed more than anything else to the recovery of my reason. I distinctly remember awaking at once to the full exercise of my senses and reason, and finding myself in a place which I examined with the most amazed and jealous curiosity. My memory did not molest me in the least. Why was I there? Or what had I suffered before I was brought there? It never occurred to me to inquire. The return of the intellectual powers came slowly in, like the waves of an advancing tide, and happily for me, memory was the last. The occupation of my senses was at first quite enough for me. You must expect no romance horrors, sir, from my narrative. Perhaps a life like mine may revolt the taste that has feasted to fastidiousness. But truth sometimes gives full and dreadful compensation, in presenting us facts instead of images. I found myself lying on a bed, not very different from that in my cell, but the apartment was wholly unlike the latter. It was somewhat larger, and covered with matting. There was neither crucifix, painting, nor vessel for holy water. The bed, a coarse table which supported a lighted lamp, and a vessel containing water for the purpose, were all the furniture. There was no window, and some iron knobs in the door, to which the light of the lamp gave a kind of dismal distinctness and prominence, proved that it was strongly secured. I raised myself on my arm, and gazed round me with the apprehensiveness of one who fears that the slightest motion may dissolve the spell, and plunge him again in darkness. At that moment the recollection of all the past struck me like a thunderbolt. I uttered a cry that seemed to drain me of breath and being at once, and fell back on the bed, not senseless, but exhausted. I remembered every event in a moment, with an intenseness that could only be equaled by actual and present agency in them. My escape, my safety, my despair. I felt Juan's embrace. Then I felt his blood stream over me. I saw his eyes turn in despair before they closed forever, and I uttered another cry, such as had never before been heard within those walls. At the repetition of this sound the door opened, and a person, in a habit I had never seen before, approached, and signified to me by signs that I must observe the most profound silence. Nothing, indeed, could be more expressive of this meaning than his denying himself the use of his voice to convey it. I gazed on this apparition in silence. My amazement had all the effect of an apparent submission to his injunctions. He retired, and I began to wonder where I was. Was it among the dead, or some subterranean world of the mute and voiceless, where there was no air to convey sounds and no echo to repeat them, and the famished ear waited in vain for its sweetest banquet, the voice of man? These wanderings were dispelled by the re-entrance of the person. He placed bread, water, and a small portion of meat on the table, motioned me to approach, which I did mechanically, and when I was seated, whispered me, that my unhappy situation having hitherto rendered me incapable of understanding the regulations of the place where I was, he had been compelled to postpone acquainting me with them. But now he was obliged to warn me that my voice must never be raised beyond the key in which he addressed me, and which was sufficient for all proper purposes of communication. Finally, he assured me that cries, exclamations of any kind, or even coughing too loud, which might be interpreted as a signal, would be considered as an attempt on the inviolable habits of the place, and punished with the utmost severity. To my repeated questions of "Where am I? What is this place with its mysterious regulations?" he replied in a whisper that his business was to issue orders, not answer questions, and so saying he departed. However extraordinary these injunctions appeared, the manner in which they were issued was so imposing, peremptory, and habitual, it seemed so little a thing of local contrivance and temporary display, so much like the established language of an absolute and long-fixed system, that obedience to it seemed inevitable. I threw myself on the bed, and murmured to myself, "Where am I?" till sleep overcame me. I have heard that the first sleep of a recovered maniac is intensely profound. Mine was not so. It was broken by many troubled dreams. One, in particular, brought me back to the convent. I thought I was a boarder in it, and studying Virgil. I was reading that passage in the second book, where the vision of Hector appears to Aeneas in his dream, and his ghastly and dishonored form suggests the mournful exclamation, "Heu quantum mutatus abilu, quibus abores Hector expectate venis?" Then I thought Juan was Hector, that the same pale and bloody phantom stood calling me to fly, "Heu fugia," while I vainly tried to obey him. Oh, that dreary mixture of truth and delirium, of the real and visionary, of the conscious and unconscious parts of existence, that visits the dreams of the unhappy. He was Pantheus, and murmured, "Venit summa Dees, et in eluctabile tempus." I appeared to weep and struggle in my dream. I addressed the figure that stood before me sometimes as Juan, and sometimes as the image of the Trojan vision. At last the figure uttered, with a kind of querulous shriek, that vox stridula which we hear only in dreams, "Proximus ardet ucalegon," and I started up fully awake in all the horrors of an expected conflagration. It is incredible, sir, how the senses and the mind can operate thus, during the apparent suspension of both; how sound can affect organs that seem to be shut, and objects affect the sight while its sense appears to be closed, can impress on its dreaming consciousness images more horribly vivid than even reality ever presented. I awoke with the idea that flames were raging in contact with my eyeballs, and I saw only a pale light, held by a paler hand, close to my eyes indeed, but withdrawn the moment I awoke. The person who held it shrouded it for a moment, and then advanced and flashed its full light on me, and along with it the person of my companion. The associations of our last meeting rushed on me. I started up and said, "Are we free then?" "Hush! One of us is free, but you must not speak so loud." "Well, I have heard that before, but I cannot comprehend the necessity of this whispering secrecy. If I am free, tell me so, and tell me whether Juan has survived that last horrible moment. My intellect is but just respiring. Tell me how Juan fares." "Oh, sumptuously. No prince in all the land reposes under a more gorgeous canopy, marble pillars, waving banners, and nodding plumes. He had music too, but he did not seem to heed it. He lay stretched on velvet and gold, but he appeared insensible of all these luxuries. There was a curl on his cold white lip, too, that seemed to breathe ineffable scorn on all that was going on. But he was proud enough even in his lifetime." "His lifetime!" I shrieked. "Then he is dead?" "Can you doubt that, when you know who struck the blow? None of my victims ever gave me the trouble of a second. You! I swam for some moments in a sea of flames and blood. My frenzy returned, and I remember only uttering curses that would have exhausted divine vengeance in all its plenitude to fulfill. I might have continued to rave till my reason was totally lost, but I was silenced and stunned by his laugh bursting out amid my curses and overwhelming them. That laugh made me cease and lift up my eyes to him, as if I expected to see another being. It was still the same. "And you dreamt," he cried, "in your temerity, you dreamt of setting the vigilance of a convent at defiance? 2 boys, one the fool of fear and the other of temerity, were fit antagonists for that stupendous system whose roots are in the bowels of the earth, and whose head is among the stars. You escaped from a convent. You defy a power that has defied sovereigns, a power whose influence is unlimited, indefinable, and unknown, even to those who exercise it, as there are mansions so vast that their inmates, to their last hour, have never visited all the apartments, a power whose operation is like its motto, one and indivisible. The soul of the Vatican breathes in the humblest convent in Spain, and you, an insect perched on a wheel of this vast machine, imagined you were able to arrest its progress, while its rotation was hurrying on to crush you to atoms." While he was uttering these words, with a rapidity and energy inconceivable, a rapidity that literally made one word seem to devour another, I tried, with that effort of intellect which seems like the gasping respiration of one whose breath has long been forcibly suppressed or suspended, to comprehend and follow him. The first thought that struck me was one not very improbable in my situation, that he was not the person he appeared to be, that it was not the companion of my escape who now addressed me, and I summoned all the remains of my intellect to ascertain this. A few questions must determine this point, if I had breath to utter them. Were you not the agent in my escape? Were you not the man who— What tempted you to this step in the defeat of which you appear to rejoice? A bribe. And you have betrayed me, you say, and boast of your treachery. What tempted you to this? A higher bribe. Your brother gave gold, but the convent promised me salvation, a business I was very willing to commit to their hands, as I was totally incompetent to manage it myself. Salvation for treachery and murder? Treachery and murder, hard words. Now to talk sense. Was not yours the vilest treachery? You reclaimed your vows. You declared before God and man that the words you uttered before both were the babble of an infant. Then you seduced your brother from his duty to his and your parents. You connived at his intriguing against the peace and sanctity of a monastic institution. And dare you talk of treachery? And did you not, with a callosity of conscience unexampled in one so young, accept, nay, cling to an associate in your escape, whom you knew you were seducing from his vows, from all that man reveres as holy, and all that God, if there be a God, must regard as binding on man? You knew my crime, you knew my atrocity, yet you brandished me as your banner of defiance against the Almighty, though its inscription was, in glaring characters, impiety, parricide, irreligion. Torn as the banner was, it still hung near the altar, till you dragged it away, to wrap yourself from detection in its folds, and you talk of treachery? There is not a more traitorous wretch on earth than yourself. Suppose that I was all that is vile and culpable, was it for you to double dye the hue of my crime in the crimson of your sacrilege and apostasy? And for murder, I know I am a parricide. I cut my father's throat, but he never felt the blow, nor did I. I was intoxicated with wine, with passion, with blood, no matter which, but you, with cold, deliberate blows, struck at the hearts of father and mother. You killed by inches. I murdered at a blow. Which of us is the murderer? And you prate of treachery and murder. I am as innocent as the child that is born this hour compared to you. Your father and mother have separated. She is gone into a convent to hide her despair and shame at your unnatural conduct. Your father is plunging successively into the abysses of voluptuousness and penitence, wretched in both. Your brother, in his desperate attempt to liberate you, has perished. You have scattered desolation over a whole family. You have stabbed the peace and heart of each of them with a hand that deliberated and paused on its blow, and then struck it calmly, and you dare to talk of treachery and murder. You are 1,000 times more culpable than I am, guilty as you think me. I stand a blasted tree. I am struck to the heart, to the root. I wither alone. But you are the Upes under whose poisonous droppings all things living have perished, father, mother, brother, and last yourself. The erosions of the poison, having nothing left to consume, strike inward and prey on your own heart. Wretch, condemned beyond the sympathy of man, beyond the redemption of the Saviour, what can you say to this? I answered only, Is Juan dead, and were you his murderer? Were you indeed? I believe all you say. I must be very guilty, but is Juan dead? As I spoke, I lifted up to him eyes that no longer seemed to see, a countenance that bore no expression but that of the stupefaction of intense grief. I could neither utter nor feel reproaches. I had suffered beyond the power of complaint. I awaited his answer. He was silent, but his diabolical silence spoke. And my mother retired to a convent? He nodded. And my father? He smiled, and I closed my eyes. I could bear anything but his smile. I raised my head a few moments after, and saw him, with a habitual motion, it could not have been more, make the sign of the cross, as a clock in some distant passage struck. This sight reminded me of the play so often acted in Madrid, and which I had seen in my few days of liberation, El Diablo Predicador. You smile, sir, at such a recollection, operating at such a moment, but it is a fact, and had you witnessed that play under the singular circumstances I did, you would not wonder at my being struck with the coincidence. In this performance, the infernal spirit is the hero, and in the disguise of a monk he appears in a convent, where he torments and persecutes the community with a mixture of malignity and mirth truly satanic. One night that I saw it performed, a group of monks were carrying the host to a dying person. The walls of the theatre were so slight that we could distinctly hear the sound of the bell which they ring on that occasion. In an instant, actors, audience, and all were on their knees, and the devil, who happened to be on the stage, knelt among the rest and crossed himself with visible marks of a devotion equally singular and edifying. You will allow the coincidence to be irresistibly striking. When he had finished his monstrous profanation of the holy sign, I fixed my eyes on him with an expression not to be mistaken. He saw it. There is not so bitter a reproach on earth as silence, for it always seems to refer the guilty to their own hearts, whose eloquence seldom fails to fill up the pause very little to the satisfaction of the accused. My look threw him into a rage that I am now convinced not the most bitter upbraidings could have caused. The utmost fury of imprecation would have fallen on his ear like the most lulling harmony. It would have convinced him that his victim was suffering all he could possibly inflict. He betrayed this in the violence of his exclamations. "What, wretch," he cried, "do you think it was for your masses and your mummeries, your vigils and fasts, and mumbling over senseless, unconsoling beads, and losing my rest all night watching for the matins, and then quitting my frozen mat to nail my knees to stone till they grew there, till I thought the whole pavement would rise with me when I rose? Do you think it was for the sake of listening to sermons that the preachers did not believe, and prayers that the lips that uttered them yawned at in the listlessness of their infidelity, and penances that might be hired out to a lay brother to undergo for a pound of coffee or of snuff, and the vilest subserviences to the caprice and passion of a superior, and the listening to men with God forever in their mouths and the world forever in their hearts, men who think of nothing but the aggrandizement of their temporal distinction, and screen under the most revolting affectation of a concern in spiritualities their ravening cupidity after earthly eminence? Wretch, do you dream that it was for this? That this atheism of bigotry, this creed of all the priests that ever have existed in connection with the state, and in hope of extending their interest by that connection, could have any influence over me? I had sounded every depth in the mine of depravity before them. I knew them. I despised them. I crouched before them in body. I spurned them in my soul. With all their sanctimony, they had hearts so worldly that it was scarce worth while to watch their hypocrisy. The secret developed itself so soon. There was no discovery to be made, no place for detection. I have seen them on their high festivals, prelates and abbots and priests in all their pomp of office, appearing to the laity like descended gods, blazing in gems and gold, amid the luster of tapers and the floating splendor of an irradiated atmosphere alive with light, and all soft and delicate harmonies and delicious odors, till, as they disappeared amid the clouds of incense so gracefully tossed from the gilded censers, the intoxicated eye dreamed it saw them ascending to paradise. Such was the scene, but what was behind the scene? I saw it all. 2 or 3 of them would rush from service into the vestry together, under the pretense of changing their vestments. One would imagine that these men would have at least the decency to refrain while in the intervals of the Holy Mass. No, I overheard them. While shifting their robes, they talked incessantly of promotions and appointments, of this or that prelate dying or dead, of a wealthy benefice being vacant, of one dignitary having bargained hard with the state for the promotion of a relative, of another who had well-founded hopes of obtaining a bishopric. For what? Neither for learning nor piety, or one feature of the pastoral character, but because he had valuable benefices to resign in exchange, that might be divided among numerous candidates. Such was their conversation. Such and such only were their thoughts, till the last thunders of the hallelujah from the church made them start and hurry to resume their places at the altar. Oh, what a compound of meanness and pride, of imbecility and pretension, of sanctimony so transparently and awkwardly worn, that the naked frame of the natural mind was visible to every eye beneath it, that mind which is earthly, sensual, devilish. Was it to live among such wretches, who, all villain as I was, made me hug myself with the thought that at least I was not like them, a passionless, prone reptile, a thing made of forms and dressings, half satin and shreds, half aves and credos, bloated and abject, creeping and aspiring, winding up and up the pedestal of power at the rate of an inch a day, and tracking its advance to eminence by the flexibility of its writhings, the obliquity of its course, and the filth of its slime? Was it for this? He paused, half choked with his emotions. This man might have been a better being under better circumstances. He had at least a disdain of all that was mean in vice, with a wild avidity for all that was atrocious. Was it for this, he continued, that I have sold myself to work their works of darkness, that I have become in this life, as it were, an apprentice to Satan, to take anticipated lessons of torture, that I have sealed those indentures here which must be fulfilled below? No, I despise, I loathe it all, the agents and the system, the men and their matters. But it is the creed of that system, and true or false it avails not. Some kind of creed is necessary, and the falser perhaps the better, for falsehood at least flatters, that the greatest criminal may expiate his offenses by vigilantly watching and severely punishing those of the enemies of heaven. Every offender may purchase his immunity by consenting to become the executioner of the offender whom he betrays and denounces. In the language of the laws of another country, they may turn king's evidence, and buy their own lives at the price of another's, a bargain which every man is very ready to make. But in religious life, this kind of transfer, this substitutional suffering, is adopted with an avidity indescribable. How we love to punish those whom the Church calls the enemies of God, while conscious that, though our enmity against him is infinitely greater, we become acceptable in his sight by tormenting those who may be less guilty, but who are in our power. I hate you, not because I have any natural or social cause to do so, but because the exhaustion of my resentment on you may diminish that of the deity towards me. If I persecute and torment the enemies of God, must I not be the friend of God? Must not every pang I inflict on another be recorded in the book of the all-remembering, as an expurgation of at least one of the pangs that await me hereafter? I have no religion. I believe in no God. I repeat no creed. But I have that superstition of fear and of futurity that seeks its wild and hopeless mitigation in the sufferings of others when our own are exhausted, or when, a much more common case, we are unwilling to undergo them. I am convinced that my own crimes will be obliterated by whatever crimes of others I can promote or punish. Had I not, then, every motive to urge you to crime? Had I not every motive to watch and aggravate your punishment? Every coal of fire that I heaped on your head was removing one from that fire that burns forever and ever for mine. Every drop of water that I withheld from your burning tongue, I expect will be repaid to me in slaking the fire and brimstone into which I must one day be hurled. Every tear that I draw, every groan that I extort, will, I am convinced, be repaid me in the remission of my own. Guess what price I set on yours, or those of any other victim. The man in ancient story trembled and paused over the scattered limbs of his child. and failed in the pursuit, the true penitent rushes over the mangled members of nature and passion, collects them with a hand in which there is no pulse, and a heart in which there is no feeling, and holds them up in the face of the divinity as a peace offering. Mine is the best theology, the theology of utter hostility to all beings whose sufferings may mitigate mine. In this flattering theory, your crimes become my virtues. I need not any of my own. Guilty as I am of the crime that outrages nature, your crimes, the crimes of those who offend against the Church, are of a much more heinous order. But your guilt is my exculpation, your sufferings are my triumph. I need not repent, I need not believe. If you suffer, I am saved. That is enough for me. How glorious and easy it is to erect at once the trophy of our salvation on the trampled and buried hopes of another's. How subtle and sublime that alchemy that can convert the iron of another's contumacy and impenitence into the precious gold of your own redemption. I have literally worked out my salvation by your fear and trembling. With this hope I appeared to concur in the plan laid by your brother, every feature of which was in its progress disclosed to the superior. With this hope I passed that wretched night and day in the dungeon with you, for to have effected our escape by daylight would have startled credulity as gross as even yours. But all the time I was feeling the dagger I bore in my breast, and which I had received for a purpose amply accomplished. As for you, the superior consented to your attempt to escape, merely that he might have you more in his power. He and the community were tired of you. They saw you would never make a monk. Your appeal had brought disgrace on them. Your presence was a reproach and a burden to them. The sight of you was as thorns in their eyes. They judged you would make a better victim than a proselyte, and they judged well. You are a much fitter inmate for your present abode than your last, and from hence there is no danger of your escaping. And where then am I? You are in the prison of the Inquisition. End of chapter 10. Recording by Molly Craig.
Chapter 11 of Melmoth the Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. Melmoth the Wanderer by Charles Robert Maturin. Chapter 11. Oh, torture me no more, I will confess. Henry VI. You have betrayed her to her own reproof. Comedy of Errors. And it was true. I was a prisoner in the Inquisition. Great emergencies certainly inspire us with the feelings they demand, and many a man has braved a storm on the wide, wild ocean who would have shrunk from its voice as it pealed down his chimney. I believe so it fared with me. The storm had risen, and I braced myself to meet it. I was in the Inquisition, but I knew that my crime, heinous as it was not one that came properly under the cognizance of the Inquisition. It was a conventual fault of the highest class, but liable only to be punished by the ecclesiastical power. The punishment of a monk who had dared to escape from his convent might be dreadful enough, immurement or death perhaps, but still I was not legitimately a prisoner of the Inquisition. I had never, under all my trials, spoken a disrespectful word of the Holy Catholic Church, or a doubtful one of our most holy faith. I had not dropped one heretical, obnoxious, or equivocal expression relative to a single point of duty or article of faith. The preposterous charges of sorcery and possession brought against me in the convent had been completely disproved at the visitation of the bishop. My aversion to the monastic state was indeed sufficiently known and fatally proved, but that was no subject for the investigation or penalties of the Inquisition. I had nothing to fear from the Inquisition. At least, so I said to myself in my prison, and I believed myself. The 7th day after the recovery of my reason was fixed on for my examination, and of this I received due notice, though I believe it is contrary to the usual forms of the Inquisition to give this notice, and the examination took place on the day and hour appointed. You are aware, sir, that the tales related in general of the interior discipline of the Inquisition must be in 9 out of 10 mere fables, as the prisoners are bound by an oath never to disclose what happens within its walls, and they who could violate this oath would certainly not scruple to violate truth in the details with which their emancipation from it indulges them. I am forbidden, by an oath which I shall never break, to disclose the circumstances of my imprisonment or examination. I am at liberty to mention some general features of both, as they are connected with my extraordinary narrative. My first examination terminated rather favorably. My contumacy and aversion to monasticism were indeed deplored and reprobated, but there was no ulterior hint, nothing to alarm the peculiar fears of an inmate of the Inquisition. So I was as happy as solitude, darkness, straw, bread and water could make me, or any one, till, on the 4th night after my first examination, I was awoke by a light gleaming so strongly on my eyes that I started up. The person then retired with his light, and I discovered a figure sitting in the farthest corner of my cell. Delighted at the sight of a human form, I yet had acquired so much of the habit of the Inquisition that I demanded, in a cold and peremptory voice, who had ventured to intrude on the cell of a prisoner. The person answered in the blandest tones that ever soothed the human ear, that he was, like myself, a prisoner in the Inquisition, that by its indulgence he had been permitted to visit me, and hoped. And is hope to be named here? I could not help exclaiming. He answered in the same soft and deprecatory tone, and without adverting to our peculiar circumstances, suggested the consolation that might be derived from the society of 2 sufferers who were indulged with the power of meeting and communicating with each other. This man visited me for several successive nights, and I could not help noticing 3 extraordinary circumstances in his visits and his appearance. The first was that he always, when he could, concealed his eyes from me. He sat sideways and backways, shifted his position, changed his seat, held up his hand before his eyes. But when, at times, he was compelled or surprised to turn their light on me, I felt that I had never beheld such eyes blazing in a mortal face. In the darkness of my prison, I held up my hand to shield myself from their preternatural glare. The second was that he came and retired apparently without help or hindrance, that he came like one who had a key to the door of my dungeon at all hours without leave or forbiddance, that he traversed the prisons of the Inquisition like one who had a master key to its deepest recesses. Lastly, he spoke not only in a tone of voice clear and audible, totally unlike the whispered communications of the Inquisition, but spoke his abhorrence of the whole system, his indignation against the Inquisition, inquisitors, and all their aiders and abettors, from St. Dominic down to the lowest official, with such unqualified rage of vituperation, such caustic inveteracy of satire, such unbounded license of ludicrous and yet withering severity, that I trembled. You know, sir, or perhaps have yet to know, that there are persons accredited in the Inquisition who are permitted to solace the solitude of the prisoners on the condition of obtaining, under the pretense of friendly communication, those secrets which even torture has failed to extort. I discovered in a moment that my visitor was not one of these. His abuse of the system was too gross, his indignation too unfeigned. Yet, in his continued visits, there was one circumstance more which struck me with a feeling of terror that actually paralyzed and annihilated all the terrors of the Inquisition. He constantly alluded to events and personages beyond his possible memory. Then he checked himself. Then he appeared to go on, with a kind of wild and derisive sneer at his own absence. But this perpetual reference to events long past and men long buried made an impression on me I cannot describe. His conversation was rich, various, and intelligent, but it was interspersed with such reiterated mention of the dead, that I might be pardoned for feeling as if the speaker was one of them. He dealt much in anecdotical history, and I, who was very ignorant of it, was delighted to listen to him, for he told everything with the fidelity of an eye-witness. He spoke of the Restoration in England, and repeated the well-remembered observation of the Queen Mother Henriette of France, that had she known as much of the English on her first arrival as she did on her second, she never would have been driven from the throne. Then he added, to my astonishment, I was beside her carriage. It was the only one then in London. He afterwards spoke of the superb fêtes given by Louis XIV, and described, with an accuracy that made me start, the magnificent chariot in which that monarch personated the god of day, while all the titled pimps and harlots of the court followed as the rabble of Olympus. Then he reverted to the death of the Duchesse d'Orléans, sister to Charles II, to Père Bourdalou's awful sermon, preached at the deathbed of the royal beauty, dying of poison as suspected, and added, I saw the roses heaped on her toilette, to array her for a fête that very night, and near them stood the pyx, and tapers, and oil, shrouded with the lace of that very toilette. Then he passed to England. He spoke of the wretched and well-rebuked pride of the wife of James II, who thought it scorn to sit at the same table with an Irish officer who informed her husband, then Duke of York, that he had sat at table as an officer in the Austrian service, where the Duchess's father, Duke of Modena, had stood behind a chair as a vassal to the Emperor of Germany. These circumstances were trifling, and might be told by any one, but there was a minuteness and circumstantiality in his details that perpetually forced on the mind the idea that he had himself seen what he described, and been conversant with the personages he spoke of. I listened to him with an indefinable mixture of curiosity and terror. At last, while relating a trifling but characteristic circumstance that occurred in the reign of Louis XIII, he used the following expressions. One night that the king was at an entertainment, where Cardinal Richelieu also was present, the cardinal had the insolence to rush out of the apartment before his majesty, just as the coach of the latter was announced. The king, without any indignant notice of the arrogance of the minister, said with much bonhomie, "His Eminence the Cardinal will always be first." "The first to attend your majesty," answered the cardinal, with admirable polite presence of mind, and, snatching a flambeau from a page who stood near me, he lighted the king to his carriage. I could not help catching at the extraordinary words that had escaped him, and I asked him, "Were you there?" He gave some indirect answer, and avoiding the subject, went on to amuse me with some other curious circumstances of the private history of that age, of which he spoke with a minute fidelity somewhat alarming. I confess my pleasure in listening to them was greatly diminished by the singular sensation with which this man's presence and conversation inspired me. He departed, and I regretted his absence, though I could not account for the extraordinary feeling which I experienced during his visits. A few days after, I was to encounter my second examination. The night before it, one of the officials visited me. These are men who are not the common officers of a prison, but accredited in some degree by the higher powers of the Inquisition, and I paid due respect to his communications, particularly as they were delivered more in detail, and with more emphasis and energy than I could have expected from an inmate of that speechless mansion. This circumstance made me expect something extraordinary, and his discourse verified all, and more than I expected. He told me in plain terms that there had been lately a cause of disturbance and inquietude which had never before occurred in the Inquisition, that it was reported a human figure had appeared in the cells of some of the prisoners, uttering words not only hostile to the Catholic religion and the discipline of the most holy Inquisition, but to religion in general, to the belief of a God and a future state. He added that the utmost vigilance of the officials, on the rack for discovery, had never been able to trace this being in his visits to the cells of the prisoners, that the guards had been doubled, and every precaution that the circumspection of the Inquisition could employ was had recourse to, hitherto without success, and that the only intimation they had of this singular visitor was from some of the prisoners whose cells he had entered, and whom he had addressed in language that seemed lent him by the enemy of mankind to accomplish the perdition of these unhappy beings. He himself had hitherto eluded all discovery, but he trusted that with the means lately adopted, it was impossible for this agent of the evil one to insult and baffle the holy tribunal much longer. He advised me to be prepared on this point, as it would undoubtedly be touched on at my next examination, and perhaps more urgently than I might otherwise imagine, and so, commending me to the holy keeping of God, he departed. Not wholly unconscious of the subject alluded to in this extraordinary communication, but perfectly innocent of any ulterior signification as far as related to myself, I awaited my next examination rather with hope than fear. After the usual questions of why I was there, who had accused me, for what offense, whether I could recollect any expression that had ever intimated a disregard for the tenets of the Holy Church, after all this had been gone through, in a detail that may be spared the hearer, certain extraordinary questions were proposed to me that appeared to relate indirectly to the appearance of my late visitor. I answered them with a sincerity that seemed to make a frightful impression on my judges. I stated plainly, in answer to their questions, that a person had appeared in my dungeon. "You must call it cell," said the Supreme. "In my cell, then." He spoke with the utmost severity of the Holy Office. He uttered words that it would not be respectful for me to repeat. I could scarcely believe that such a person would be permitted to visit the dungeons, cells, I should say, of the Holy Inquisition. As I uttered these words, one of the judges, trembling on his seat, while his shadow, magnified by the imperfect light, pictured the figure of a paralytic giant on the wall opposite to me, attempted to address some question to me. As he spoke, there came a hollow sound from his throat. His eyes were rolled upwards in their sockets. He was in an apoplectic paroxysm, and died before he could be removed to another apartment. The examination terminated suddenly, and in some confusion, but as I was remanded back to my cell, I could perceive, to my consternation, that I had left an impression the most unfavorable on the minds of the judges. They interpreted this accidental circumstance in a manner the most extraordinary and unjust, and I felt the consequences of it at my next examination. That night I received a visit in my cell from one of the judges of the Inquisition, who conversed with me a considerable time, and in an earnest and dispassionate manner. He stated the atrocious and revolting character under which I appeared from the first before the Inquisition, that of a monk who had apostatized, had been accused of the crime of sorcery in his convent, and in his impious attempt at escape had caused the death of his brother, whom he had seduced to join in it, and had overwhelmed one of the first families with despair and disgrace. Here I was going to reply, but he stopped me, and observed that he came not to listen, but to speak, and went on to inform me that though I had been acquitted of the charge of communication with the evil spirit at the visitation of the bishop, certain suspicions attached to me had been fearfully strengthened by the fact that the visits of the extraordinary being, of whom I had heard enough to assure me of his actuality, had never been known in the prison of the Inquisition till my entrance into it. That the fair and probable conclusion was, that I was really the victim of the enemy of mankind, whose power, through the reluctant permission of God and St. Dominic, and he crossed himself as he spoke, had been suffered to range even through the walls of the Holy Office. He cautioned me, in severe but plain terms, against the danger of the situation in which I was placed, by the suspicions universally, and, he feared, too justly attached to me, and finally adjured me, as I valued my salvation, to place my entire confidence in the mercy of the Holy Office, and if the figure should visit me again, to watch what its impure lips might suggest, and faithfully report it to the Holy Office. When the Inquisitor had departed, I reflected on what he had said. I conceived it was something like the conspiracies so often occurring in the convent. I conceived that this might be an attempt to involve me in some plot against myself, something in which I might be led to be active in my own condemnation. I felt the necessity of vigilant and breathless caution. I knew myself innocent, and this is a consciousness that defies even the Inquisition itself. But within the walls of the Inquisition, the consciousness and the defiance it inspires are alike vain. I finally resolved, however, to watch every circumstance that might occur within the walls of my cell very closely, threatened as I was at once by the powers of the Inquisition and those of the infernal demon, and I had not long to watch. It was on the second night after my examination that I saw this person enter my cell. My first impulse was to call aloud for the officials of the Inquisition. I felt a kind of vacillation I cannot describe, between throwing myself into the power of the Inquisition or the power of this extraordinary being, more formidable perhaps than all the Inquisitors on earth, from Madrid to Goa. I dreaded imposition on both sides. I believed that they were playing off terror against terror. I knew not what to believe or think. I felt myself surrounded by enemies on every side, and would have given my heart to those who would first throw off the mask, and announce themselves as my decided and avowed enemy. After some reflection, I judged it best to distrust the Inquisition, and to hear all that this extraordinary visitor had to say. In my secret soul, I believed him their secret agent. I did them great injustice. His conversation on this second visit was more than usually amusing, but it was certainly such as might justify all the suspicions of the Inquisitors. At every sentence he uttered, I was disposed to start up and call for the officials. Then I represented to myself his turning accuser, and pointing me out as the victim of their condemnation. I trembled at the idea of committing myself by a word, while in the power of that dreadful body that might condemn me to expire under the torture, or worse, to die the long and lingering death of inanity, the mind famished, the body scarcely fed, the annihilation of hopeless and interminable solitude, the terrible inversion of natural feeling that makes life the object of deprecation, and death of indulgence. The result was that I sat and listened to the conversation, if it may be called so, of this extraordinary visitor, who appeared to regard the walls of the Inquisition no more than those of a domestic apartment, and who seated himself beside me as quietly as if he had been reposing on the most luxurious sofa that ever was arrayed by the fingers of voluptuousness. My senses were so bewildered, my mind so disarranged, that I can hardly remember his conversation. Part of it ran thus: "You are a prisoner of the Inquisition. The Holy Office, no doubt, is instituted for wise purposes, beyond the cognizance of sinful beings like us. But as far as we can judge, its prisoners are not only insensible of, but shamefully ungrateful for, the benefits they might derive from its provident vigilance. For instance, you who are accused of sorcery, fratricide, and plunging an illustrious and affectionate family in despair by your atrocious misconduct, and who are now fortunately restrained from farther outrages against nature, religion, and society, by your salutary confinement here, you, I venture to say, are so unconscious of these blessings, that it is your earnest desire to escape from the further enjoyment of them. In a word, I am convinced that the secret wish of your heart, unconverted by all the profusion of charity which has been heaped on you by the Holy Office, is not on any account to increase the burden of your obligation to them, but on the contrary, to diminish as much as possible the grief these worthy persons must feel, as long as your residence pollutes their holy walls, by abridging its period, even long before they intend you should do so. Your wish is to escape from the prison of the Holy Office, if possible. You know it is. I did not answer a word. I felt a terror at this wild and fierce irony. I felt a terror at the mention of escape. I had fatal reasons for this feeling. A terror of everything and every one near me, indescribable. I believed myself tottering on a narrow ridge, an al-araf between the alternate gulfs which the infernal spirit and the Inquisition, not less dreaded, disclosed on each side of my trembling march. I compressed my lips. I hardly suffered my breath to escape. The speaker went on. With regard to your escape, though I can promise that to you, and that is what no human power can promise you, you must be aware of the difficulty which will attend it, and should that difficulty terrify you, will you hesitate? Still I was silent. My visitor perhaps took this for the silence of doubt. He went on. Perhaps you think that your lingering here, amid the dungeons of the Inquisition, will infallibly secure your salvation. There is no error more absurd, and yet more rooted in the heart of man, than the belief that his sufferings will promote his spiritual safety. Here I thought myself safe in rejoining, that I trusted my sufferings here would indeed be accepted as a partial mitigation of my well-merited punishment hereafter. I acknowledged my many errors. I professed myself as penitent for my misfortunes as if they had been crimes, and the energy of my grief combining with the innocence of my heart, I commended myself to the Almighty with an unction I really felt. I called on the names of God, the Saviour, and the Virgin, with the earnest supplication of sincere devoutness. When I had risen from my knees, my visitor had retired. Examination followed examination before the judges, with a rapidity unexampled in the annals of the Inquisition. Alas, that they should be annals, that they should be more than records of one day of abuse, oppression, falsehood, and torture. At my next examination before the judges, I was interrogated according to the usual forms, and afterwards was led, by questions as artfully constructed as if there was any necessity for art to lead me, to speak to the question on which I longed to disburden myself. The moment the subject was mentioned, I entered on my narrative with an eagerness of sincerity that would have undeceived any but inquisitors. I announced that I had received another visit from this unknown being. I repeated, with breathless and trembling eagerness, every word of our late conference. I did not suppress a syllable of the insults on the holy office, the wild and fiend-like acrimony of his satire, the avowed atheism, the diabolism of his conversation. I dwelt on every particular. I hoped to make merit with the Inquisition by accusing their enemy and that of mankind. Oh, there is no telling the agony of zeal with which we work between two mortal adversaries, hoping to make a friend of one of them. I had suffered enough already from the Inquisition, but at this moment I would have crouched at the knees of the inquisitors. I would have pleaded for the place of the meanest official in their prison. I would have supplicated for the loathsome office of their executioner. I would have encountered anything that the Inquisition could inflict, to be spared the horror of being imagined the ally of the enemy of souls. To my distraction, I perceived that every word I uttered, in all the agony of truth, in all the hopeless eloquence of a soul struggling with the fiends who are bearing it beyond the reach of mercy, was disregarded. The judges appeared struck, indeed, by the earnestness with which I spoke. They gave, for a moment, a kind of instinctive credit to my words, extorted by terror. But a moment after, I could perceive that I, and not my communication, was the object of that terror. They seemed to view me through a distorting atmosphere of mystery and suspicion. They urged me, over and over again, for further particulars, for ulterior circumstances, for something that was in their minds, but not in mine. The more pains they took to construct their questions skillfully, the more unintelligible they became to me. I had told all I knew. I was anxious to tell all, but I could not tell more than I knew, and the agony of my solicitude to meet the object of the judges was aggravated in proportion to my ignorance of it. On being remanded to my cell, I was warned, in the most solemn manner, that if I neglected to watch, remember, and report every word uttered by the extraordinary being, whose visits they tacitly acknowledged they could neither prevent or detect, I might expect the utmost severity of the Holy Office. I promised all this, all that could be demanded, and finally, as the last proof I could give of my sincerity, I implored that some one might be allowed to pass the night in my cell, or, if that was contrary to the rules of the Inquisition, that one of the guard might be stationed in the passage communicating with my cell, to whom I could, by a signal agreed on, intimate when this nameless being burst on me, and his impious intrusion might be at once detected and punished. In speaking thus, I was indulged with a privilege very unusual in the Inquisition, where the prisoner is only to answer questions, but never to speak unless when called on. My proposal, however, caused some consultation, and it was with horror I found, on its termination, that not one of the officials, even under the discipline of the Inquisition, would undertake the task of watching at the door of my cell. I went back to it in an agony inexpressible. The more I had labored to clear myself, the more I had become involved. My only resource and consolation was in a determination to obey, to the strictest letter, the injunctions of the Inquisition. I kept myself studiously awake. He came not all that night. Towards the morning I slept. Oh, what a sleep was mine! The genii, or the demons of the place, seemed busy in the dream that haunted me. I am convinced that a real victim of an auto da fe, so called, never suffered more during his horrible procession to flames, temporal and eternal, than I did during that dream. I dreamed that the judgment had passed, the bell had tolled, and we marched out from the prison of the Inquisition. My crime was proved, and my sentence determined, as an apostate monk and a diabolical heretic. The procession commenced. The Dominicans went first, then followed the penitents, arms and feet bare, each hand holding a wax taper, some with San Benitos, some without, all pale, haggard, and breathless, the hue of their faces frightfully resembling that of their clay-colored arms and feet. Then followed those who had on their black dresses, the fuego revolto. Then followed, I saw myself, and this horrid tracing of yourself in a dream, this haunting of yourself by your own spectre while you still live, is perhaps a curse almost equal to your crimes, visiting you in the punishments of eternity. I saw myself in the garment of condemnation, the flames pointing upwards, while the demons painted on my dress were mocked by the demons who beset my feet and hovered round my temples. The Jesuits on each side of me urged me to consider the difference between these painted fires and those which were about to enwrap my writhing soul for an eternity of ages. All the bells of Madrid seemed to be ringing in my ears. There was no light, but a dull twilight, such as one always sees in his sleep. No man ever dreamed of sunlight. There was a dim and smoky blaze of torches in my eyes, whose flames were soon to be in my eyes. I saw the stage before me. I was chained to the chair, amid the ringing of bells, the preaching of the Jesuits, and the shouts of the multitude. A splendid amphitheatre stood opposite. The King and Queen of Spain, and all the nobility and hierarchy of the land, were there to see us burn. Our thoughts and dreams wander. I had heard a story of an auto da fe, where a young Jewess, not 16, doomed to be burnt alive, had prostrated herself before the Queen, and exclaimed, "Save me, save me, do not let me burn. My only crime is believing in the God of my fathers." The Queen, I believe Elizabeth of France, wife of Philip, wept, but the procession went on. Something like this crossed my dream. I saw the supplicant rejected. The next moment the figure was that of my brother Juan, who clung to me, shrieking, "Save me, save me." The next moment I was chained to my chair again. The fires were lit, the bells rang out, the litanies were sung, my feet were scorched to a cinder, my muscles cracked, my blood and marrow hissed, my flesh consumed like shrinking leather. The bones of my legs hung two black, withering and moveless sticks in the ascending blaze. It ascended, caught my hair. I was crowned with fire. My head was a ball of molten metal. My eyes flashed and melted in their sockets. I opened my mouth. It drank fire. I closed it. The fire was within. And still the bells rung on, and the crowd shouted, and the king and queen, and all the nobility and priesthood looked on, and we burned and burned. I was a cinder body and soul in my dream. I awoke from it with the horrible exclamation, ever shrieked, never heard, of those wretches when the fires are climbing fast and fell. Misericordia por amor de Dios. My own screams awoke me. I was in my prison, and beside me stood the tempter. With an impulse I could not resist, an impulse borrowed from the horrors of my dream, I flung myself at his feet, and called on him to save me. I know not, sir, nor is it a problem to be solved by human intellect, whether this inscrutable being had not the power to influence my dreams, and dictate to a tempting demon the images which had driven me to fling myself at his feet for hope and safety. However it was, he certainly took advantage of my agony, half visionary, half real as it was, and while proving to me that he had the power of effecting my escape from the Inquisition, proposed to me that incommunicable condition which I am forbid to reveal, except in the act of confession. Here Melmoth could not forbear remembering the incommunicable condition proposed to Stanton in the madhouse. He shuddered and was silent. The Spaniard went on. At my next examination, the questions were more eager and earnest than ever, and I was more anxious to be heard than questioned. So in spite of the eternal circumspection and formality of an inquisitorial examination, we soon came to understand each other. I had an object to gain, and they had nothing to lose by my gaining that object. I confessed, without hesitation, that I had received another visit from that most mysterious being, who could penetrate the recesses of the Inquisition without either its leave or prevention. The judges trembled on their seats as I uttered these words. That I was most willing to disclose all that had transpired at our last conference, but that I required to first confess to a priest and receive absolution. This, though quite contrary to the rules of the Inquisition, was, on this extraordinary occasion, complied with. A black curtain was dropped before one of the recesses. I knelt down before a priest, and confided to him that tremendous secret, which, according to the rules of the Catholic Church, can never be disclosed by the confessor but to the Pope. I do not understand how the business was managed, but I was called on to repeat the same confession before the inquisitors. I repeated it word for word, saving only the words that my oath and my consciousness of the holy secret of confession forbade me to disclose. The sincerity of this confession, I thought, would have worked a miracle for me, and so it did, but not the miracle that I expected. They required from me that incommunicable secret. I announced it was in the bosom of the priest to whom I had confessed. They whispered and seemed to debate about the torture. At this time, as may be supposed, I cast an anxious and miserable look round the apartment, where the large crucifix, 13 feet high, stood bending above the seat of the Supreme. At this moment I saw a person seated at the table covered with black cloth, intensely busy as a secretary, or person employed in taking down the depositions of the accused. As I was led near the table, this person flashed a look of recognition on me. He was my dreaded companion. He was an official now of the Inquisition. I gave all up the moment I saw his ferocious and lurking scowl, like that of the tiger before he springs from his jungle, or the wolf from his den. This person threw on me looks, from time to time, which I could not mistake, and I dared not interpret, and I had reason to believe that the tremendous sentence pronounced against me issued, if not from his lips, at least from his dictation. You, Alonso de Monsada, monk, professed of the order of, accused of the crimes of heresy, apostasy, fratricide. Oh, no, no, I shrieked, but no one heeded me. And conspiracy with the enemy of mankind against the peace of the community in which you professed yourself a votary of God, and against the authority of the Holy Office, accused, moreover, of intercourse in your cell, the prison of the Holy Office, with an infernal messenger of the foe of God, man, and your own apostatized soul, condemned on your own confession of the infernal spirit having had access to your cell, are hereby delivered to— I heard no more. I exclaimed, but my voice was drowned in the murmur of the officials. The crucifix suspended behind the chair of the judge rocked and reeled before my eyes. The lamp that hung from the ceiling seemed to send forth 20 lights. I held up my hands in abjuration. They were held down by stronger hands. I tried to speak. My mouth was stopped. I sunk on my knees. On my knees I was about to be dragged away, when an aged inquisitor, giving a sign to the officials, I was released for a few moments, and he addressed me in these words rendered terrible by the sincerity of the speaker. From his age, from his sudden interposition, I had expected mercy. He was a very old man. He had been blind for 20 years, and as he rose to speak my malediction, my thoughts wandered from Appius Claudius of Rome, blessing the loss of sight that saved him from beholding the disgrace of his country, to that blind chief inquisitor of Spain, who assured Philip that in sacrificing his son he imitated the Almighty, who had sacrificed his son also for the salvation of mankind. Horrid profanation, yet striking application to the bosom of a Catholic. The words of the inquisitor were these: "Wretch, apostate, and excommunicate, I bless God that these withered balls can no longer behold you. The demon has haunted you from your birth. You were born in sin. Fiends rocked your cradle, and dipped their talons in the holy font, while they mocked the sponsors of your unsanctified baptism. Illegitimate and accursed, you were always the burden of the Holy Church, and now the infernal spirit comes to claim his own, and you acknowledge him as your Lord and Master. He has sought and sealed you as his own, even amid the prison of the Inquisition. Begone, accursed! We deliver you over to the secular arm, praying that it may deal with you not too severely." At these terrible words, whose meaning I understood but too well, I uttered one shriek of agony, the only human sound ever heard within the walls of the Inquisition. But I was borne away, and that cry into which I had thrown the whole strength of nature was heeded no more than a cry from the torture room. On my return to my cell, I felt convinced the whole was a scheme of inquisitorial art to involve me in self-accusation, their constant object when they can effect it, and punish me for a crime, while I was guilty only of an extorted confession. With compunction and anguish unutterable, I execrated my own beast-like and credulous stupidity. Could any but an idiot, a driveler, have been the victim of such a plot? Was it in nature to believe that the prisons of the Inquisition could be traversed at will by a stranger whom no one could discover or apprehend? That such a being could enter cells impervious to human power, and hold conversation with the prisoners at his pleasure, appear and disappear, insult, ridicule, and blaspheme, propose escape, and point out the means with a precision and facility that must be the result of calm and profound calculation, and this within the walls of the Inquisition, almost in the hearing of the judges, actually in the hearing of the guards, who night and day paced the passages with sleepless and inquisitorial vigilance. Ridiculous, monstrous, impossible. It was all a plot to betray me to self-condemnation. My visitor was an agent and accomplice of the Inquisition, and I was my own betrayer and executioner. Such was my conclusion, and hopeless as it was, it certainly seemed probable. I had now nothing to await but the most dreadful of all destinations, amid the darkness and silence of my cell, where the total suspension of the stranger's visits confirmed me every hour in my conviction of their nature and purport, when an event occurred whose consequences alike defeated fear, hope, and calculation. This was the great fire that broke out within the walls of the Inquisition about the close of the last century. It was on the night of the 29th November 17 that this extraordinary circumstance took place, extraordinary from the well-known precautions adopted by the vigilance of the Holy Office against such an accident, and also from the very small quantity of fuel consumed within its walls. On the first intimation that the fire was spreading rapidly and threatened danger, the prisoners were ordered to be brought from their cells and guarded in a court of the prison. I must acknowledge we were treated with great humanity and consideration. We were conducted deliberately from our cells, placed each of us between two guards, who did us no violence, nor used harsh language, but assured us from time to time that if the danger became imminent, we would be permitted every fair opportunity to effect our escape. It was a subject worthy of the pencil of Salvator Rosa or of Murillo to sketch us as we stood, our dismal garbs and squalid looks contrasted with the equally dark but imposing and authoritative looks of the guards and officials, all displayed by the light of torches, which burned, or appeared to burn, fainter and fainter, as the flames rose and roared in triumph above the towers of the Inquisition. The heavens were all on fire, and the torches, held no longer in firm hands, gave a tremulous and pallid light. It seemed to me like a wildly painted picture of the last day. God appeared, descending in the light that enveloped the skies, and we stood pale and shuddering in the light below. Among the group of prisoners there were fathers and sons, who perhaps had been inmates of adjacent cells for years, without being conscious of each other's vicinity or existence, but they did not dare to recognize each other. Was not this like the day of judgment, where similar mortal relations may meet under different classes of the sheep and goats, without presuming to acknowledge the strayed one amid the flock of a different shepherd? There were also parents and children who did recognize and stretch out their wasted arms to each other, though feeling they must never meet, some of them condemned to the flames, some to imprisonment, and some to the official duties of the Inquisition, as a mitigation of their sentence. And was not this like the day of judgment, where parent and child may be allotted different destinations, and the arms that would attest the last proof of mortal affection are expanded in vain over the gulf of eternity? Behind and around us stood the officials and guards of the Inquisition, all watching and intent on the progress of the flames, but fearless of the result with regard to themselves. Such may be the feeling of those spirits who watch the doom of the Almighty, and know the destination of those they are appointed to watch. And is not this like the day of judgment? Far, far above us, the flames burst out in volumes, in solid masses of fire, spiring up to the burning heavens. The towers of the Inquisition shrunk into cinders. That tremendous monument of the power and crime and gloom of the human mind was wasting like a scroll in the fire. Will it not be thus also at the day of judgment? Assistance was slowly brought. Spaniards are very indolent. The engines played imperfectly. The danger increased. The fire blazed higher and higher. The persons employed to work the engines, paralyzed by terror, fell to the ground, and called on every saint they could think of to arrest the progress of the flames. Their exclamations were so loud and earnest, that really the saints must have been deaf, or must have felt a particular predilection for a conflagration, not to attend to them. However it was, the fire went on. Every bell in Madrid rang out. Orders were issued to every alcaide to be had. The King of Spain himself, after a hard day's shooting, attended in person. The churches were all lit up, and thousands of the devout supplicated on their knees by torchlight, or whatever light they could get, that the reprobate souls confined in the Inquisition might feel the fires that were consuming its walls, as merely a slight foretaste of the fires that glowed for them for ever and ever. The fire went on, doing its dreadful work, and heeding kings and priests no more than if they were firemen. I am convinced 20 able men, accustomed to such business, could have quenched the fire, but when our workmen should have played their engines, they were all on their knees. The flames at last began to descend into the court. Then commenced a scene of horror indescribable. The wretches who had been doomed to the flames imagined their hour was come. Idiots from long confinement, and submissive as the holy office could require, they became delirious as they saw the flames approaching, and shrieked audibly, "Spare me! Spare me! Put me to as little torture as you can." Others, kneeling to the approaching flames, invoked them as saints. They dreamt they saw the visions they had worshipped, the holy angels, and even the Blessed Virgin, descending in flames to receive their souls as parting from the stake, and they howled out their Alleluias, half in horror, half in hope. Amid this scene of distraction, the inquisitors stood their ground. It was admirable to see their firm and solemn array. As the flames prevailed, they never faltered with foot, or gave a sign with hand, or winked with eye. Their duty, their stern and heartless duty, seemed to be the only principle and motive of their existence. They seemed a phalanx clad in iron, impenetrable. When the fires roared, they crossed themselves calmly. When the prisoners shrieked, they gave a signal for silence. When they dared to pray, they tore them from their knees, and hinted the inutility of prayer at such a juncture, when they might be sure that the flames they were deprecating would burn hotter in a region from which there was neither escape or hope of departure. At this moment, while standing amid the group of prisoners, my eyes were struck by an extraordinary spectacle. Perhaps it is amid the moments of despair that imagination has most power, and they who have suffered can best describe and feel. In the burning light, the steeple of the Dominican church was as visible as at noonday. It was close to the prison of the Inquisition. The night was intensely dark, but so strong was the light of the conflagration that I could see the spire blazing from the reflected luster like a meteor. The hands of the clock were as visible as if a torch was held before them, and this calm and silent progress of time, amid the tumultuous confusion of midnight horrors, this scene of the physical and mental world in an agony of fruitless and incessant motion, might have suggested a profound and singular image, had not my whole attention been riveted to a human figure placed on a pinnacle of the spire, and surveying the scene in perfect tranquillity. It was a figure not to be mistaken. It was the figure of him who had visited me in the cells of the Inquisition. The hopes of my justification made me forget everything. I called aloud on the guard, and pointed out the figure, visible as it was in that strong light to every eye. No one had time, however, to give a glance towards it. At that very moment, the archway of the court opposite to us gave way, and sunk in ruins at our feet, dashing, as it fell, an ocean of flame against us. One wild shriek burst from every lip at that moment. Prisoners, guards, and inquisitors all shrunk together, mingled in one group of terror. The next instant, the flames being suppressed by the fall of such a mass of stone, there arose such a blinding cloud of smoke and dust, that it was impossible to distinguish the face or figure of those who were next you. The confusion was increased by the contrast of this sudden darkness to the intolerable light that had been drying up our sight for the last hour, and by the cries of those who, being near the arch, lay maimed and writhing under its fragments. Amid shrieks and darkness and flames, a space lay open before me. The thought, the motion were simultaneous. No one saw, no one pursued, and hours before my absence could be discovered, or an inquiry be made after me, I had struggled, safe and secret, through the ruins, and was in the streets of Madrid. To those who have escaped present and extreme peril, all other peril seems trifling. The wretch who has swum from a wreck cares not on what shore he is cast, and though Madrid was in fact only a wider prison of the Inquisition to me, in knowing that I was no longer in the hands of the officials, I felt a delirious and indefinite consciousness of safety. Had I reflected for a moment, I must have known that my peculiar dress and bare feet must betray me wherever I went. The conjuncture, however, was very favorable to me. The streets were totally deserted. Every inhabitant who was not in bed or bedrid was in the churches, deprecating the wrath of heaven, and praying for the extinction of the flames. I ran on, I know not where, till I could run no longer. The pure air, which I had been so long unaccustomed to breathe, acted like the most torturing spicula on my throat and lungs as I flew along, and utterly deprived me of the power of respiration, which at first it appeared to restore. I saw a building near me, whose large doors were open. I rushed in. It was a church. I fell on the pavement panting. It was the aisle into which I had burst. It was separated from the chancel by large grated railings. Within I could see the priests at the altar, by the lamps recently and rarely lighted, and a few trembling devotees on their knees, in the body of the chancel. There was a strong contrast between the glare of the lamps within the chancel and the faint light that trembled through the windows of the aisle, scarcely showing me the monuments, on one of which I leaned to rest my throbbing temples for a moment. I could not rest, I dared not, and rising, I cast an involuntary glance on the inscription which the monument bore. The light appeared to increase maliciously, to aid my powers of vision. I read, Orate pro anima. I at last came to the name, Juan de Monsada. I flew from the spot as if pursued by demons. My brother's early grave had been my resting place. End of Volume 2nd. End of Chapter 11. End of Section 21. Chapter 12 of Melmoth the Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. Melmoth the Wanderer by Charles Robert Maturin. Volume 3, Chapter 12. jura vi lingua mentem injuratam gero. Who brought you first acquainted with the devil? Shirley's St. Patrick for Ireland. I ran on till I had no longer breath or strength, without perceiving that I was in a dark passage, till I was stopped by a door, and falling against it, I burst it open, and found myself in a low, dark room. When I raised myself, for I had fallen on my hands and knees, I looked round, and saw something so singular as to suspend even my personal anxiety and terror for a moment. The room was very small, and I could perceive by the rents that I had not only broken open a door, but a large curtain which hung before it, whose ample folds still afforded me concealment if I required it. There was no one in the room, and I had time to study its singular furniture at leisure. There was a table covered with cloth. On it were placed a vessel of a singular construction, a book into whose pages I looked, but could not make out a single letter. I therefore wisely took it for a book of magic, and closed it with a feeling of exculpatory horror. It happened to be a copy of the Hebrew Bible, marked with the Samaritan points. There was a knife, too, and a cock was fastened to the leg of the table, whose loud crows announced his impatience of further constraint. Deinde expiationem aggreditur et capiti suo ter gallum alidit, singulosque ictus, his vocibus prosequitur, hic gallus sit permutio pro me. Gallo deinde imponens manus eum statim mactat. Vide Buxtorf, as quoted in Dr. McGee, Bishop of Raphoe's work on the Atonement. Cumberland in his Observer, I think, mentions the discovery to have been reserved for the feast of the Passover. It is just as probable it was made on the day of expiation. I felt that this apparatus was somewhat singular. It looked like a preparation for a sacrifice. I shuddered, and wrapped myself in the volumes of the drapery which hung before the door my fall had broken open. A dim lamp, suspended from the ceiling, discovered to me all these objects, and enabled me to observe what followed almost immediately. A man of middle age, but whose physiognomy had something peculiar in it, even to the eye of a Spaniard, from the clustering darkness of his eyebrows, his prominent nose, and a certain lustre in the balls of his eyes, entered the room, knelt before the table, kissed the book that lay on it, and read from it some sentences that were to precede, as I imagined, some horrible sacrifice, felt the edge of the knife, knelt again, uttered some words which I did not understand, as they were in the language of that book, and then called aloud on some one by the name of Manasseh ben Solomon. No one answered. He sighed, passed his hand over his eyes with the air of a man who is asking pardon of himself for a short forgetfulness, and then pronounced the name of Antonio. A young man immediately entered and answered, "Did you call me, father?" But while he spoke, he threw a hollow and wandering glance on the singular furniture of the room. "I called you, my son, and why did you not answer me?" "I did not hear you, father. I mean, I did not think it was on me you called. I heard only a name I was never called by before. When you said Antonio, I obeyed you. I came. But that is the name by which you must in future be called and be known, to me at least, unless you prefer another. You shall have your choice. My father, I shall adopt whatever name you choose. No, the choice of your new name must be your own. You must, for the future, either adopt a name you have heard or another. What other, sir? That of parricide. The youth shuddered with horror, less at the words than at the expression that accompanied them, and after looking at his father for some time in a posture of tremulous and supplicating inquiry, he burst into tears. The father seized the moment. He grasped the arms of his son. My child, I gave you life, and you may repay the gift. My life is in your power. You think me a Catholic. I have brought you up as one for the preservation of our mutual lives, in a country where the confession of the true faith would infallibly cost both. I am one of that unhappy race everywhere stigmatized and spoken against, yet on whose industry and talent the ungrateful country that anathematizes us depends for half the sources of its national prosperity. I am a Jew, an Israelite, one of those to whom, even by the confession of a Christian apostle, pertain the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of God and the promises, whose are the fathers, and of whom as concerning the flesh. Here he paused, not willing to go on with a quotation that would have contradicted his sentiments. He added, The Messiahs will come, whether suffering or triumphant. I am a Jew. I called you at the hour of your birth by the name of Manasseh ben Solomon. I called on you by that name, which I felt had clung to the bottom of my heart from that hour, and which, echoing from its abyss, I almost hoped you would have recognized. It was a dream, but will you not, my beloved child, realize that dream? Will you not? Will you not? The God of your fathers is waiting to embrace you, and your Father is at your feet, imploring you to follow the faith of your father Abraham, the prophet Moses, and all the holy prophets who are with God, and who look down on this moment of your soul's vacillation between the abominable idolatries of those who not only adore the son of the carpenter, but even impiously compel you to fall down before the image of the woman his mother, and adore her by the blasphemous name of Mother of God, and the pure voice of those who call on you to worship the God of your fathers, the God of ages, the eternal God of heaven and earth, without son or mother, without child or descendant, as impiously presumed in their blasphemous creed, without even worshipper, save those who, like me, sacrifice their hearts to him in solitude, at the risk of those hearts being pierced by their own children. At these words, the young man, overcome by all he saw and heard, and quite unprepared for this sudden transition from Catholicism to Judaism, burst into tears. The father seized the moment. My child, you are now to profess yourself the slave of these idolaters, who are cursed in the law of Moses, and by the commandment of God, or to enroll yourself among the faithful, whose rest shall be in the bosom of Abraham, and who, reposing there, shall see the unbelieving crawling over the burning ashes of hell, and supplicate you in vain for a drop of water, according to the legends of their own prophet? And does not such a picture excite your pride to deny them a drop? I would not deny them a drop, sobbed the youth. I would give them these tears. Reserve them for your father's grave, added the Jew, for to the grave you have doomed me. I have lived, sparing, watching, temporizing with these accursed idolaters for you, and now you reject a God who is alone able to save, and a father kneeling to implore you to accept that salvation. No, I do not, said the bewildered youth. What then do you determine? I am at your feet to know your resolution. Behold, the mysterious instruments of your initiation are ready. There is the uncorrupted book of Moses, the prophet of God, as these idolaters themselves confess. There are all the preparations for the year of expiation. Determine whether those rites shall now dedicate you to the true God, or seize your father, who has put his life into your hands, and drag him by the throat into the prisons of the Inquisition. You may, you can, will you? In prostrate and tremulous agony, the father held up his locked hands to his child. I seized a moment. Despair had made me reckless. I understood not a word of what was said, except the reference to the Inquisition. I seized on that last word. I grasped, in my despair, at the heart of father and child. I rushed from behind the curtain, and exclaiming, "If he does not betray you to the Inquisition, I will," I fell at his feet. This mixture of defiance and prostration, my squalid figure, my inquisitorial habit, and my bursting on this secret and solemn interview, struck the Jew with a horror he vainly gasped to express, till, rising from my knees, on which I had fallen from my weakness, I added, "Yes, I will betray you to the Inquisition, unless you instantly promise to shelter me from it." The Jew glanced at my dress, perceived his danger and mine, and with a physical presence of mind unparalleled, except in a man under strong impressions of mental excitation and personal danger, bustled about to remove every trace of the expiatory sacrifice and of my inquisitorial costume in a moment. In the same breath he called aloud for Rebecca to remove the vessels from the table, bid Antonio quit the apartment, and hastened to clothe me in some dress that he had snatched from a wardrobe collected from centuries, while he tore off my inquisitorial dress with a violence that left me actually naked, and the habit in rags. There was something at once fearful and ludicrous in the scene that followed. Rebecca, an old Jewish woman, came at his call, but seeing a third person, retreated in terror, while her master, in his confusion, called her in vain by her Christian name of Maria. Obliged to remove the table alone, he overthrew it, and broke the leg of the unfortunate animal fastened to it, who, not to be without his share in the tumult, uttered the most shrill and intolerable screams, while the Jew, snatching up the sacrificial knife, repeated eagerly, Statim magtat galum, and put the wretched bird out of its pain. Then, trembling at this open avowal of his Judaism, he sat down amid the ruins of the overthrown table, the fragments of the broken vessels, and the remains of the martyred cock. He gazed at me with a look of stupefied and ludicrous inanity, and demanded in delirious tones what my lords the Inquisitors had pleased to visit his humble but highly honored mansion for. I was scarce less deranged than he was, and though we both spoke the same language and were forced by circumstances into the same strange and desperate confidence with each other, we really needed, for the first half hour, a rational interpreter of our exclamations, starts of fear, and burst of disclosure. At last our mutual terror acted honestly between us, and we understood each other. The end of the matter was, that, in less than an hour, I felt myself clad in a comfortable garment, seated at a table amply spread, watched over by my involuntary host, and watching him in turn with red wolfish eyes, which glanced from his board to his person, as if I could, at a moment's hint of danger from his treachery, have changed my meal and feasted on his lifeblood. No such danger occurred. My host was more afraid of me than I had reason to be of him, and for many causes. He was a Jew innate, an impostor, a wretch, who, drawing sustenance from the bosom of our holy mother the Church, had turned her nutriment to poison, and attempted to infuse that poison into the lips of his son. I was but a fugitive from the Inquisition, a prisoner who had a kind of instinctive and very venial dislike to giving the Inquisitors the trouble of lighting the faggots for me, which would be much better employed in consuming the adherent to the law of Moses. In fact, impartiality considered, there was everything in my favor, and the Jew just acted as if he felt so, but all this I ascribed to his terrors of the Inquisition. That night I slept, I know not how or where. I had wild dreams before I slept, if I did sleep, and after. Such visions, such things, passed in dread and stern reality before me. I have often in my memory searched for the traces of the first night I passed under the roof of the Jew, but can find nothing, nothing except a conviction of my utter insanity. It might not have been so. I know not how it was. I remember his lighting me up a narrow stair, and my asking him, was he lighting me down the steps of the dungeons of the Inquisition? His throwing open a door, and my asking him, was it the door of the torture room? His attempting to undress me, and my exclaiming, do not bind me too tight, I know I must suffer, but be merciful. His throwing me on the bed, while I shrieked, well, you have bound me on the rack then, strain it hard, that I may forget myself the sooner, but let your surgeon not be near to watch my pulse, let it cease to throb, and let me cease to suffer. I remember no more for many days, though I have struggled to do so, and caught from time to time glimpses of thoughts better lost. Oh, sir, there are some criminals of the imagination, whom, if we could plunge into the oubliettes of its magnificent but lightly based fabric, its lord would reign more happy. Many days elapsed, indeed, before the Jew began to feel his immunity somewhat dearly purchased by the additional maintenance of a troublesome and, I fear, a deranged inmate. He took the first opportunity that the recovery of my intellect offered of hinting this to me, and inquired mildly what I purposed to do, and where I meant to go. This question for the first time opened to my view that range of hopeless and interminable desolation that lay before me. The Inquisition had laid waste the whole track of life as with fire and sword. I had not a spot to stand on, a meal to earn, a hand to grasp, a voice to greet, a roof to crouch under, in the whole realm of Spain. You are not to learn, sir, that the power of the Inquisition, like that of death, separates you, by its single touch, from all mortal relations. From the moment its grasp has seized you, all human hands unlock their hold of yours. You have no longer father, mother, sister, or child. The most devoted and affectionate of all those relatives who, in the natural intercourse of human life, would have laid their hands under your feet to procure you a smoother passage over its roughness, would be the first to grasp the faggot that was to reduce you to ashes, if the Inquisition were to demand the sacrifice. I knew all this, and I felt, besides, that, had I never been a prisoner in the Inquisition, I was an isolated being, rejected by father and mother, the involuntary murderer of my brother, the only being on earth who loved me, or whom I could love or profit by, that being who seemed to flash across my brief human existence, to illuminate and to blast. The bolt had perished with the victim. In Spain, it was impossible for me to live without detection, unless I plunged myself into an imprisonment as profound and hopeless as that of the Inquisition. And if a miracle were wrought to convey me out of Spain, ignorant as I was of the language, the habits, and the modes of obtaining subsistence in that or any other country, how could I support myself, even for a day? Absolute famine stared me in the face, and a sense of degradation accompanying my consciousness of my own utter and desolate helplessness was the keenest shaft in the quiver, whose contents were lodged in my heart. My consequence was actually lessened in my own eyes by ceasing to become the victim of persecution by which I had suffered so long. While people think it worth their while to torment us, we are never without some dignity, though painful and imaginary. Even in the Inquisition I belonged to somebody. I was watched and guarded. Now I was the outcast of the whole earth, and I wept with equal bitterness and depression at the hopeless vastness of the desert I had to traverse. The Jew, not at all disturbed by these feelings, went daily out for intelligence, and returned one evening in such raptures, that I could easily discover he had ascertained his own safety at least, if not mine. He informed me that the current report in Madrid was that I had perished in the fall of the burning ruins on the night of the fire. He added that this report had received additional currency and strength from the fact that the bodies of those who had perished by the fall of the arch were, when discovered, so defaced by fire and so crushed by the massive fragments as to be utterly undistinguishable. Their remains had been collected, however, and mine were supposed to be among the number. A mass had been performed for them, and their cinders, occupying but a single coffin, were interred in the vaults of the Dominican church, while some of the first families of Spain, in the deepest mourning and their faces veiled, testified their grief in silence for those whom they would have shuddered to acknowledge their mortal relationship to, had they been still living. Certainly a lump of cinders was no longer an object even of religious hostility. My mother, he added, was among the number of mourners, but with a veil so long and thick, and attendants so few, that it would have been impossible to have known the Duchess de Monçada, but for the whisper that her appearance there had been enjoined for penance. He added, what gave me more perfect satisfaction, that the Holy Office was very glad to accredit the story of my death. They wished me to be believed dead, and what the Inquisition wishes to be believed is rarely denied belief in Madrid. This signing my certificate of death was to me the best security for life. In the communicativeness of his joy, which had expanded his heart, if not his hospitality, the Jew, as I swallowed my bread and water, for my stomach still loathed all animal food, informed me that there was a procession to take place that evening, the most solemn and superb ever witnessed in Madrid. The Holy Office was to appear in all the pomp and plenitude of its glory, accompanied by the standards of Saint Dominic and the Cross, while all the ecclesiastical orders in Madrid were to attend with their appropriate insignia, invested by a strong military guard, which, for some reason or other, was judged necessary or proper, and, attended by the whole populace of Madrid, was to proceed to the principal church to humiliate themselves for the recent calamity they had undergone, and implore the saints to be more personally active in the event of a future conflagration. The evening came on. The Jew left me, and under an impression at once unaccountable and irresistible, I ascended to the highest apartment in his house, and with a beating heart listened for the toll of the bells that was to announce the commencement of the ceremony. I had not long to wait. At the close of twilight, every steeple in the city was vibrating with the tolls of their well-plied bells. I was in an upper room of the house. There was but one window, but hiding myself behind the blind, which I withdrew from time to time, I had a full view of the spectacle. The house of the Jew looked out on an open space, through which the procession was to pass, and which was already so filled that I wondered how the procession could ever make its way through such a wedged and impenetrable mass. At last I could distinguish a motion like that of a distant power, giving a kind of indefinite impulse to the vast body that rolled and blackened beneath me, like the ocean under the first and far-felt agitations of the storm. The crowd rocked and reeled, but did not seem to give way an inch. The procession commenced. I could see it approach, marked as it was by the crucifix, banner, and taper, for they had reserved the procession till a late hour to give it the imposing effect of torchlight, and I saw the multitude at a vast distance give way at once. Then came on the stream of the procession, rushing like a magnificent river between two banks of human bodies, who kept as regular and strict distance as if they had been ramparts of stone. The banners and crucifixes and tapers appearing like the crests of foam on advancing billows, sometimes rising, sometimes sinking. At last they came on, and the whole grandeur of the procession burst on my view, and nothing was ever more imposing or more magnificent. The habits of the ecclesiastics, the glare of the torches struggling with the dying twilight, and seeming to say to heaven, "We have a sun, though yours is set." The solemn and resolute look of the whole party, who trod as if their march were on the bodies of kings, and looked as if they would have said, "What is the scepter to the cross?" The black crucifix itself, trembling in the rear, attended by the banner of Saint Dominic, with its awful inscription. It was a sight to convert all hearts, and I exulted I was a Catholic. Suddenly a tumult seemed to arise among the crowd. I knew not from what it could arise. All seemed so pleased and so elated. I drew away the blind, and saw by torchlight, among a crowd of officials who clustered round the standard of Saint Dominic, the figure of my companion. His story was well known. At first a faint hiss was heard, then a wild and smothered howl. Then I heard voices among the crowd repeat in audible sounds, "What is this for? Why do they ask why the Inquisition has been half burned? Why the Virgin has withdrawn her protection? Why the saints turn away their faces from us? When a parricide marches among the officials of the Inquisition, are the hands that have cut a father's throat fit to support the banner of the cross?" These were the words but of a few at first, but the whisper spread rapidly among the crowd, and fierce looks were darted, and hands were clenched and raised, and some stooped to the earth for stones. The procession went on, however, and every one knelt to the crucifixes as they advanced, held aloft by the priests. But the murmurs increased too, and the words parricide, profanation, and victim resounded on every side, even from those who knelt in the mire as the cross passed by. The murmur increased. It could no longer be mistaken for that of adoration. The foremost priests paused in terror ill concealed, and this seemed the signal for the terrible scene that was about to follow. An officer belonging to the guard at this time ventured to intimate to the chief inquisitor the danger that might be apprehended, but was dismissed with the short and sullen answer, "Move on. The servants of Christ have nothing to fear." The procession attempted to proceed, but their progress was obstructed by the multitude, who now seemed bent on some deadly purpose. A few stones were thrown, but the moment the priests raised their crucifixes, the multitude were on their knees again, still, however, holding the stones in their hands. The military officers again addressed the chief inquisitor and entreated his permission to disperse the crowd. They received the same dull and stern answer. "The cross is sufficient for the protection of its servants. Whatever fears you may feel, I feel none." Incensed at the reply, a young officer sprung on his horse, which he had quitted from respect while addressing the Suprema, and was in a moment levelled by the blow of a stone that fractured his skull. He turned his blood-swimming eyes on the inquisitor and died. The multitude raised a wild shout and pressed closer. Their intentions were now too plain. They pressed close on that part of the procession among which their victim was placed. Again, and in the most urgent terms, the officers implored leave to disperse the crowd, or at least cover the retreat of the obnoxious object to some neighboring church, or even to the walls of the Inquisition. And the wretched man himself, with loud outcries, as he saw the danger thickening around him, joined in their petition. The Suprema, though looking pale, bated not a jot of his pride. "These are my arms," he exclaimed, pointing to the crucifixes, "and their inscription is Greek letters. I forbid a sword to be drawn or a musket to be levelled. On, in the name of God." And on they attempted to move, but the pressure now rendered it impossible. The multitude, unrepressed by the military, became ungovernable. The crosses reeled and rocked like standards in a battle. The ecclesiastics, in confusion and terror, pressed on each other. Amid that vast mass, every particle of which seemed in motion, there was but one emphatic and discriminate movement, that which bore a certain part of the crowd straight on to the spot where their victim, though enclosed and enwrapped by all that is formidable in earthly and all that is awful in spiritual power, sheltered by the crucifix and the sword, stood trembling to the bottom of his soul. The Suprema saw his error too late, and now called loudly on the military to advance and disperse the crowd by any means. They attempted to obey him, but by this time they were mingled among the crowd themselves. All order had ceased, and besides, there appeared a kind of indisposition to this service from the very first among the military. They attempted to charge, however, but entangled as they were among the crowd, who clung round their horses' hoofs, it was impossible for them even to form, and the first shower of stones threw them into total confusion. The danger increased every moment, for one spirit now seemed to animate the whole multitude. What had been the stifled growl of a few was now the audible yell of all. "Give him to us! We must have him!" And they tossed and roared like 1,000 waves assailing a wreck. As the military retreated, 100 priests instantly closed round the unhappy man, and with generous despair exposed themselves to the fury of the multitude, while the Suprema, hastening to the dreadful spot, stood in the front of the priests, with the cross uplifted. His face was like that of the dead, but his eye had not lost a single flash of its fire, nor his voice a stone of its pride. It was in vain. The multitude proceeded calmly, and even respectfully, when not resisted, to remove all that obstructed their progress. In doing so, they took every care of the persons of priests whom they were compelled to remove, repeatedly asking their pardon for the violence they were guilty of. And this tranquillity of resolved vengeance was the most direful indication of its never desisting till its purpose was accomplished. The last ring was broken, the last resistor overcome. Amid yells like those of 1,000 tigers, the victim was seized and dragged forth, grasping in both hands fragments of the robes of those he had clung to in vain, and holding them up in the impotence of despair. The cry was hushed for a moment as they felt him in their talons, and gazed on him with thirsty eyes. Then it was renewed, and the work of blood began. They dashed him to the earth, tore him up again, flung him into the air, tossed him from hand to hand, as a bull gores the howling mastiff, with horns right and left. Bloody, defaced, blackened with earth, and battered with stones, he struggled and roared among them, till a loud cry announced the hope of a termination to a scene alike horrible to humanity and disgraceful to civilization. The military, strongly reinforced, came galloping on, and all the ecclesiastics, with torn habits and broken crucifixes, following fast in the rear, all eager in the cause of human nature, all on fire to prevent this base and barbarous disgrace to the name of Christianity and of human nature. Alas, this interference only hastened the horrible catastrophe. There was but a shorter space for the multitude to work their furious will. I saw, I felt, but I cannot describe the last moments of this horrible scene. Dragged from the mud and stones, they dashed a mangled lump of flesh right against the door of the house where I was, with his tongue hanging from his lacerated mouth like that of a baited bull, with one eye torn from the socket and dangling on his bloody cheek, with a fracture in every limb and a wound for every pore. He still howled for life, 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 mercy, till a stone, aimed by some pitying hand, struck him down. He fell, trodden in one moment into sanguine and discolored mud by 1,000 feet. The cavalry came on, charging with fury. The crowd, saturated with cruelty and blood, gave way in grim silence. but they had not left a joint of his little finger, a hair of his head, a slip of his skin. Had Spain mortgaged all her relics from Madrid to Montserrat, from the Pyrenees to Gibraltar, she could not have recovered the paring of a nail to canonize. The officer who headed the troop dashed his horse's hoofs into a bloody, formless mass, and demanded, "Where was the victim?" He was answered, "Beneath your horse's feet," and they departed. It is a fact, sir, that while witnessing this horrible execution, I felt all the effects vulgarly ascribed to fascination. I shuddered at the first movement, the dull and deep whisper among the crowd. I shrieked involuntarily when the first decisive movements began among them. But when at last the human, shapeless carrion was dashed against the door, I echoed the wild shouts of the multitude with a kind of savage instinct. I bounded, I clasped my hands for a moment, then I echoed the screams of the thing that seemed no longer to live, but still could scream. And I screamed aloud and wildly for life, life and mercy. One face was turned towards me as I shrieked in unconscious tones. The glance, fixed on me for a moment, was in a moment withdrawn. The flash of the well-known eyes made no impression on me then. My existence was so purely mechanical that without the least consciousness of my own danger, scarce less than that of the victim, had I been detected, I remained uttering shout for shout and scream for scream, offering worlds in imagination to be able to remove from the window, yet feeling as if every shriek I uttered was as a nail that fastened me to it, dropping my eyelids, and feeling as if a hand held them open, or cut them away, forcing me to gaze on all that passed below, like Regulus with his lids cut off, compelled to gaze on the sun that withered up his eyeballs, till sense and sight and soul failed me, and I fell, grasping by the bars of the window, and mimicking, in my horrid trance, the shouts of the multitude and the yell of the devoted. I actually for a moment believed myself the object of their cruelty. The drama of terror has the irresistible power of converting its audience into its victims. The Jew had kept apart from the tumult of the night. He had, I suppose, been saying within himself, in the language of your admirable poet, "O Father Abraham, what these Christians are!" But when he returned at a late hour, he was struck with horror at the state in which he found me. I was delirious, raving, and all he could say or do to soothe me was in vain. My imagination had been fearfully impressed, and the consternation of the poor Jew was, I have been told, equally ludicrous and dismal. In his terror, he forgot all the technical formality of the Christian names by which he had uniformly signalized his household, since his residence in Madrid at least. He called aloud on Manasseh ben Solomon, his son, and Rebekah, his maid, to assist in holding me. "O Father Abraham, my ruin is certain. This maniac will discover all, and Manasseh ben Solomon, my son, will die uncircumcised." These words operating on my delirium, I started up, and grasping the Jew by the throat, arraigned him as a prisoner of the Inquisition. The terrified wretch, falling on his knees, vociferated, "My cock, my cock, my cock, oh, I am undone." Then, grasping my knees, "I am no Jew. My son, Manasseh ben Solomon, is a Christian. You will not betray him. You will not betray me who have saved your life. Manasseh, I mean Antonio. Rebecca, no, Maria, help me to hold him. O God of Abraham, my cock, and my sacrifice of expiation, and this maniac to burst on the recesses of our privacy, to tear open the veil of the tabernacle." "Shut the tabernacle," said Rebecca, the old domestic whom I have before mentioned. "Yea, shut the tabernacle, and close up the veils thereof, for behold, there be men knocking at the door, men who are children of Belial, and they knock with staff and stone, and verily they are about to break in the door, and demolish the carved work thereof with axes and hammers." "Thou liest," said the Jew in much perturbation. "There is no carved work thereabout, nor dare they break it down with axes and hammers. Peradventure it is but an assault of the children of Belial in their rioting and drunkenness. I pray thee, Rebecca, to watch the door, and keep off the sons of Belial, even the sons of the mighty, of the sinful city, the city of Madrid, while I remove this blaspheming carrion, who struggleth with me, yea, struggleth mightily." And struggle I did mightily. But as I struggled, the knocks at the door became louder and stronger, and as I was carried off, the Jew continued to repeat, "Set thy face against them, Rebecca, yea, set thy face like a flint." As he retired, Rebecca exclaimed, "Behold, I have set my back against them, for my face now availeth not. My back is that which I will oppose, and verily I shall prevail." "I pray thee, Rebecca," cried the Jew, "oppose thy face unto them, and verily that shall prevail. Try not the adversary with thy back, but oppose thy face unto them, and behold, if they are men, they shall flee, even though they were 1,000, at the rebuke of one. I pray thee, try thy face once more, Rebecca, while I send this scapegoat into the wilderness. Surely thy face is enough to drive away those who knocked by night at the door of that house in Gibeah, in the matter of the wife of the Benjamite." The knocking all this time increased. "Behold, my back is broken," cried Rebecca, giving up her watch and ward. "For of a verity the weapons of the mighty do smite the lintels and doorposts, and mine arms are not steel, neither are my ribs iron, and behold, I fail. Yea, I fail, and fall backwards into the hands of the uncircumcised." And so saying, she fell backwards as the door gave way, and fell not, as she feared, into the hands of the uncircumcised, but into those of 2 of her countrymen, who, it appeared, had some extraordinary reason for this late visit and forcible entrance. The Jew, apprised who they were, quitted me, after securing the door, and sat up the greater part of the night in earnest conversation with his visitors. Whatever was their subject, it left traces of the most intense anxiety on the countenance of the Jew the next morning. He went out early, did not return till a late hour, and then hastened to the room I occupied, and expressed the utmost delight at finding me sane and composed. Candles were placed on the table, Rebecca dismissed, the door secured, and the Jew, after taking many uneasy turns about the narrow apartment, and often clearing his throat, at length sat down and ventured to entrust me with the cause of his perturbation, in which, with the fatal consciousness of the unhappy, I already began to feel I must have a share. He told me that though the report of my death, so universally credited through Madrid, had at first set his mind at ease, there was now a wild story which, with all its falsehood and impossibility, might, in its circulation, menace us with the most fearful consequences. He asked me, was it possible I could have been so imprudent as to expose myself to view on the day of that horrible execution? And when I confessed that I had stood at a window and had involuntarily uttered cries that I feared might have reached some ears, he wrung his hands, and a sweat of consternation burst out on his pallid features. When he recovered himself, he told me it was universally believed that my spectre had appeared on that terrible occasion, that I had been seen hovering in the air to witness the sufferings of the dying wretch, and that my voice had been heard summoning him to his eternal doom. He added that this story, possessing all the credibility of superstition, was now repeated by 1,000 mouths, and whatever contempt might be attached to its absurdity, it would infallibly operate as a hint to the restless vigilance and unrelaxing industry of the Holy Office, and might ultimately lead to my discovery. He therefore was about to disclose to me a secret, the knowledge of which would enable me to remain in perfect security even in the centre of Madrid, until some means might be devised of effecting my escape and procuring me the means of subsistence in some Protestant country, beyond the reach of the Inquisition. As he was about to disclose this secret on which the safety of both depended, and which I bent in speechless agony to hear, a knock was heard at the door, very unlike the knocks of the preceding night. It was single, solemn, peremptory, and followed by a demand to open the doors of the house in the name of the most holy Inquisition. At these terrible words, the wretched Jew flung himself on his knees, blew out the candles, called on the names of the 12 patriarchs, and slipped a large rosary on his arm, in less time than it is possible to conceive any human frame could go through such a variety of movements. The knock was repeated. I stood paralyzed, but the Jew, springing on his feet, raised one of the boards of the floor in a moment, and, with a motion between convulsion and instinct, pointed to me to descend. I did so, and found myself in a moment in darkness and in safety. I had descended but a few steps, on the last of which I stood trembling, when the officers of the Inquisition entered the room, and stalked over the very board that concealed me. I could hear every word that passed. "Don Fernan," said an officer to the Jew, who re-entered with them, after respectfully opening the door, "why were we not admitted sooner?" "Holy Father," said the trembling Jew, "my only domestic, Maria, is old and deaf. The youth, my son, is in his bed, and I was myself engaged in my devotions." "It seems you can perform them in the dark," said another, pointing to the candles which the Jew was relighting. "When the eye of God is on me, most reverend fathers, I am never in darkness." "The eye of God is on you," said the officer, sternly seating himself, "and so is another eye, to which he has deputed the sleepless vigilance and resistless penetration of his own, the eye of the Holy Office. Don Fernan de Nunez," the name by which the Jew went, "you are not ignorant of the indulgence extended by the Church to those who have renounced the errors of that accursed and misbelieving race from which you are descended. But you must be also aware of its incessant vigilance being directed towards such individuals, from the suspicion necessarily attached to their doubtful conversion and possible relapse. We know that the black blood of Granada flowed in the tainted veins of your ancestry, and that not more than 4 centuries have elapsed since your forefathers trampled on that cross before which you are now prostrate. You are an old man, Don Fernan, but not an old Christian, and under these circumstances it behoves the Holy Office to have a watchful scrutiny over your conduct." The unfortunate Jew, invoking all the saints, protested he would feel the strictest scrutiny with which the Holy Office might honor him, as a ground of obligation and a matter of thanksgiving, renouncing at the same time the creed of his race in terms of such exaggeration and vehemence as made me tremble for his probable sincerity in any creed and his fidelity to me. The officers of the Inquisition, taking little notice of his protestations, went on to inform him of the object of their visit. They stated that a wild and incredible tale of the spectre of a deceased prisoner of the Inquisition having been seen hovering in the air near his house, had suggested to the wisdom of the Holy Office that the living individual might be concealed within its walls. I could not see the trepidation of the Jew, but I could feel the vibration of the boards on which he stood communicated to the steps that supported me. In a choked and tremulous voice, he implored the officers to search every apartment of his house, and to raze it to the ground, and inter him under its dust, if aught were found in it which a faithful and orthodox son of the Church might not harbor. "That shall doubtless be done," said the officer, taking him at his word with the utmost sang-froid. "But in the meantime, suffer me to apprise you, Don Fernan, of the peril you incur, if at any future time, however remote, it shall be discovered that you harbored or aided in concealing a prisoner of the Inquisition, and an enemy of the Holy Church. the very first and lightest part of that penalty will be your dwelling being razed to the ground." The Inquisitor raised his voice and paused with emphatic deliberation between every clause of the following sentences, measuring, as it were, the effect of his blows on the increasing terror of his auditor. "You will be conveyed to our prison under the suspected character of a relapsed Jew. Your son will be committed to a convent to remove him from the pestilential influence of your presence, and your whole property shall be confiscated to the last stone in your walls, the last garment on your person, and the last denier in your purse." The poor Jew, who had marked the gradations of his fear by groans more audible and prolonged at the end of every tremendous denunciatory clause, at the mention of confiscation so total and desolating, lost all self-possession, and ejaculating, "O Father Abraham, and all the holy prophets," fell, as I conjectured from the sound, prostrate on the floor. I gave myself up for lost. Exclusive of his pusillanimity, the words he had uttered were enough to betray him to the officers of the Inquisition, and without a moment's hesitation, between the danger of falling into their hands and plunging into the darkness of the recess into which I had descended, I staggered down a few remaining steps, and attempted to feel my way along a passage in which they seemed to terminate. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Melmoth the Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Melmoth the Wanderer by Charles Robert Maturin. Chapter 13. There sat a spirit in the vault, in shape, in hue, in lineaments, like life. Southey's Balabar. I am convinced that had the passage been as long and intricate as any that ever an antiquarian pursued to discover the tomb of Cheops and the pyramids, I would have rushed on in the blindness of my desperation till famine or exhaustion had compelled me to pause. But I had no such peril to encounter. The floor of the passage was smooth, and the walls were matted, and though I proceeded in darkness, I proceeded in safety, and provided my progress removed me far enough from the pursuit or discovery of the Inquisition, I scarcely cared how it might terminate. Amid this temporary magnanimity of despair, this state of mind which unites the extremes of courage and pusillanimity, I saw a faint light. Faint it was, but it was distinct. I saw clearly it was light. Great God! What a revulsion in my blood and heart, in all my physical and mental feelings, did this sun of my world of darkness create! I venture to say that my speed in approaching it was in the proportion of 100 steps to 1 compared to my crawling progress in the preceding darkness. As I approached, I could discover that the light gleamed through the broad crevices of a door, which, disjointed by subterranean damps, gave me as full a view of the apartment within as if it were opened to me by the inmate. Through one of these crevices, before which I knelt in a mixture of exhaustion and curiosity, I could reconnoitre the whole of the interior. It was a large apartment, hung with dark-coloured baize within 4 feet of the floor, and this intermediate part was thickly matted, probably to intercept the subterranean damps. In the centre of the room stood a table covered with black cloth. It supported an iron lamp of an antique and singular form, by whose light I had been directed, and was now enabled to describe furniture that appeared sufficiently extraordinary. There were, amid maps and globes, several instruments of which my ignorance did not permit me then to know the use. Some, I have since learned, were anatomical. There was an electrifying machine, and a curious model of a rack in ivory. There were few books, but several scrolls of parchment, inscribed with large characters in red and ochre-coloured ink, and around the room were placed 4 skeletons, not in cases, but in a kind of upright coffin that gave their bony emptiness a kind of ghastly and imperative prominence, as if they were the real and rightful tenants of that singular apartment. Interspersed between them were the stuffed figures of animals I knew not then the names of, an alligator, some gigantic bones which I took for those of Samson, but which turned out to be fragments of those of the mammoth, and antlers which in my terror I believed to be those of the devil, but afterwards learned to be those of an elk. Then I saw figures smaller but not less horrible, human and brute abortions, in all their states of anomalous and deformed construction, not preserved in spirits, but standing in the ghastly nakedness of them white diminutive bones. These I conceived to be the attendant imps of some infernal ceremony, which the grand wizard, who now burst on my sight, was to preside over. At the end of the table sat an old man, wrapped in a long robe. His head was covered with a black velvet cap, with a broad border of furs. His spectacles were of such a size as almost to hide his face, and he turned over some scrolls of parchment with an anxious and trembling hand. Then, seizing a skull that lay on the table, and grasping it in fingers hardly less bony and not less yellow, seemed to apostrophize it in the most earnest manner. All my personal fears were lost in the thought of my being the involuntary witness of some infernal orgy. I was still kneeling at the door, where my long-suspended respiration burst forth in a groan, which reached the figure seated at the table in a moment. Habitual vigilance supplied all the defects of age in the part of the listener. It was but the sensation of a moment to feel the door thrown open, my arm seized by an arm powerful though withered by age, and myself, as I thought, in the talons of a demon. The door was closed and bolted. An awful figure stood over me, for I had fallen on the floor, and thundered out, "Who art thou? And why art thou here?" I knew not what to answer, and gazed with a fixed and speechless look on the skeletons, and the other furniture of this terrible vault. "Hold," said the voice, "if thou art indeed exhausted, and needest refreshment, drink of this cup, and thou shalt be refreshed as with wine. Verily it shall come into thy bowels as water, and as oil into thy bones." And as he spoke, he offered to me a cup with some liquid in it. I repelled him and his drink, which I had not a doubt was some magical drug, with horror unutterable, and losing all other fears in the overwhelming one of becoming a slave of Satan, and a victim of one of his agents, as I believe this extraordinary figure, I called on the name of the Saviour and the saints, and crossing myself at every sentence, exclaimed, "No, tempter, keep your infernal potions for the leprous lips of your imps, or swallow them yourself. I have but this moment escaped from the hands of the Inquisition, and 1,000,000 times rather would I return and yield myself their victim than consent to become yours. Your tender mercies are the only cruelties I dread. Even in the prison of the Holy Office, where the faggots appeared to be lit before my eyes, and the chain already fastened round my body to bind it to the stake, I was sustained by a power that enabled me to embrace objects so terrible to nature, sooner than escape them at the price of my salvation. The choice was offered me, and I made my election, and so would I do were it to be offered 1,000 times, though the last were at the stake, and the fire already kindling." Here the Spaniard paused in some agitation. In the enthusiasm of his narration, he had in some degree disclosed that secret which he had declared was incommunicable, except in confessing to a priest. Melmoth, who from the narrative of Stanton had been prepared to suspect something of this, and did not think prudent to press him for a farther disclosure, and waited in silence till his emotion had subsided, without remark or question. Moncada at length resumed his narrative. "While I was speaking, the old man viewed me with a look of calm surprise that made me ashamed of my fear, even before I had ceased to utter them. 'What,' said he at length, fixing apparently on some expressions that struck him, 'art thou escaped from the arm that dealeth its blow in darkness, even the arm of the Inquisition? Art thou that Nazarene youth who sought refuge in the house of our brother Solomon, the son of Hilkiah, who is called Fernan Nunez by the idolaters in this land of his captivity? Verily I trusted thou shouldst this night have ate of my bread, and drank of my cup, and been unto me as a scribe. For our brother Solomon testified concerning thee, saying, His pen is even as the pen of a ready writer.' I gazed at him in astonishment, some vague recollections of Solomon's being about to disclose some safe and secret retreat wandering over my mind, and while trembling at the singular apartment in which we were seated, and the employment in which he seemed engaged, I yet felt a hope hover about my heart, which his knowledge of my situation appeared to justify. 'Sit down,' said he, observing with compassion that I was sinking alike under the exhaustion of fatigue and the distraction of terror. 'Sit down and eat a morsel of bread, and drink a cup of wine, and comfort thine heart, for thou seemest to be as one who hath escaped from the snare of the fowler, and from the dart of the hunter.' I obeyed him involuntarily. I needed the refreshment he offered, and was about to partake of it, when an irresistible feeling of repugnance and horror overcame me, and as I thrust away the food he offered me, I pointed to the objects around me as the cause of my reluctance. He looked round for a moment, as doubting whether objects so familiar to him could be repulsive to a stranger, and then shaking his head, "Thou art a fool," said he, "but thou art a Nazarene, and I pity thee. Verily those who had the teaching of thy youth not only have shut the book of knowledge to thee, but have forgot to open it for themselves. Were not thy masters, the Jesuits, masters also of the healing art, and art thou not acquainted with the sight of its ordinary implements? Eat, I pray thee, and be satisfied that none of these will hurt thee. Yonder dead bones cannot weigh out or withhold thy food, nor can they bind thy joints, or strain them with iron, or rend them with steel, as would the living arms that were stretched forth to seize thee as their prey. And as the Lord of hosts liveth, their prey wouldst thou have been, and a prey unto their iron and steel, were it not for the shelter of the roof of Adonia tonight." I took some of the food he offered me, crossing myself at every mouthful, and drank the wine which the feverish thirst of terror and anxiety made me swallow like water, but not without an internal prayer that it might not be converted into some deleterious and diabolical poison. The Jew Adonijah observed me with increasing compassion and contempt. "What," said he, "appalls thee? Were I possessed of the powers the superstition of thy sect ascribes to me, might I not make thee a banquet for fiends instead of offering thee food? Might I not bring from the caverns of the earth the voices of those that peep and mutter, instead of speaking unto thee with the voice of man? Thou art in my power, yet have I no power or will to hurt thee. And dost thou, who art escaped from the dungeons of the Inquisition, look as one that feareth on the things that thou seest around thee, the furniture of the cell of a secluded leech? Within this apartment I have passed the term of 60 years, and dost thou shudder to visit it for a moment? These be the skeletons of bodies, but in the den thou hast escaped from were the skeletons of perished souls. Here are relics of the wrecks or the caprices of nature, but thou art come from where the cruelty of man, permanent and persevering, unrelenting and unmitigated, hath never failed to leave the proofs of its power in abortive intellects, crippled frames, distorted creeds, and ossified hearts. Moreover, there are around thee parchments and charts, scrawled as it were with the blood of man, but were it even so, could 1,000 such volumes cause such terror to the human eye as a page of the history of thy prison, written as it is in blood, drawn not from the frozen veins of the dead, but from the bursting hearts of the living? Eat, Nazarene, there is no poison in thy food. Drink, there is no drug in thy cup. Darest thou promise thyself that in the prison of the Inquisition, or even in the cells of the Jesuits, eat and drink without fear in the vault, even in the vault of Adonijah the Jew? If thou darest to have done so in the dwellings of the Nazarenes, I had never beheld thee here. Hast thou fed?" he added, and I bowed. "Hast thou drunk of the cup I gave thee?" My torturing thirst returned, and I gave him back the cup. He smiled, but the smile of age, the smile of lips over which more than 100 years have passed, has an expression more repulsive and hideous than can be deemed. It is never the smile of pleasure. It is a frown of the mouth, and I shrunk before its grim wrinkles, as the Jew Adoniah added, "If thou hast eat and drank, it is time for thee to rest. Come to thy bed. It may be harder than they have given thee in thy prison, but behold, it shall be safer. Come and rest thee there. It may be that the adversary and the enemy shall not there find thee out." I followed him through passages so devious and intricate that, bewildered as I was with the events of the night, they forced on my memory the well-known fact that in Madrid the Jews have subterranean passages to each other's habitations, which have hitherto baffled all the industry of the Inquisition. I slept that night, or rather day, for the sun had risen, on a pallet laid on the floor of a room, small, lofty, and matted halfway up the walls. One narrow and grated window admitted the light of the sun that arose after that eventful night, and amid the sweet sound of bells and the still sweeter of human life, awake and in motion around me, I sunk into a slumber that was unbroken even by a dream till the day was closing, or, in the language of Adoniah, till the shadows of the evening were upon the face of all the earth. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Melmoth the Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Melmoth the Wanderer by Charles Robert Maturin. Chapter 14. Unde eratos deos timent, qui sic propitias marentur. Seneca. When I awoke, he was standing by my pallet. Arise, said he, eat and drink, that thy strength may return unto thee. He pointed to a small table as he spoke, which was covered with food of the plainest kind, and dressed with the utmost simplicity. Yet he seemed to think an apology was necessary for the indulgence of this temperate fare. I myself, said he, eat not the flesh of any animal, save on the new moons and the feasts. Yet the days of the years of my life have been 107, 60 of which have been passed in the chamber where thou sawest me. Rarely do I ascend to the upper chamber of this house, save on occasions like this, or peradventure to pray, with my window open towards the east, for the turning away wrath from Jacob, and the turning again the captivity of Zion. Well saith the ethnic leech, er exclusus confert ad longevitatem. Such hath been my life, as I tell thee. The light of heaven hath been hidden from mine eyes, and the voice of man is as the voice of a stranger in mine ears, save those of some of mine own nation, who weep for the affliction of Israel. Yet the silver cord is not loosed, nor the golden bowl broken, and though mine eye be waxing dim, my natural force is not abated. As he spoke, my eyes hung in reverence on the hoary majesty of his patriarchal figure, and I felt as if I beheld an embodied representation of the old law in all its stern simplicity, the unbending grandeur and primeval antiquity. Hast thou eaten, and art full? Arise then, and follow me. We descended to the vault, where I found the lamp was always burning. And Adonijah, pointing to the parchments that lay on the table, said, This is the matter wherein I need thy help. The collection and transcription whereof hath been the labor of more than half a life, prolonged beyond the bounds allotted to mortality. But pointing to his sunken bloodshot eyes, those that look out of the windows begin to be darkened, and I feel that I need help from the quick hand and clear eye of youth. Wherefore, it being certified unto me by our brother that thou wert a youth who couldst handle the pen of a scribe, and moreover wast in need of a city of refuge, and a strong wall of defense against the laying in wait of thy brethren round about thee, I was willing that thou shouldst come under my roof, and eat of such things as I set before thee, and such as thy soul desireth, excepting only the abominable things forbidden in the law of the prophet, and shouldst moreover receive wages as an hired servant. You will perhaps smile, sir, but even in my wretched situation, I felt a slight but painful flush tinge my cheek at the thought of a Christian and a peer of Spain becoming the amanuensis of a Jew for hire. Adonijah continued, Then when my task is completed, then will I be gathered to my fathers, trusting surely in the hope of Israel, that mine eyes shall behold the king in his beauty. They shall see the land that is very far off. And peradventure, he added, in a voice that grief rendered solemn, mellow, and tremulous, peradventure, there shall I meet in bliss those with whom I parted in woe, even thou, Zachariah, the son of my loins, and thou, Leah, the wife of my bosom, apostrophizing two of the silent skeletons that stood near. And in the presence of the God of our fathers, the redeemed of Zion shall meet, and meet as those who are to part no more forever and ever. At these words he closed his eyes, lifted up his hands, and appeared to be absorbed in mental prayer. Grief had perhaps subdued my prejudices, it had certainly softened my heart, and at this moment I half believed that a Jew might find entrance and adoption amid the family and fold of the blessed. This sentiment operated on my human sympathies, and I inquired with unfeigned anxiety after the fate of Solomon the Jew, whose misfortune in harboring me had exposed him to the visit of the inquisitors. Be at peace, said Adonijah, waving his bony and wrinkled hand, as if dismissing a subject below his present feelings. Our brother Solomon is in no peril of death, neither shall his goods be taken for a spoil. If our adversaries are mighty in power, so are we mighty also to deal with them by our wealth or our wisdom. Thy flight they never can trace, thy existence on the face of the earth shall also be unknown to them, so thou wilt hearken to me and heed my words. I could not speak, but my expression of mute and imploring anxiety spoke for me. Thou didst use words, said Adonijah, last night, whereof, though I remember not all the purport, the sound yet maketh mine ears to tingle. Even mine, which have not vibrated to such sounds for 4 times the space of thy youthful years. Thou saidst thou wert beset by a power that tempted thee to renounce the Most High, whom Jew and Christian alike profess to worship, and that thou didst declare that were the fires kindled around thee, thou wouldst spit at the tempter and trample on the offer, though thy foot pressed the coal which the sons of Dominic were lighting beneath its naked soul. I did, I cried, I did, and I would, so help me God in mine extremity. Adonijah paused for a moment as if considering whether this were a burst of passion or a proof of mental energy. He seemed at last inclined to believe it the latter, though all men of far advanced age are apt to distrust any marks of emotion, as a demonstration rather of weakness than of sincerity. Then said he, after a long and solemn pause, Then thou shalt know the secret that hath been a burthen to the soul of Adonijah. even as his hopeless solitude is a burthen to the soul of him who traverseth the desert, none accompanying him with step, or cheering him with voice. From my youth upward, even until now, have I labored, and behold, the time of my deliverance is at hand, yea, and shall be accomplished speedily. In the days of my childhood a rumor reached mine ears, even mine, of a being sent abroad on the earth to tempt Jew and Nazarene, and even the disciples of Muhammad, whose name is accursed in the mouth of our nation, with offers of deliverance at their utmost need and extremity, so they would do that which my lips dare not utter, even though there be no ear to receive it but thine. Thou shudderest, well, then thou art sincere, at least in thy faith of errors. I listened to the tale, and mine ears received it, even as the soul of the thirsty drinketh in rivers of water, for my mind was full of the vain fantasies of the Gentile fables, and I longed in the perverseness of my spirit to see, yea, and to consort with, yea, and to deal with the evil one in his strength. Like our fathers in the wilderness, I despised angels' food, and lusted after forbidden meats, even the meats of the Egyptian sorcerers, and my presumption was rebuked, as thou seest. Childless, wifeless, friendless, at the last period of an existence prolonged beyond the bounds of nature, am I now left, and save thee alone, without one to record its events. I will not trouble thee now with the tale of my eventful life, farther than to tell thee that the skeletons thou tremblest to behold were once clothed in flesh far fairer than thine. They are those of my wife and child, whose history thou must not now hear, but those of the two others thou must both hear and relate. And he pointed to the two other skeletons opposite in their upright cases. On my return to my country, even Spain, if a Jew can be said to have a country, I set myself down on this seat, and lighted by this lamp, I took in my hand the pen of a scribe, and vowed by a vow that this lamp should not expire, nor this seat be forsaken, nor this vault untenanted, until that the record is written in a book, and sealed as with the king's signet. But behold, I was traced by those who are keen of scent and quick of pursuit, even the sons of Dominic. And they seized me, and laid my feet fast in the bonds. But my writings they could not read, because they were traced in a character unknown to this idolatrous people. And behold, after a space they set me free, finding no cause of offence in me, and they bade me depart, and trouble them no more. Then vowed I a vow unto the God of Israel, who had delivered me from their thraldom, that none but he who could read these characters should ever transcribe them. Moreover, I prayed and said, O Lord God of Israel, who knowest that we are the sheep of thy fold, and our enemies as wolves round about us, and as lions who roar for their evening prey, grant that a Nazarene, escaped from their hands, and fleeing unto us, even as a bird chased from her nest, may put to shame the weapons of the mighty, and laugh them to scorn. Grant also, Lord God of Jacob, that he may be exposed to the snare of the enemy, even as those of whom I have written, and that he may spit at it with his mouth, and spurn at it with his feet, and trample on the ensnarer, even as they have trampled. And then shall my soul, even mine, have peace at the last. Thus I prayed, and my prayer was heard, for behold, thou art here. As I heard these words, a horrid foreboding, like a nightmare of the heart, hung heavily on me. I looked alternately at the withering speaker and the hopeless task. To bear about that horrible secret inurned in my heart, was not that enough? But to be compelled to scatter its ashes abroad, and to rake into the dust of others for the same purpose of unhallowed exposure, revolted me beyond feeling and utterance. As my eye fell listlessly on the manuscripts, I saw they contained only the Spanish language written in the Greek characters, a mode of writing that, I easily conceived, must have been as unintelligible to the officers of the Inquisition as the hieroglyphics of the Egyptian priests. Their ignorance sheltered by their pride, and that still more strongly fortified by the impenetrable secrecy attached to their most minute proceedings, made them hesitate to entrust to any one the circumstance of their being in possession of manuscript which they could not decipher. So they returned the papers to Adonijah, and in his own language, behold, he abode in safety. But to me this was a task of horror unspeakable. I felt myself as an added link to the chain, the end of which, held by an invisible hand, was drawing me to perdition, and I was now to become the recorder of my own condemnation. As I turned over the leaves with a trembling hand, the towering form of Adonijah seemed dilated with preternatural emotion. "And what dost thou tremble at, child of the dust?" he exclaimed. "If thou hast been tempted, so have they. If they are at rest, so shall thou be. There is not a pang of soul or body thou hast undergone or canst undergo, that they have not suffered before thy birth was dreamt of. Boy, thy hand trembles over pages it is unworthy to touch, yet still I must employ thee, for I need thee. Miserable link of necessity that binds together minds so uncongenial. I would that the ocean were my ink, and the rock my page, and mine arm even mine, the pen that should write thereon letters that should last like those on the written mountains for ever and ever, even the Mount of Sinai, and those that still bear the record, Israel hath passed the flood." As he spoke, I again turned over the manuscripts. "Does thy hand tremble still?" said Adonijah. "And dost thou still hesitate to record the story of those whose destiny a link, wondrous, invisible, and indissoluble, has bound to thine? Behold, there are those near thee who, though they have no longer a tongue, speak to thee with that eloquence which is stronger than all the eloquence of living tongues. Behold, there are those around thee whose mute and motionless arms of bone plead to thee as no arms of flesh ever pleaded. Behold, there are those who, being speechless, yet speak, who, being dead, are yet alive, who, though in the abyss of eternity, are yet around thee, and call on thee, as with a mortal voice. Hear them. Take the pen in thine hand, and write." I took the pen in my hand, but could not write a line. Adonijah, in a transport of ecstasy, snatching a skeleton from its receptacle, placed it before me. "Tell him thy story thyself, peradventure he will believe thee and record it." And supporting the skeleton with one hand, he pointed with the other, as bleached and bony as that of the dead, to the manuscript that lay before me. Tale of the Indians. There is an island in the Indian Sea, not many leagues from the mouth of the Huguelet, which, from the peculiarity of its situation and internal circumstances, long remained unknown to Europeans, and unvisited by the natives of the contiguous islands, except on remarkable occasions. It is surrounded by shallows that render the approach of any vessel of weight impracticable, and fortified by rocks that threaten danger to the slight canoes of the natives, but it was rendered still more formidable by the terrors with which superstition had invested it. There was a tradition that the first temple to the black goddess Siva had been erected there, and her hideous idol, with its collar of human skulls, forked tongues darting from its 20 serpent mouths, and seated on a matted coil of adders, had there first received the bloody homage of the mutilated limbs and immolated infants of her worshippers. The temple had been overthrown, and the island half depopulated by an earthquake that agitated all the shores of India. It was rebuilt, however, by the zeal of the worshippers, who again began to revisit the island when a tufan of fury unparalleled even in those fierce latitudes burst over the devoted spot. The pagoda was burnt to ashes by the lightning, the inhabitants, their dwellings and their plantations swept away as with the besom of destruction, and not a trace of humanity, cultivation, or life remained in the desolate isle. The devotees consulted their imagination for the cause of these calamities, and while seated under the shade of their cocoa trees, they told their long strings of colored beads. They ascribed it to the wrath of the goddess Siva at the increasing popularity of the worship of Juggernaut. They asserted that her image had been seen ascending amid the blaze of lightning that consumed her shrine and blasted her worshippers as they clung to it for protection, and firmly believed she had withdrawn to some happier isle where she might enjoy her feast of flesh and draught of blood unmolested by the worship of a rival deity. So the island remained desolate and without inhabitant for years. The crews of European vessels, assured by the natives that there was neither animal or vegetable or water to be found on its surface, forbore to visit, and the Indian of other isles, as he passed it in his canoe, threw a glance of melancholy fear at its desolation, and flung something overboard to propitiate the wrath of Siva. The island, thus left to itself, became vigorously luxuriant, as some neglected children improve in health and strength, while pampered darlings die under excessive nurture. Flowers bloomed and foliage thickened, without a hand to pluck, a step to trace, or a lip to taste them, when some fishermen, who had been driven by a strong current toward the isle, and worked with oar and sail in vain to avoid its dreaded shore, after making 1,000 prayers to propitiate Siva, were compelled to approach within an oar's length of it, and on their return, in unexpected safety, reported they had heard sounds so exquisite that some other goddess milder than Siva must have fixed on that spot for her residence. The younger fishermen added to this account that they had beheld a female figure of supernatural loveliness glide and disappear amid the foliage which now luxuriantly overshadowed the rocks, and in the spirit of Indian devotees they hesitated not to call this delicious vision an incarnated emanation of Vishnu in a lovelier form than ever he had appeared before, at least far beyond that which he assumed when he made one of his avatars in the figure of a tiger. The inhabitants of the islands, as superstitious as they were imaginative, deified the vision of the isles after their manner. The old devotees, while invoking her, stuck close to the bloody rites of Siva and Hari, and muttered many a horrid vow over their beads, which they took care to render effectual by striking sharp reeds into their arms, and tinging every bead with blood as they spoke. The young women rowed their light canoes as near as they dared to the haunted isle, making vows to Kamdeo, and sending their paper vessels lit with wax and filled with flowers towards its coast, where they hoped their darling deity was about to fix his residence. The young men also, at least those who were in love and fond of music, rowed close to the island to solicit the god Krishnu, to sanctify it by his presence, and not knowing what to offer to the deity, they sung their wild airs, standing high on the prow of the canoe, and at last threw a figure of wax with a kind of lyre in its hand towards the shore of the desolate isle. For many a night these canoes might be seen glancing past each other over the darkened sea, like shooting stars of the deep, with their lighted paper lanthorns and their offerings of flowers and fruits, left by some trembling hand on the sands, or hung by a bolder one in baskets of cane on the rocks, and still the simple islanders felt joy and devotion united in this voluntary humility. It was observed, however, that the worshippers departed with very different impressions of the object of their adoration. The women all clung to their oars in breathless admiration of the sweet sounds that issued from the isle, and when that ceased, they departed, murmuring over in their huts those notes angelical, to which their own language furnished no appropriate sounds. The men rested long on their oars to catch a glimpse of the form, which, by the report of the fishermen, wandered there, and when disappointed, they rowed home sadly. Gradually the isle lost its bad character for terror, and in spite of some old devotees who told their blood-discolored beads and talked of Siva and Hari, and even held burning splinters of wood to their scorched hands, and stuck sharp pieces of iron which they had purchased or stolen from the crews of European vessels in the most fleshy and sensitive parts of their bodies, and moreover talked of suspending themselves from trees with the head downwards till they were consumed by insects, or calcined by the sun, or rendered delirious by their position. In spite of all this, which must have been very affecting, the young people went on their own way, the girls offering their wreaths to Kamdeo, and the youths invoking Krishnu, till the devotees, in despair, vowed to visit this accursed island, which had set everybody mad, and find out how the unknown deity was to be recognized and propitiated, and whether flowers and fruits, and love vows, and the beatings of young hearts were to be substituted for the orthodox and legitimate offering of nails grown into the hands till they appeared through their backs, and setons of ropes inserted into the sides, on which the religionist danced his dance of agony till the ropes or his patience failed. In a word, they were determined to find out what this deity was, who demanded no suffering from her worshippers, and they fulfilled their resolution in a manner worthy of their purpose. 140 beings, crippled by the austerities of their religion, unable to manage sail or oar, embarked in a canoe to reach what they called the accursed isle. The natives, intoxicated with the belief of their sanctity, stripped themselves naked to push their boat through the surf, and then, making their salams, implored them to use oars at least. The devotees, all too intent on their beads and too well satisfied of their importance in the eyes of their favorite deities, to admit a doubt of their safety, set off in triumph, and the consequence may be easily conjectured. The boat soon filled and sunk, and the crew perished without a single sigh of lamentation, except that they had not feasted the alligators in the sacred waters of the Ganges, or perished at least under the shadow of the domes of the holy city of Benares, in either of which cases their salvation must have been unquestionable. This circumstance, apparently so untoward, operated favorably on the popularity of the new worship. The old system lost ground every day. Hands, instead of being scorched over the fire, were employed only in gathering flowers. Nails, with which it was the custom of the devotees to lard their persons, actually fell in price, and a man might sit at his ease on his hams with as safe a conscience and as fair a character as if 80 of them occupied the interval between. On the other hand, fruits were every day scattered on the shores of the favorite isle. Flowers, too, blushed on its rocks, in all the dazzling luxuriance of coloring with which the flora of the East delights to array herself. There was that brilliant and superb lily, which to this day illustrates the comparison between it and Solomon, who in all his glory was not arrayed like one of them. There was the rose unfolding its paradise of leaves, and the scarlet blossom of the bombex, which an English traveller has voluptuously described as banqueting the eye with its mass of vegetable splendour unparalleled. and the female votarists at last began to imitate some of those sounds and sweet airs that every breeze seemed to waft to their ears with increasing strength of melody as they floated in their canoes round this isle of enchantment. At length one circumstance occurred that put its sanctity of character and that of its inmate out of all doubt. A young Indian, who had in vain offered to his beloved the mystical bouquet in which the arrangement of the flowers is made to express love, rowed his canoe to the island to learn his fate from its supposed inhabitant, and as he rowed composed a song which expressed that his mistress despised him as if he were a pariah, but that he would love her though he were descended from the head of Brahma, that her skin was more polished than the marble steps by which you descend to the tank of a Raja, and her eyes brighter than any whose glances were watched by presumptuous strangers through the rents of the embroidered purdah of a Nawab, that she was loftier in his eyes than the black pagoda of Juggernaut, and more brilliant than the trident of the temple of Mahadeva when it sparkled in the beams of the moon. And as both these objects were visible to his eyes from the shore, as he rode on in the soft and glorious serenity of an Indian night, no wonder they found a place in his verse. Finally, he promised that if she was propitious to his suit, he would build her a hut raised 4 feet above the ground to avoid the serpents, that her dwelling should be overshadowed by the boughs of the tamarind, and that while she slept he would drive the mosquitoes from her with a fan composed of the leaves of the first flowers, which she accepted as a testimony of his passion. It so happened that the same night the young female, whose reserve had been the result of anything but indifference, attended by 2 of her companions, rowed her canoe to the same spot, with the view of discovering whether the vows of her lover were sincere. They arrived about the same time, and though it was now twilight, and the superstition of these timid beings gave a darker tinge to the shadows that surrounded them, they ventured to land, and bearing their baskets of flowers in trembling hands, advanced to hang them on the ruins of the pagoda, amid which it was presumed the new goddess had fixed her abode. They proceeded not without difficulty through thickets of flowers that had sprung spontaneously in the uncultivated soil, not without fear that a tiger might spring on them at every step, till they recollected that those animals chose generally the large jungles for their retreat, and seldom harboured amid flowers. Still less was the alligator to be dreaded amid the narrow streams that they could cross without tinging their ankles with its pure water. The tamarind, the cocoa, and the palm trees shed their blossoms, and exhaled their odours, and waved their leaves over the head of the trembling votarist as she approached the ruin of the pagoda. It had been a massive square building, erected amid rocks, that by a caprice of nature, not uncommon in the Indian Isles, occupied its centre, and appeared the consequence of some volcanic explosion. The earthquake that had overthrown it had mingled the rocks and ruins together in a shapeless and deformed mass, which seemed to bear alike the traces of the impotence of art and nature when prostrated by the power that has formed and can annihilate both. There were pillars wrought with singular characters, heaped amid stones that bore no impress but that of some fearful and violent action of nature, that seemed to say, "Mortals, write your lines with the chisel, I write my hieroglyphics in fire." There were the disjointed piles of stones carved into the form of snakes, on which the hideous idol of Siva had once been seated, and close to them the rose was bursting through the earth, which occupied the fissures of the rock, as if nature preached a milder theology, and deputed her darling flower as her missionary to her children. The idol itself had fallen and lay in fragments. The horrid mouth was still visible, into which human hearts had been formerly inserted, but now the beautiful peacocks, with their rainbow trains and arched necks, were feeding their young amid the branches of the tamarind that overhung the blackened fragments. The young Indians advanced with diminished fear, for there was neither sight or sound to inspire the fear that attends the approach to the presence of a spiritual being. All was calm, still, and dark. Yet their feet trod with involuntary lightness as they advanced to these ruins which combined the devastations of nature with those of the human passions, perhaps more bloody and wild than the former. Near the ruins there had formerly been a tank, as is usual near the pagodas, both for the purposes of refreshment and purification. But the steps were now broken, and the water was stagnated. The young Indians, however, took up a few drops, invoked the goddess of the isle, and approached the only remaining arch. The exterior front of this building had been constructed of stone, but its interior had been hollowed out of the rock, and its recesses resembled in some degree those in the island of Elephanta. There were monstrous figures carved in stone, some adhering to the rock, others detached from it, all frowning in their shapeless and gigantic hideousness, and giving to the eye of superstition the terrible representation of gods of stone. Two of the young votarists, who were distinguished for their courage, advanced and performed a kind of wild dance before the ruins of the ancient gods, as they called them, and invoked as they might the new resident of the isle to be propitious to the vows of their companion, who advanced to hang her wreath of flowers round the broken remains of an idol half defaced and half hidden among the fragments of stone, but clustered over with that rich vegetation which seems in Oriental countries to announce the eternal triumph of nature amid the ruins of art. Every year renews the rose, but what year shall see a pyramid rebuilt? As the young Indian hung her wreath on the shapeless stone, a voice murmured, "There is a withered flower there." "Yes, yes, there is," answered the votarist, "and that withered flower is an emblem of my heart. I have cherished many roses, but suffered one to wither that was the sweetest to me of all the wreath. Wilt thou revive him for me, unknown goddess, and my wreath shall no longer be a dishonour to thy shrine? Wilt thou revive the rose by placing it in the warmth of thy bosom?" said the young lover, appearing from behind the fragments of rock and ruin that had sheltered him, and from which he had uttered his oracular reply, and listened with delight to the emblematical but intelligible language of his beloved. "Wilt thou revive the rose?" he asked in the triumph of love, as he clasped her to his bosom. The young Indian, yielding at once to love and superstition, seemed half melting in his embrace, when in a moment she uttered a wild shriek, repelled him with all her strength, and crouched in an uncouth posture of fear, while she pointed with one quivering hand to a figure that appeared at that moment in the perspective of that tumultuous and indefinite heap of stone. The lover, unalarmed by the shriek of his mistress, was advancing to catch her in his arms, when his eye fell on the object that had struck hers, and he sunk on his face to the earth in mute adoration. The form was that of a female, but such as they had never before beheld, for her skin was perfectly white, at least in their eyes, who had never seen any but the dark red tint of the natives of the Bengalese islands. Her drapery, as well as they could see, consisted only of flowers, whose rich colours and fantastic grouping harmonized well with the peacock's feathers twined among them, and altogether composed a feathery fan of wild drapery, which in truth beseemed an island goddess. Her long hair, of a colour they had never beheld before, pale auburn, flowed to her feet, and was fantastically entwined with the flowers and the feathers that formed her dress. On her head was a coronal of shells, of hue and luster unknown except in the Indian seas. The purple and the green vied with the amethyst and the emerald. On her white bare shoulder a loxia was perched, and round her neck was hung a string of their pearl-like eggs, so pure and pellucid that the first sovereign in Europe might have exchanged her richest necklace of pearls for them. Her arms and feet were perfectly bare, and her step had a goddess-like rapidity and lightness that affected the imagination of the Indians as much as the extraordinary color of her skin and hair. The young lovers sunk in awe before this vision as it passed before their eyes. While they prostrated themselves, a delicious sound trembled on their ears. The beautiful vision spoke to them, but it was in a language they did not understand, and this confirming their belief that it was the language of the gods, they prostrated themselves to her again. At that moment the loxia, springing from her shoulder, came fluttering towards them. "He is going to seek for fireflies to light his cell," said the Indians to each other. But the bird, who with an intelligence peculiar to his species understood and adopted the predilection of the fair being he belonged to for the fresh flowers in which he saw her arrayed every day, darted at the withered rosebud in the wreath of the young Indian, and striking his slender beak through it, laid it at her feet. The omen was interpreted auspiciously by the lovers, and bending once more to the earth, they rowed back to their island, but no longer in separate canoes. The lover steered that of his mistress, while she sat beside him in silence, and the young couple who accompanied them chanted verses in praise of the white goddess and the islands sacred to her and to lovers. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Melmoth the Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Melmoth the Wanderer by Charles Robert Maturin. Chapter 15. But tell me to what saint I pray, what martyr or what angel bright is dedicate this holy day, which brings you here so gaily dight? Dost thou not, simple palmer, know what every child can tell thee here? Nor saint nor angel claims this show, but the bright season of the year. Queen Hu Hall by Strutt. The sole and beautiful inmate of the isle, though disturbed at the appearance of her worshippers, soon recovered her tranquillity. She could not be conscious of fear, for nothing of that world in which she lived had ever borne a hostile appearance to her. The sun and the shade, the flowers and foliage, the tamarinds and figs that prolonged her delightful existence, the water that she drank, wondering at the beautiful being who seemed to drink whenever she did, the peacocks who spread out their rich and radiant plumage the moment they beheld her, and the loxia who perched on her shoulder and hand as she walked, and answered her sweet voice with imitative chirpings, all these were her friends, and she knew none but these. The human forms that sometimes approached the island caused her a slight emotion, but it was rather that of curiosity than alarm, and their gestures were so expressive of reverence and mildness, their offerings of flowers in which she delighted so acceptable, that their visits so silent and peaceful that she saw them without reluctance, and only wondered as they rowed away how they could move on the water in safety, and how creatures so dark and with features so unattractive happened to grow amid the beautiful flowers they presented to her as the productions of their abode. The elements might be supposed to have impressed her imagination with some terrible ideas, but the periodical regularity of these phenomena in the climate she inhabited divested them of their terrors to one who had been accustomed to them, as to the alternation of night and day, who could not remember the fearful impression of the first, and above all, who had never heard any terror of them expressed by another, perhaps the primitive cause of fear in most minds. Pain she had never felt, of death she had no idea. How then could she become acquainted with fear? When a northwester, as it is termed, visited the island with all its terrific accompaniments of midnight darkness, clouds of suffocating dust, and thunders like the trumpet of doom, she stood amid the leafy colonnades of the banyan tree, ignorant of her danger, watching the cowering wings and dropping heads of the birds and the ludicrous terror of the monkeys as they skipped from branch to branch with their young. When the lightning struck a tree, she gazed as a child would on a firework played off for its amusement. But the next day she wept when she saw the leaves would no longer grow on the blasted trunk. When the rains descended in torrents, the ruins of the pagoda afforded her a shelter, and she sat listening to the rushing of the mighty waters and the murmurs of the troubled deep, till her soul took its color from the sombrous and magnificent imagery around her, and she believed herself precipitated to earth with the deluge borne downward, like a leaf by a cataract, engulfed in the depths of the ocean, rising again to light on the swell of the enormous billows, as if she were heaved on the back of a whale, deafened with the roar, giddy with the rush, till terror and delight embraced in that fearful exercise of imagination. So she lived like a flower, amid sun and storm, blooming in the light, and bending to the shower, and drawing the elements of her sweet and wild existence from both. And both seemed to mingle their influences kindly for her, as if she was a thing that nature loved, even in her angry mood, and gave a commission to the storm to nurture her, and to the deluge to spare the ark of her innocence as it floated over the waters. This existence of felicity, half physical, half imaginative, but neither intellectual or impassioned, had continued till the 17th year of this beautiful and mild being, when a circumstance occurred that changed its hue forever. On the evening of the day after the Indians had departed, Emma Lee, for that was the name her votarists had given her, was standing on the shore, when a being approached her unlike any she had ever beheld. The color of his face and hands resembled her own more than those she was accustomed to see, but his garments, which were European, from their square uncouthness, their shapelessness, and their disfiguring projection about the hips, it was the fashion of the year 1680, gave her a mixed sensation of ridicule, disgust, and wonder, which her beautiful features could express only by a smile. That smile, a native of the face from which not even surprise could banish it. The stranger approached, and the beautiful vision approached also, but not like an European female with low and graceful bendings, still less like an Indian girl with her low salams, but like a young fawn, all animation, timidity, confidence, and cowardice, expressed in almost a single action. She sprung from the sands, ran to her favorite tree, returned again with her guard of peacocks, who expanded their superb trains with a kind of instinctive motion, as if they felt the danger that menaced their protectress, and clapping her hands with exultation, seemed to invite them to share in the delight she felt in gazing at the new flower that had grown in the sand. The stranger advanced, and to Emma Lee's utter astonishment, addressed her in the language which she herself had retained some words of since her infancy, and had endeavoured in vain to make her peacocks, parrots, and loxias answer her in corresponding sounds. But her language, from want of practice, had become so limited that she was delighted to hear its most unmeaning sounds uttered by human lips. And when he said, according to the form of the times, "How do you, fair maid?" she answered, "God made me," from the words of the Christian catechism that had been breathed into her infant lip. "God never made a fairer creature," replied the stranger, grasping her hand and fixing on her eyes that still burned in the sockets of that arch deceiver. "Oh, yes," answered Emma Lee. "He made many things more beautiful. The rose is redder than I am, the palm tree is taller than I am, and the wave is bluer than I am, but they all change, and I never change. I have grown taller and stronger, though the rose fades every 6 moons, and the rock splits to let in the bats, when the earth shakes, and the waves fight in their anger till they turn gray, and far different from the beautiful color they have when the moon comes dancing on them, and sending all the young broken branches of her light to kiss my feet as I stand on the soft sand. I have tried to gather them every night, but they all broke in my hand the moment I dipped it into water. And have you fared better with the stars? Said the stranger, smiling. No, answered the innocent being. The stars are the flowers of heaven, and the rays of the moon the boughs and branches. But though they are so bright, they only blossom in the night, and I love better the flowers that I can gather and twine in my hair. When I have been all night wooing a star, and it has listened and descended, springing downwards like a peacock from its nest, it has hid itself often afterwards playfully amid the mangoes and tamarinds where it fell, and though I have searched for it till the moon looked wan and weary of lighting me, I never could find it. But where do you come from? You are not scaly and voiceless like those who grow in the waters and show their strange shapes as I sit on the shore at sunset, nor are you red and diminutive like those who come over the waters to me from other worlds, in houses that can live on the deep and walk so swiftly with their legs plunged in the water. Where do you come from? You are not so bright as the stars that live in the blue sea above me, nor so deformed as those that toss in the darker sea at my feet. Where did you grow, and how came you here? There is not a canoe on the sand, and though the shells bear the fish that live in them so lightly over the waters, they never would bear me. When I placed my foot on their scalloped edge of crimson and purple, they sunk into the sand. Beautiful creatures, said the stranger, I come from a world where there are thousands like me. That is impossible, said Emily, for I live here alone, and other worlds must be like this. What I tell you is true, however, said the stranger. Emily paused for a moment, as if making the first effort of reflection, an exertion painful enough to a being whose existence was composed of felicitous tacts and unreflecting instincts, and then exclaimed, We both must have grown in the world of voices, for I know what you say better than the chirp of the loxia or the cry of the peacock. That must be a delightful world where they all speak. What would I give that my roses grew in the world of answers? At this moment the stranger made certain signals of hunger, which Emily understood in a moment, and told him to follow her to where the tamarind and the fig were shedding their fruit, where the stream was so clear you could count the purple shells in its bed, and where she would scoop for him in the cocoa shell the cool waters that flowed beneath the shade of the mango. As they went, she gave him all the information about herself that she could. She told him that she was the daughter of a palm tree, under whose shade she had been first conscious of existence, but that her poor father had been long withered and dead, that she was very old, having seen many roses decay on their stalks, and though they were succeeded by others, she did not love them so well as the first, which were a great deal larger and brighter, that in fact everything had grown smaller latterly, for she was now able to reach to the fruit, which formerly she was compelled to wait for till it dropped on the ground, but that the water was grown taller, for once she was forced to drink it on her hands and knees, and now she could scoop it in a cocoa shell. Finally, she added, she was much older than the moon, for she had seen it waste away till it was dimmer than the light of a firefly, and the moon that was lighting them now would decline too, and its successor be so small that she would never again give it the name she had given to the first, son of the night. But, said her companion, how are you able to speak a language you never learned from your loxias and peacocks? I will tell you, said Emily, with an air of solemnity which her beauty and innocence made at once ludicrous and imposing, and in which she betrayed a slight tendency to that wish to mystify that distinguishes her delightful sex. There came a spirit to me from the world of voices, and it whispered to me sounds that I never have forgotten, long, long before I was born. Really? Said the stranger. Oh, yes, long before I could gather a fig or gather the water in my hand, and that must be before I was born. When I was born, I was not so high as the rosebud at which I tried to catch. Now I am as near the moon as the palm tree. Sometimes I catch her beams sooner than he does. Therefore I must be very old and very high. At these words the stranger, with an expression indescribable, leaned against a tree. He viewed that lovely and helpless being, while he refused the fruits and water she offered him, with a look that for the first time intimated compassion. The stranger feeling did not dwell long in a mansion it was unused to. The expression was soon exchanged for that half-ironical, half-diabolical glance Emily could not understand. "And you live here alone," he said, "and you have lived in this beautiful place without a companion?" "Oh, no," said Emily, "I have a companion more beautiful than all the flowers in the isle. There is not a rose leaf that drops in the river so bright as its cheek. My friend lives under the water, but its colors are so bright. It kisses me too, but its lips are very cold, and when I kiss it, it seems to dance, and its beauty is all broken into 1,000 faces that come smiling at me like little stars. But though my friend has 1,000 faces and I have but one, still there is one thing that troubles me. There is but one stream where it meets me, and that is where are no shadows from the trees, and I never can catch it but when the sun is bright. Then when I catch it in the stream, I kiss it on my knees. But my friend has grown so tall that sometimes I wish it were smaller. Its lips spread so much wider that I give it 1,000 kisses for the one I get." "Is your friend male or female?" said the stranger. "What is that?" answered Emily. "I mean, of what sex is your friend?" But to this question he could obtain no satisfactory answer, and it was not till his return the next day, when he revisited the isle, that he discovered Emily's friend was what he suspected. He found this innocent and lovely being bending over a stream that reflected her image, and wooing it with 1,000 wild and graceful attitudes of joyful fondness. The stranger gazed at her for some time, and thoughts it would be difficult for man to penetrate into, threw their varying expression over his features for a moment. It was the first of his intended victims he had ever beheld with compunction. The joy, too, with which Emily received him, almost brought back human feelings to a heart that had long renounced them, and for a moment he experienced a sensation like that of his master when he visited paradise, pity for the flowers he resolved to wither forever. He looked at her as she fluttered round him with outspread arms and dancing eyes, and sighed while she welcomed him in tones of such wild sweetness as suited a being who had hitherto conversed with nothing but the melody of birds and the murmur of waters. With all her ignorance, however, she could not help testifying her amazement at his arriving at the isle without any visible means of conveyance. He evaded answering her on this point, but said, "Emily, I come from a world wholly unlike that you inhabit, amid inanimate flowers and unthinking birds. I come from a world where all, as I do, think and speak." Emily was speechless with wonder and delight for some time. At length she exclaimed, "Oh, how they must love each other! Even I love my poor birds and flowers, and the trees that shade, and the waters that sing to me." The stranger smiled. "In all that world perhaps there is not another being beautiful and innocent as you. It is a world of suffering, guilt, and care." It was with much difficulty she was made to comprehend the meaning of these words. But when she did, she exclaimed, "Oh, that I could live in that world, for I would make every one happy." "But you could not, Emily," said the stranger. "This world is of such extent that it would take your whole life to traverse it, and during your progress you never could be conversant with more than a small number of sufferers at a time, and the evils they undergo are in many instances such as you or no human power could relieve." At these words Emily burst into an agony of tears. "Weak but lovely being," said the stranger, "could your tears heal the corrosions of disease, cool the burning throb of a cancered heart, wash the pale slime from the clinging lips of famine, or more than all, quench the fire of forbidden passion?" Emily paused aghast at this enumeration, and could only falter out that wherever she went she would bring her flowers and sunshine among the healthy, and they should all sit under the shade of her own tamarind; that for disease and death she had long been accustomed to see flowers wither and die, their beautiful death of nature; and perhaps, she added after a reflective pause, as I have often known them to retain their delicious odor even after they were faded, perhaps what thinks may live too after the form has faded, and that is a thought of joy. Of passion she said she knew nothing, and could propose no remedy for an evil she was unconscious of. She had seen flowers fade with the season, but could not imagine why the flower should destroy itself. "But did you never trace a worm in the flower?" said the stranger, with the sophistry of corruption. "Yes," answered Emily, "but the worm was not the native of the flower. Its own leaves never could have heard it. This led to a discussion which Emily's impregnable innocence, though combined with ardent curiosity and quick apprehension, rendered perfectly harmless to her. Her playful and desultory answers, her restless eccentricity of imagination, her keen and piercing, though ill-poised intellectual weapons, and above all, her instinctive and unfailing tact in matters of right and wrong, formed altogether an array that discomfited and baffled the tempter more than if he had been compelled to encounter half the wranglers of the European academies of that day. In the logic of the schools he was well versed, but in this logic of the heart and of nature he was ignorance itself. It is said that the aweless lion crouches before a maid in the pride of her purity. The tempter was departing gloomily when he saw tears start from the bright eyes of Emily, and caught a wild and dark omen from her innocent grief. "And you weep, Emily?" "Yes," said the beautiful being, "I always weep when I see the sun set in clouds. And will you, the sun of my heart, set in darkness too? And will you not rise again? Will you not?" And with the graceful confidence of pure innocence, she pressed her red, delicious lip to his hand as she spoke. "Will you not? I shall never love my roses and peacocks if you do not return, for they cannot speak to me as you do, nor can I give them one thought, but you can give me many. Oh, I would like to have many thoughts about the world that suffers, from which you came, and I believe you came from it, for, till I saw you, I never felt a pain that was not pleasure. But now it is all pain when I think you will not return." "I will return," said the stranger, "beautiful Emily, and will show you at my return a glimpse of that world from which I come, and in which you will soon be an inmate." "But shall I see you there?" said Emily. "Otherwise how shall I talk thoughts?" "Oh yes, oh certainly. But why do you repeat the same words twice? Your once would have been enough." "Well then, yes." "Then take this rose from me, and let us inhale its odor together, as I say to my friend in the fountain when I bend to kiss it. But my friend withdraws its rose before I have tasted it, and I leave mine on the water." "Will you not take my rose?" said the beautiful suppliant, bending towards him. "I will," said the stranger, and he took a flower from the cluster Emily held out to him. It was a withered one. He snatched it and hid it in his breast. "And will you go without a canoe across that dark sea?" said Emily. "We shall meet again, and meet in the world of suffering," said the stranger. "Thank you, oh thank you," repeated Emily, as she saw him plunge fearless amid the surf. The stranger answered only, "We shall meet again." Twice as he parted, he threw a glance at the beautiful and isolated being. A lingering of humanity trembled round his heart, but he tore the withered rose from his bosom, and to the waved arm and angel smile of Emily, he answered, "We shall meet again." End of chapter 15.